Ladies and gentlemen, it is the start of the season. Here we go. It is the start of the season. And by the engine sounds at the back there,
it's off with a bang.
Yeah,
2026 Power Series, the engines are roaring. These guys are going out onto the track. The energy is firing.
Now the
and so are the cylinders.
Yeah, 100%. Now, we've got to address the...
apparently I got to hang up my boxing gloves now.
I know, but you're gonna be okay. They're gonna sort that out. Okay,
yes,
cool.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
We're gonna be fine. No more boxing.
No more boxing for me,
guys. The boxing will happen on the track today. As we see the Clubman's guys head out right now. It looks like Clubman's qualifying happening. 3 short qualifying sessions this morning. A full day's racing ahead of us, and can expect lots and lots and lots of action on the live stream here at Killarney Raceway today.
Absolutely, guys. A huge shout out. Starting off the year fresh with our sponsors, Lion Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM for making this Power Series possible here at Killarney International Raceway in Cape Town. It's 2026 and we are ready to rumble.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The year has started off with a bang. Unfortunately, in our camp, it started off with too much of a bang.
What did you do now again?
Every
time you sit here with
Shane's car's engine, we've got an issue with the engine, so he's out for the weekend. Unfortunately, my car's still running. But this is motorsport, and I'm sure every single one of the guys out here has their own individual trial and tribulation, and that's what you guys, Jason and the rest of the team, will be focusing on today, to bring you all that information as the days go on. The times will be on screen. The commentators will be wiling out through the course of the day, and hopefully that car at the back there will be parked for most of today. That, of course, is our medical service ambulance over there.
So grateful for them and all the work that they do. I mean, sometimes they just got to sit here all day and they get to do nothing, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I always chat to the ambulance guys and they tell me a good day is when they get to do nothing. So at the moment, we've got the Clubman's guys out there, lots and lots of classes. There will be now Class X cars out there with new driver car combinations because it's the start of the year.
Yeah, so there's been some new drivers that have come on. We've got to catch up today and figure out who's who in the zoo. I know my very long time friend Shane Justice is making his debut comeback. There was quite a big reveal of the car and everything like that. So looking forward to how he's going to do today.
My friend Dexter Bruce has got his turbo BMW back again. And there are many, many other stories that we will be covering through the course of today and bringing it to you guys either in video interviews or later on in the lunchtime show when we've caught up with some of the drivers that are out there at the moment.
I was going to say, speaking of Dexter Bruce, he came third.
Yes.
In qualifying?
Third in qualifying. We've got the BMW Car Club qualifying out already. And I've looked at speed at Speed Hive. I don't see the results on there yet. I'm not sure why. So we're going to give you those results. Neanderthal qualified in pole position. Of course, surprise, surprise. He's in a Class C car today. So the fastest car today is a Class C car.
And if you guys keep up with the social channels, we've been watching. Nean's been doing his own little TED Talks and things. They just had an incident recently where somebody got into his race car and it was in reverse when they started it and it just smashed the whole back of it, so they had to repair that.
They've had to repair that, yeah. And that's
things happen off the track
things
too.
Happen off
inside the workshop.
Look, like my coach Claudio from RDSA says, the racing is just the cherry on top of the cake.
Yeah.
The rest of the cake is baked over weeks and weeks, and that's what makes a non-start so frustrating.
Yeah.
Because you work so hard and bake that cake for weeks and weeks, but you don't get the cherry. So so that's unfortunately the nature of the beast. Who did get the cherry though was Neanderthal in first place over there. Baby Jake's in second place, who then is pole in Class D. He's going to be running Class D this year with myself. Dexter in second place in D, myself third place in D. Quibus the Cock with his fastest.
We're going to take it again this year.
Are we going to try?
We'll move up a class.
We're going to try. We're going to try.
Okay.
Quibus the Cock. Yeah, we did move up a class this year, so there's a lot faster competition out there. So we're going to try and see what we can do. Quibus the Cock, his fastest ever time. Connor Kilbride having some not tire issues so much, finding the track a bit slippery. Connor Kilbride, of course, Caders, now the new sponsor for BMW Car Club. So shout out to Caders for sponsoring the series. Then we've got Zach Layden, who I tip as the driver to watch this year. Sebastian Swanepoel learning very, very fast. Mia Bench in the mix there as well. As bubbly as always, off the track, but on the track, focused and ready to go. Then we got Sean Tubes, who had a massive spin yesterday in qualifying. But he's fine, the car's fine. Arnu Michaels with his new car. Remember, Arnu and Dylan had a huge accident last year. Both of them are back now. Arnu's back as well. Dylan also back just behind him. Hermanus Hazeman back on the grid as well. Jacques de Toy, Jacques Prince out there. And the last two, D-Land, new drivers, and Hennis van Zyl. So we got a couple of new drivers in there.
Class is growing.
Class is growing very nicely.
Second official year now.
Yeah, second
Yes.
official year. So unfortunately, the times are not on our screen. And as I said, I think the live timing system at the moment is not
It
functioning
wasn't
properly.
working on the phones either.
It's not working on the phone, so hopefully you guys can see it on your screens. You can see the live timing on your screen. So remember, to understand who is who, we've got them broken up in classes.
Yes, and color-coded because I love colors.
Yes, and colors,
helps.
yes. So the color-coded classes is how you know who's who in which class out there at the moment. And Clubman's, of course, a fan favorite at the moment out there right now.
Yeah, we're not getting to see what you are clearly seeing, but I can hear them flying around. I don't know if it's because the air is dense, but it's rumbling more than usual.
Yeah, so look, the way it works is you've got qualifying on Friday for some of the teams or some of the series, and then you've got qualifying on Saturday for the rest of the series. That's so that we can spread the load on the Saturday, because the Saturdays are getting a little bit full these days.
Don't you think it's so much more pressure to qualify the morning of the racing?
Yeah, no, it is. That's
I mean, if something happens on a Friday, you've still got time to figure it out. They've got like an hour or two.
I know. So this is why I love qualifying on a Friday. I don't know why they put us there. Maybe I always said it's because we're the B-League guys who mad at me. But
they do it. I noticed that the Saturday morning qualifying is all the rowdies. It's the Clubmans and the GTI Challenge. It's all the rowdy boys.
Yeah. So look, the official reason is the blue collar reason, where some of the guys are working on a Friday, so they can't qualify. I don't mind skipping some work hours on Friday to get qualifying done, simply because it just means that there's, as you say, more time to fix anything, and you also mentally go sleep knowing what the next day is going to bring, at least from a results perspective when it comes to qualifying.
Absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of mentally preparing, I really want to get a couple of conversations in today, because we've got so many new drivers and people that are coming back after a long time. Really want to get into the psyche a bit today.
Yes, and we're going to be chatting to some drivers and teams through the day. So speaking of psyche, it's one of my favorite conversations when it comes to motorsport and the mental preparation. What do you have any questions on that?
Oh, specifically, like
I've been going through the most the last couple of weeks.
You tell us. You tell us.
So I'm looking for a layup here. Any specific questions here? But the preparation is intense. It's especially start of the season. By the time the season ends, you're already counting how many weeks you have left to prepare, and you work it out in weeks. And let's say you got 8 weeks. It sounds like a lot, but there's, let's say, 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off, and now you've only got another 5 weeks to get the cars completely different and ready for the next season. And that's what every single one of these drivers and teams have to go through, is get ready. Oh, sweetie time. Sweetie time, Mr. Hoskins. With the sweetie. Thank you. Yeah, to you too.
I'm going to take more. I can only hold so many in one end.
Yeah, I'm going to stock up.
We'll stop it in here. This has a good purpose. We'll just, you see, I'm like a little hamster. Well, speaking of the psyche, so for me, I'm always like, the mind is always a fascinating thing for me. And for you to get in a car and know that you're getting behind the steering wheel and have to have prepped before mentally every turn, how hard you're going to push on that petrol, on that brake, and knowing, and I mean, we've had this conversation, you've got to be mentally prepared. Whatever happens, happens. Like, I could die. That is a reality. And I mean, not that it's something that anybody wants to think about, but it is a reality. And mentally, that must cross your mind. Yeah,
of course. I think most of the time it happens before. Once you're in the car, then all of that goes away. You're there to do what you do. And yeah, I can't imagine what it's like for the bikers, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But once you're in the car, you're just there to have a good time and have fun and say your prayers and hope for the best.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the more difficult thing, the more taxing thing mentally is the preparation and the lead up and all the things that happen in the background. I think that's the driving itself is actually the easy part.
And so much reliance on your team, making sure your car. Because I mean, you the driver, you're going to get in. You haven't checked personally your tire pressures, you're this, you're that. You've got to make sure you have 100% trust.
One of the golden rules is check your own tire pressures, check your own fuel. Tighten your own nuts. That's one of the golden rules of club racing when you start. But eventually, once you start building a team around you and you start building that trust, then you trust that those nuts are tight and you trust that those tire pressures are correct.
And you've got to. Your life is in their hands. We've said this before, literally.
Whew.
Okay, you're right. You're going to race.
This conversation's going dark here.
25 minutes. He's fine. He's good.
So,
how's that mental preparation?
Yeah. So, look, we've had to steel our minds many times before, and that's part of the game as well. You've got to steel your mind. Going into last year's final race of the year, lots of things going on, but as I said, you just got to
keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, that's it.
Absolutely.
I think with anybody that's got any sort of personal responsibility responsibility understands that you can't always take your work home with you to the family. You can't always take your family with you to work, etc., etc. So I think we all have to steel our minds in our day-to-day living.
Yeah.
And I mean, you through the pain, through all the discomfort. You know,
we got to do it.
We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to do. You're here today, and thank you for that.
Darling, what we must.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. So, folks, hopefully you've got the live timing on your screen. We just need to confirm if you've got the live timing on the screens at the moment. Because unfortunately, we don't have the live timing here with us now. It looks like we've got a live timing issue. And it's not with WPMC, it's with the actual Speed Hive.
Yeah.
I've been to their site. I've tried to get onto to the live timing sites. It doesn't seem to be working at this stage. So it does look like there is a problem with the live timing at the moment. And I'm sure the guys are busy trying to sort that out as quickly as possible. So we've got no live timing at this stage, unfortunately. So we'll just have to wait and see. The commentators will then relay exactly where the guys are qualifying when it comes to clubmans. And then we've got GTI Challenge that will be going out shortly now. GTI Challenge again, a bit of a shake-up in GTI Challenges here. Not that many Class A cars, and I never wish that on any series, but what's happened is the Class A cars have become very, very expensive to run, and now all of a sudden there's a massive resurgence in Class B. You've got.
So what's the reason behind it being so much more expensive to run? Is it the specific rules that have changed, specific tires,
because
anything?
Because
just
motorsport.
Generally, is it the car, the type of car?
The evolution of how things go in racing, it's so obvious and predictable. Same with like touring cars is the template for how it. That's why we say to those cars, we refer to those cars as they become like touring cars.
Yeah.
And those that know understand what that means. And to explain that. When touring cars was running back in the day, it was never an affordable series, but there were some sort of certain cost caps on. There was sort of maybe a gentleman's agreement between everybody. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. Then Sir Frank Williams, bless, may he rest in peace, got involved with the Williams Renault team, and they brought Lagunas there. Now you've got proper Formula One engineers working there.
Oh, wow.
So nothing else has changed other than your friend, that's a Formula One engineer, is now working on the car. So that means I need to get an F1 engineer as well, because I can't compete with that guy.
Yeah.
You're paying him a massive salary, or he's already on the books. Mr. Jonas, he's our chairman waving over there. He's already on the books, so now all of a sudden, to compete, one has to get an F1 engineer. Then you're running brand new tires every single heat.
Yes.
I'm running brand new tires every third heat, but
Okay.
I can't compete with someone. And then it goes on and on and on. And it's such a predictable outcome in motorsport, and motorsport organizers always have to try and corral that, and they do. But over years and years and years, things just kind of get more and more and more out of control. And now all of a sudden, also parts pricing going up.
Yeah.
3 years ago, you're supposed to use the Ferrado DS pad, for example. And now all of a sudden, 3 years later, the Ferrado DS pad is now gone up by 3,000 Rand. The speed on the laps have gone up as well, and now those pads way faster. And now instead of spending 3,000 Rand a lap, or at least a weekend on pads, you're now spending 6,000 on pads.
Crazy.
It goes up and up and up. So now Class B and Class C is a lot more popular, and now they're heading out, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Class B and Class C has to bring in the coming months.
No, I think that's why the sponsors are so important to keep racing alive. Like, we need the sponsors, we need the spectators, all of the three, your three things. So yeah, speaking of sponsors, there we go.
There we go. We got CRA, we got Odyssey, myself, and of course Team Fury. And then I'm also working with the guys at Cape Route Rally over the coming months as well. So
nice.
So there's a lot happening.
Absolutely amazing avenues for marketing. So any companies out there that want to get involved in racing, get your branding out here. It is a good, amazing avenue for marketing your company.
Indeed.
So reach out to any drivers that you see, contact Killarney, whoever you happen to fall upon.
So I was speaking of going to race. I'm going to go race the CRA car now.
Yes, you do.
So I'm going to go. I'm going to say goodbye.
Woosah.
Yes.
Thank you, Ernest.
again.
See you later.
I'm chasing a hurricane, and it feels just like
We are back. Jason, thank you for joining me. Ernest just deserted me here to go and get prepped for the racing. Understandable.
Left you to go race a race car, which is fair.
It is fair. It is fair.
Good morning, everybody, and so awesome to be back. So awesome to be around some racing. Killarney International Raceway is absolutely buzzing this morning. It's going to be a good day.
It really is. I'm surprised at the energy so early in the morning. And I think it's just because it's a good day. It's the first race of the season. No one wants to miss the first race of the season. So once again, before we talk about some sports and GT, huge shout out to our sponsors, Lion Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM. Thank you for making this possible, for allowing us to sit here and have all of this racing happen at Killarney for the Power Series. 2026 off to a bang. So, sports and GT, what's happening, Jason? You need to tell us.
So much is happening right now. It's a good, solid field this weekend. So in sports and GT, we've got a couple of new cars which have entered the fray. And those new cars happen to be right up front. So not a new name, W Bear, who's been a stalwart.
We know him. We know him.
Know him very well, but he has acquired a new car. Right, so
I'm curious because the names I've had to remember that they were made up names for beasts of cars. So I'm curious, what has he concocted this time?
Okay, so towards the end of last year, he acquired a Nova Proto NPO2, which is in essence a prototype car. It's the kind of car that we use in Le Mans series.
Okay.
It's an LMP car. It's an insanely quick car, but over and above how well the car drives and how capable it is, it just looks so very sexy. So I don't know if you've seen the pictures online.
You've been taking some sexy pictures and posting them, so yes, I've seen them.
It's one of those cars where you can't not take a whole bunch of photos. So what he's done was, the car used to be a combination of yellow, red and black with branding on it. What he's done is he's removed all the branding. He's now gone what they call naked carbon, because it is a full carbon fiber car. All of it, and then they just put over
built for speed, not for comfort.
Absolutely, built for speed. And he's then got the only other color on that car is gold, but he's done it like an homage to the old JPS livery, you know, the JPS Formula 1 area. It sort of looks like that, and it's sort of running his branding. So the car was out yesterday. It's been out several times for practice. Yesterday was qualifying for sports and GT, and he just put that entire field on notice.
Wow.
It's like, I'm here, got out into the front and just held a convincing lead all the way through, almost 2 seconds faster than car number 2.
Wow.
In qualifying, his fastest lap was a 1 minute 8 seconds .9.
1 minute 8.
1 minute 8. That is insane.
That's faster than his other cars have ever done.
Oh yeah.
Yes, yeah. I'm sure he was averaging around a 110, 111.
Remember the car that he had before was the Lotari.
Yes.
Which was the Lotus with the Ferrari engine in it.
Okay.
That was one of the cars that he campaigned here. He's now, it looks as though he's going to make this car his car for the season. And there was some conversion to the car. And when I say conversion, nothing crazy. Those Nova Protos run a 5-liter engine.
Okay, I was just about to ask you, give me the engine specs, because Nova Proton, like, you got to tell me a car brand that I usually know and understand, and to have an understanding of the engine. But for those of you like me that don't know, tell us about the engine specifically.
In essence, it runs a V8 Ford engine.
Okay.
Right? It's a 5-liter, makes big noises, right?
Lovely.
But because those cars are made for endurance, well, not made, but they spend a lot of their time in endurance races, that means, okay, so this car needs to go and it needs to not stop for the next 8-9 hours.
Okay, wow.
Right? That's usually how they make those cars. However, now you're at sports and GT, you're at Killarney, it's a much smaller track than an endurance series track, and you'd need to do 8 laps. So you've got maybe a 10-minute stint in the car. So they change setup slightly so that it suits this track more, and it suits that for a form of sprint racing a little bit more. So although it looks all the same, it works the same, they have tuned it a little bit to suit this track a little bit better.
Awesome. Well, I just want to get to the qualifying results, but just before we do, obviously we know the GTI Challenge guys are out at the moment. We are still not functioning with our live timing here, so we hope that you can see it on the screen. If not, I'm sure the commentators will give you a bit of a wrap-up of what happened once we hand over to them, because they are the eyes in the sky, so they can actually see what's happening live right there. But speaking of qualifying, so the sports and GT we were just talking about, how did they do yesterday, besides Mr. Jarvie with his 110?
Okay, so...
1.8, sorry.
1.8.
Wait, 1.8. Can't get it wrong. It's at 2 minutes makes a huge difference.
2 seconds.
2 seconds.
2 minutes makes a world of difference.
I'm not on painkillers at all, guys. No.
Okay, so just a quick runner. We've got Davio Bay up in front with a 108.9. He's in the Nova Proto. And just behind him, the one that's the other car that's got the capability of catching him could be Gary Kisveta in he's got the Ginetta. Similar kind of car, sort of the difference between a Nissan and an Opel.
Yeah.
You know, they both do similar things, but different manufacturers.
I love that racing team, by the way, that APT team. They are absolutely, they're just a ball of fun.
A massive vibe all the time.
Absolutely. They're always making jokes with me. Every time I pass by, every time I want to take a photo, then they want to charge me a fee. Every time I look at the car, they want to charge me. But all in jest, all in jest.
All a bunch of good guys. So Gary Kisveta, they were out of the car yesterday in the Ginetta. Gary's on 110s at the moment. I did an interview with Gary yesterday, and he wants, because that car has got the track record. Gary Kisveta's car has got the track record. Troy Dolenchek set that record. I want to say it's 107s, but somewhere's around there, right? Okay. So we all know that that's what Davy is going to go for in his car, and that's what Gary wants to do in that car because he knows it's capable.
Oh, competition.
So he did the one at 110s yesterday. Then we've got Divan Wenzel, who's in the Porsche GT3 Cup car. He's campaigning the car this weekend on behalf of the owner. The owner, unfortunately, is having a back operation this weekend, so he can't drive the car, so Divan's driving the car for him. And Divan's done he's doing 115.9s. Then we've got Rob Franco in the Audi R8. This is sort of a newcomer. This is a car that we haven't really seen before, but he's out. And he's just behind Divan Wenzel doing 116s. Yanni Hatzi, excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. A little bit of a frog in my throat. Yanni Hatzi, he's got the Nissan S14. He's doing also 116.7s. Wayne Hoffman in the Porsche, he's got a 991.1. GT3 car doing 116s. Martin Pugh in that Shelby Can-Am has got 119s. Andre Steenkamp in the Nardini is doing 121s. Simeon Penev, also another Nissan, it's a 350Z, turbocharged Nissan 350Z. That car is doing 123.9s. Eric Solomon, a stalwart, been here forever, driving that beautiful little Alfa, that flat green car.
Yes.
That runs around. He's doing 125.6 around the track. Marius Fourie ended off on 126. Thijs Volskink in that little bit of an Audi. He's doing 127s. We've got Henny Trollope 131s and Clive Smith in that Porsche doing 132. So it's going to be a good day.
Absolutely, absolutely. So speaking of good day, we have to go have a good day ourselves and go interview some people. And you've got some important video footage and things to go and do.
It's going to be a really busy day. There's the stock.
There he comes.
Watch Killarney's page for the stock. So yes, we are going to wrap up. It's going to be a good day's of racing. Stay tuned to the live stream. Shout out to our sponsors.
Yes, definitely. Lion Property Management and Smile 90.4 FM. Thank you for making this possible. From myself and Jason, we are going to hand back over to the commentators. They can intro to 2026 Power Series. Here we go.
Let's go.
So that shot that's there now, you can move that camera slightly to the left. And then, yeah, I suppose you can zoom in a bit on that one. That will make a big difference. You can go down main stairs, outside stairs, wherever you like. I don't know why they're heading over to us now. There's still one.
I like it when you move it, so tell me how you do it. Moving through the beat, grab a kick and let
bit better.
Gary, can you just stop moving the camera, please?
Okay. What about this? Okay, y'all. Can you hear me? Okay, that's 100%. Can Killarney hear us on this one?
It's push to talk, it toggles rather than hold it down, so you're on mute and then you press it, it'll go on to talk all the time.
Yeah, well, I don't want it on talk all the time because it's going to upset what they're doing that side.
Yeah.
Okay, can I do a test around the circuit? Killarney, can I run through the cameras?
In 10 seconds time, I'm just resetting to 4 cameras.
Now, if you can get that turn 4 going, I would have done it.
Okay, you can run through the cameras.
Mr. Sean Tubes. Tubus. Just take the problem, but also you can see what that shot looks like. Or is
Well, folks, good morning to you, one and all, and welcome to Killarney International Raceway, round number 1 of the regional series. And it's going to be a humdinger. There is no doubt about it. We've got some fantastic racing lined up for you today. We're busy with the last of the qualifying sessions for today. And, well, we've got all the classes out there, 10 classes, just one class that is not taking part today. And that is the V8 Masters. They're the only class that did not have enough entries for today, as numerous of the drivers are doing duty overseas, and hence the situation that we have, that they did not have enough cars out there.
We don't have enough volume. Nothing.
Another thing is, I don't know if it's come across the live stream, so if we just double check. Yeah, but we have to set it here first for the track, and they can then set the volume to the stream.
Okay, we're just checking here what's what, because we got to turn up the volume around the circuit.
Just head on now, and here in the background, so I don't know if there's another
Right, so for the folks that have just joined us, welcome to Killarney International Raceway. I think it's going to be a great day's racing, and we've got the qualifying for the Pirelli Seal Pro Wine and Superbikes SBK Challenge, the 600. And, well, it looks like Tristan Pinar is the quickest man out there, 1 minute 11. That's pretty much low flying. Malcolm Rapson from Dion Ebel, that's in the Masters Series, from Mark van der Berg. It's also in the Masters Series. And then Eden Haynes, Zander Talyard, Connie Boertes has put up a time as well, a 1:18 from Jean van Dijk, and then Daniel Frost. And it's nice to see that AJ Fainter will be out there as well.
Circuit, but we're not sure what we can touch on the board. Can one of us come up here? Settings for the live stream around the circuit. Yeah, well. Okay, hold on a second. The sound is very low. I've turned it up on the black box, but I don't want to come. You want to come and have a look, because we got the records right for the live stream, but around the circuit is very, very soft. I've pumped it up quite a bit, and it has really we must check on the board. We need to get more from the board into the box, but I don't want to climb up. Yeah, Stephen, your sound is at the same time. Your levels is fine, but it's not coming from the board into that box. Around the circuit. Steve is going to come up here quickly.
where this mic is plugged in because you should have had color codes on here.
First one. So we'll make.
Okay, so leave this one black.
Okay.
Okay, so we know this one. How far left is black?
Alright, no, we're trying to sort out the microphones correctly.
That's number two. Number two can be yellow.
Put yellow. Put yellow for number 2.
I mean, I was going to do going grab one.
I was going to go with the
I'm not sure, it's normally Shane that switches on and off all the time.
I want to look at these ones. I want to listen here.
Okay, because there's 2 meters coming to here.
Yes, I just want to check. What's that?
We need a stronger signal to come to here.
Yeah, so
There's no Douglas, it's only the mute buttons.
I said there's no. Okay. All right, that's okay. So I'm on. I'm happy with that. That should not be on 48 volts.
Gary, come on, Gary.
Yep, yeah. You shouldn't be able to hear us. We'll check it out now with Stephen.
No, I took it off mute, so they would have heard me for a moment.
Is it coming out now still because it's all on mute right now? Is there anything coming out now because it's on mute now?
Happy with that. There's no ways it's coming through. You can stay
Is
off.
there any sound coming through now because it's all muted at the moment? Okay, so is it quiet now? With them all muted, there's nothing coming through. Okay, hold on a sec. They're still hearing us even though it's muted.
You can listen to the conversation, but you can hear you again.
just listening. Yeah, I'm just like sounding things out. There is another way of doing it, but the thing is, it's risky because it means like if we just, you know, volume. So let me try it just as a test. Pull this. Testing 1, 2. Testing.
One, two. Well, good morning, everybody. That's out here at Killarney. For the folks that are at home watching the production, well, it is 2026, and it is the start of a brand new motor racing season at Killarney International Raceway, the Lime Property Management Power Series, powered by Western Province Motor Club and Smile 90.4 FM. The opening race of the day will be in the Cadiz BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, and joining me Mike's side is JT Hibben for the very first race of 2026 on the main circuit. Jordan, good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day to all of those watching us on the IMUSAT Sport live stream and everyone here this morning at Killarney International Raceway here in Cape Town for round number 1. As we see the Cadiz BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series head out for their first race of the day and the overall first race of the day. Very, very happy to be back here at Killarney for the start of the season. It feels like it's been forever since we were racing, but we're back once again. Joining us upstairs, of course, as always, Frank Eunice, Mike's side with me, Gary Fleming on the mics and the cameras as well, and our, how can we introduce this? Our newest member, David Christie, now very synonymous to the Scottish commentary side of things, now down a permanent resident in Cape Town, and lots of things to be done upstairs here for the Power Series and for Killarney this year. But we watch as the Cadiz BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series heads out onto the circuit. They'll do their warm-up laps. The track is still quite cold. Obviously, there is quite a bit of mist and cloud covering this southern hemisphere before we get underway in racing for 8 racing laps.
Well, the car's out on the track and they're busy working their way around, and they will very soon come into position. Marco Retta is already on that, or should I say Nyan de Toy, is already on that pole position with his BM. As he pulls that number 20 car in pole position, Baby Jakes pulls up there, the executive decisions, BMW in that second pole. That is the 42 car that is there on pole position. And your second pole, here comes Dexter Bruce and Ernest Page, and they will lock out the third row, should I say the second row of the grid in P3 and 4.
Yep, Ernest Page, last year's overall BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series champion. That's why currently sits with the number 19. But we had all the different class champions from S all the way down to F last year, and a couple of the guys joining us for another season. Unfortunately, F-class champion Shane Boscombe had an issue yesterday, and he won't be in this race. They've got a motor to rework for the next round, but he'll definitely be back and strong. And a couple more names back out on the grid, as we like to see. Connor Kilbride back once again in the Spirit Invest, or Spirit Racing BMW E36. If I look to the back of the grid, we also see a young man by the name of Kai van Zyl. His father, Aldrin van Zyl, very synonymous to GTI Challenge for many, many years. And now the son is back. He also raced GTI Challenge for quite some time and karting, but he's back in his brand new BMW 1 Series, the E82, for this first round of the Power Series.
Now notice Cobus de Kock is also out there on the grid. A very strange color scheme, more of a creamy color, and I don't recall seeing a race car in that colors before, but you've got to be different sometimes to be able to stand out. Yeah, talking about Kai van Zyl, he's did GTI Challenge, the Clubman's BMW Series. His father used to race GTI Challenge as well. Kai, as Geordie said, a seasoned karter as well at Western Province Karting, so the young man has been around the block when it comes to motorsport. So the cars roll off the line. The safety car is really making its way out of turn 1, out of Blockwain corner, and heading down the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Frankie, it's weird to say the least to be back at what we could call our home ground, but upstairs in the sky, 5 floors up from the rest of the circuit, watching from the sky, so to speak. But we are back after what is 3 months since early December, and we are ready to go racing. Let me just talk a little bit about KD's, the now BMW Car Club of Cape Town Series sponsor. They are a asset management company, fund managing, that specializes in fixed incomes and investments. It was actually acquired by Spirit Investments in 2018, and obviously Spirit Investment was the previous sponsor for Sports and GT last year, and they of course work with personal and institutional investments to give you the very best. So very welcome on board to Katie's for sponsoring BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series this year, and we are very excited to be speaking more about them throughout this season.
Well, if everybody's out there, there's supposed to be 24 BMWs out there. The KD's Asset Management BMW Series from the BMW Car Club Cape Town. And there are lots of them as they work their way down the Killarney Straight, the back straight known as the Killarney Straight, towards turn 5. That's Pertamina Fostron, heading towards T5. What a lovely group of BMWs working their way down into a Fostron corner. Safety car will peel off. They will make their way to the City of Cape Town Bridge, and then the lights will be off for 8 laps of action.
Yep, if you look at the majority of the cars out on the circuit, it's more like a E36 race series than anything else, as there are dozens of E36s out there, mixed up with a couple of 1 Series and E46s. But we wait. Mark Aretta will set the pace before the red light comes on. And the red light goes off for the first race of 2026 Power Series racing season as we head down into Block Coin Corner, turn number 1.
Yeah, watch out there for Baby Jakes and for Dexter Bruce. They're sitting in that 2nd and 3rd position. Ernest Page is also in that fight as well as they head out of turn number 1, out of Block Coin Corner. Then behind them is a 77. That is Cobus de Kock as they work their way along the Joubert Straight towards turn 2, Castrol Corner.
Into Castrol they go now. Now the top 3, in fact, I say 2nd, 3rd, 4th, now 5th, Cobus de Kock. They're sitting in that 5th spot. Connor Kilbride up the inside as we watch them come down towards us. Now look at Mark Aretta, the MDR Racing man, and the man behind PPE, Process Precision Engineering, that is way out in the lead at the moment, holding a very good line on his own.
Right, working their way through Damstep, out of turn 3 Damstep, working their way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4, Sarl Sweep. Out of Sarl, also known as Malmesbury Sweep, but of course it's Sarl Sweep. Down the back straight they go. The leaders are heading into turn 5, into Pertamina Fostron, and it's Neander Toy that leads him up there. There's a lovely fight between Dexter Bruce and Baby Jakes, and right behind them is the 19 of Ernest Page.
And I see a car on the outside of the circuit, so there was a yellow flag, and that seemed to have been before the race even got going. As we watch them come down towards, it looks like a wheel has come off the car. I'm just hearing from David with the radio as they go down into Block Coin Corner once again. And I may have lied, it does seem like Neander Toy in that car at the minute, instead of Mark Aretta, as they go through Block Coin now and they head out down the Joubert Straight.
Right, as we watch the cars go through, but we've got to pick up this fight that is heading towards the kink, the Lundstem kink. Those 2 BMWs, there is a replay of that BM that had troubles on the exit of turn 5 Fostron.
We watch them go down into Damstep, the lowest point of the circuit, where in the winter season most of the water gathers. And look at that, guys going side by side already down through the kink. As once again, as you said, Frankie, that replay shows one of the back runners before the race even began. As down the Killarney Straight we go towards Pertamina Fostron. And Frankie, look at this battle for 2nd and 3rd.
That's 2nd, 3rd and 4th. That's heading into it, Pertamina Fostron. That is Dexter Bruce. That is ahead there of Baby Jakes. Then he's got Ernest Page in the 19 car just behind him. Then it's Dylan Joubert that is coming through. Dylan Joubert is, of course, the reigning Clubman's champion. Then it's Connor Kilbride in that fight. And just ahead of him there is Cobus de Kock. Zach Leyden is also in that fight as they race down the Porsche Club Straight towards turn 1 Block Coin.
Under the City of Cape Town Bridge, we see them go down towards us and past us. Now down into Block Coin once again. There you see Kilbride. There's Leyden. Incredible stuff from that young man as well, Zach Leyden, and the Incledon team with his dad, Mark, as well. As Cobus de Kock slowing right down in that 77, that very not peachy, say, but salmonish kind of color-looking BMW. He's slowing right down as they go down into turn number 2, Castrol.
Right, there's 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th going through. That's Dexter Bruce, Jacobs, Page and Joubert. Connor Kilbride also coming through as well. Zach Leyden, and then it's Swanepoel Bench. They're all in that fight as they work their way into Damps.
Down through Damps they go, and that red, black and yellow car looks to be that driven by Valen Volsking, a new car to the stable. Himself and his dad, Thijs, racing brilliant machines. And now down the Killarney Straight they go. There's a battle between Arnu Michaels as well as Mark Gray as they head down towards the final corner, Pertamina Fostron. Still quite grey in the air. With 5 laps left to go, we jump back to the lead.
Neandertoy, well, he's got a sizable lead. See, 8 seconds on the fight here between Dexter Bruce and Jacobs as they work their way out. That's Baby Jakes. Neandertoy is the quickest man out there with a 120.587 as the rest of the field work their way through block 1 corner.
We also need to give a little bit of a mention, I have to Seth Griffin-Wintle, or GW as we like to call him. Getting a little bit snappy as I say that through block 1 corner. He's rocketed up from the back end of the grid in that Turbo E36, and he's making waves all the way up now towards the top 10 as we look back to this battle for second position, the second spot on the podium. But not only that, the first spot in Class D. That's the battle for Class D at the moment.
Yeah, that's Bruce and Jacobs. Right behind them is Ernest Page, and he has been closed up there by Dylan Hubert. Dylan Hubert is right on his case. Then it's Connor Kilbride. Then it's Valen Volskenk. Zach Lehner coming into view as well. Then it is Sebastian Swanepoel as the field works its way into Sarl Sweep.
Yep. We also see Mia Bench in there. The first time we've seen Mia back in quite some time, and it looks to be the only lady racer out there on the circuit doing what she does best. She sits inside the top 10. Into the final corner we go once again. 2 champions in their own right. Dylan Joubert and Ernest Page now running out of the final corner with Valen Volskenk in that E46 just behind them, trailing them down, as well as Connor Kilbride as they exit Pertamina Foster and go down the Killarney straight once again.
As this whole field comes out there, that is Leyden, Bench, Griffin Wilton, Tubis, Gray, they're all in this fight. That is racing down the Porsche Club straight, the main straight, into turn number 1, block 1 corner.
A few more names. We can also mention the likes of Tierbus. We've got Michaels, Williams, Hayes Salmon as well in the E46 330i. Chris Fersch, the Swiss, who's down once again to start the season off. Toy, Prince, Jonkent, and De Kock. That very pale looking E36 has managed to come into the pits, I believe, as we look down towards this battle for second place once again. And look at that, Valen Volskenk has managed in the background to get past those two, Joubert and Page, and Dylan Joubert has managed to get past Page as well, coming into turn 4.
I'll notice Ernest Page, sadly for Ernie, is going backwards in this one. I hope he hasn't got a problem out there because he's losing ground. He's losing ground to the 2 cars ahead of him as we watch second and third. The leader's on his way into turn number 1, block 1, but this is his fight for second position between the likes of Baby Jakes and Dexter Bruce. Jakes is now ahead of Dex as they come out there, and they are going to come around and start another lap. 3 more laps to go as they come through, heading into block 1 corner.
Yep, there goes Volskenk, Joubert, Page will run on through the list of drivers as they come towards your camera screen and towards us past the commentary box. There's Kilbride, there's Griffin-Wintle, just behind a battle between these two. That is Leyden as well as Swanepoel. There's Swanepoel just behind. There's Tierbus. There is Bench and Lloyd Brady in the E90 with Arno Michaels just behind.
Arno Michaels coming through as well, and then behind him is Williams as he sits out there in that 16th position. Does Williams as we watch them slide out of turn 4, out of Sarl Sweep onto the Killarney straight. The leaders, I'm trying to pick up where the leader's heading into turn 5 right now, into a Pertamina Fostron. And that fight is still going crazy behind him between Dexter Bruce and Baby Jakes.
If we watch your leader, Neandertoy, head out of turn number 5, Pertamina Fostron. And we'll just wait a little bit longer back for this battle. And look at this, left in the dust now is Dexter Bruce, as Baby Jakes, who wasn't able to complete most of the season last year due to work. He's back once again, and Valen Volskenk in the Turbo E46 is right on his case, gets side by side, and down he goes through turn 5A and down the Porsche straight, taking that position away.
Yeah, and the 2 of them are leaving Dex behind. Dex is losing ground. Dex is going to be caught there by Dylan Joubert, and Ernest Page is losing tons of ground as he heads into turn 1, block 1.
And look at this, back into Pertamina Fostron. There we've got Tierbus. There we have Swanepoel. Bench, just behind him is Lloyd Brady. They're in brand new colors than last year being his opening season in that Skildkreuter Racing BMW E90 as they go down into Blockcoin corner once again, and Zach Leyden pulling just ever so slightly ahead of this group of 3, now almost 4, heading through Blockcoin.
Now that's Tubis, Swanepoel and Bench, and Zach Leyden is getting away. Zach Leyden is getting away. We'll try and pick up the front runners for you as we watch this group come through. Turn 4, that is Forskenk coming through, Baby Jake's coming through. Behind him is Dexter Bruce, and Dylan Jabir has now also got his nose ahead there of an ailing Ernest Page.
We watch them go through the fastest corner in the Western Cape. The double right hand of Sarl sweep as they head down towards Pertamina Fostron. Extremely quick speeds down towards the final corner, and as you said, Baby Jakes and Dexter Bruce opening up the gap between themselves and the gap between themselves and Dylan Jabir as Vaden Volskamp comes by in those Bavarian colors of black, yellow and red. But now we look a little bit further behind. There's another back marker with Page coming through. Just behind Page is Kilbride, and Seth Griffin-Wintle splits the two cars right up the middle as we jump down into turn number 4 and we watch for the leader.
I'll tell you what, we can't see off screen. There's lots of dust looking out the back window in turn 4 saddle sweep. So somebody might have put wheels on the dirt. This is the last lap. This is the flag lap as they head.
We're looking for, we see something, the exit of 5. There, Mia Bench is around, Frankie, on your screen. Mia Bench has spun it on the exit of Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, there's double yellows going into Fostron, yes.
It slowed up a couple of things, but she's pulled to the infield now, and she's not going much further. As there we see the leader, Neandertoy, coming out of the final corner.
That's your race leader heading towards a checkered flag, and he is light years ahead of second place man. And into P1, crossing the line first, Neandertoy. Couple of back markers coming through as we wait for this fight raging on. Well, Volskenk has gone up to second. Here he comes towards a checkered flag. Wow. And it is Volskenk that comes home. Waylon Volskenk will finish in that second position.
Brilliant finish for him as Baby Jakes brings it home in third, first in class, ahead of Dexter Bruce and Dylan Jabir. That's your 1, 2, and 3 in Class D. Then Ernest Page will come home in a 6th position ahead of a very quick Seth Griffin-Wintle and Connor Kilbride as well to finish out your top 8. With still some fighting coming out of the final corners, we still see that stricken Mia Bench Eve 36.
Yeah, Mark Gray will cross the line, and Zach Leyden will finish as well. Sean Tubis is just behind Leyden across the line. Lloyd Brady and Sebastian Swanepoel. That's the first 13 cars across the line. Arno Michaels is still involved in his own little fight there, and that is with Shane Williams, as the two of them are virtually side by side across the line, and it is Williams that gets to the line 200ths of a second ahead of Michaels.
Chris Firsch brings that home in 16th as well, ahead of Jacques de Toy. The first time he's been back in quite some time as well is Jacques.
Nice to see Shane Williams out in the BMW class. Normally we find him in GTI Challenge Class A. But yeah, having fun today in the BMW. Is that Zach Leyden that's pulling off there on the oval?
Yep, him and Seth Griffin-Wintle on the inside of the oval, just on the exit of turn number 2. Castrol corner. We saw Jacques Prince from our side. We can see Jacques Prince on the inside. All three of them are there, yeah. But Jacques Prince has been stricken there for a couple of laps now, so I'm wondering why Griffin-Wintle and Leyden now sitting on the inside of turn number 2's oval as well.
Well, that was race number 1, the Cadiz Asset Management BMW Car Club Cape Town Series, race number 1 in the bag.
Well, now I bring in a very special individual upstairs. Also, we must just mention and wish a very good day to Francois Butler as well. He is not here in the commentary box today, but he's also having a nice weekend of his own at motocross at Zone 7. So we wish him the best today in the conditions. They look to be good, they look to be getting warmer. But beside me now is I suppose you could call it northerner. But welcome to the WPMC commentary team, David Christie.
Hello. You guys have got to stop it with these majestic introductions. You're building me up far too much here. But good morning, JT. It's an amazing day that we've had already. We've had qualifying, the BMWs out there just now, and yeah, I'm getting my teeth stuck in. You're going to be showing me the way with the Pirelli STC 650s and the SSP 300 motorcycles. So yeah, that was a bit of chaos in the BMWs there.
Absolutely, and what a way to start the day. It's always nice to start the day relaxed, but when it's a new season, the first round and even the first race of the year, a little bit of chaos really gets you on your toes. And I feel like, you know, I feel like a young child that's just realized that the closest shopping center down the road has a brand new toy store.
JT, I'm 42 years old and I still feel like an 8-year-old, so that feeling never ever goes away, so don't worry about it. But yeah, like, for anybody this is their first event of the season or first event in general, yeah, that's a baptism of fire, is it? You know, the chaos is there, but for anyone that's brand new, I can tell you from being on the track myself, the adrenaline is going, but the fear is going, and the absolute nerves that build up inside you in front of your first race of the season. It's a wild one, especially for the bikes out there as well. A lot of returning names out there this season in both of the classes, because like many of the other bike races here, JT, of course, this is two classes that we have rolled into one. We've got the Super Twins and the Super Sports out there as well today.
Absolutely, and it is one of those classes that you see internationally as well, the likes of the Super Sports that race overseas in Europe and that follow along with the World Superbike Series, and the Power Sport class as well. This used to be the Power Sport class back in the day, a couple of years ago, and we've moved it over to Super Twin Cup and Super Sport now. But yeah, one thing that I do love personally is multi-class racing. I mean, as someone that has always preferred endurance racing and multi-class racing over what everyone considers the top flight of or the top tier of motorsport being F1 or MotoGP, multi-class racing is just some of the finest racing you can get, not only for the guys in the top class that have to fend their way through the slower class, but the slower class that is still trying just as hard to keep up with the top end class at the front of the field.
Yeah, and I think them being out on circuit together is such a great idea, because as we've seen from motorcycle racing all across the world, it is just one big family. You know, bike racing is bike racing, but you'll find a lot of the guys and girls from the 300s will then maybe graduate up to either the 650s, or maybe they'll go into the 600s, the Superbike Challenge, or the Pirelli Superbikes, which we'll see a little bit later on this morning as well. So one class that we don't have out there that I'm used to seeing is and I absolutely love, is the little 125s. They are just immense racing, but yeah, it's going to be an awesome field that's out there. I think we've got about 15 bikes on the entry list, of course, as always. That'll result in about 10 bikes actually going out there on the track. I think we've got 11 out there, but JT, as unfortunately I've got to say this, and I feel weird saying this, but as the old hand here, what can somebody as brand new to this expect from this class, or from these classes?
Well, if we just look at the timing sheet, we look to what is going to be the grid position for this first race, and it's Slade Funnikek, the wild child. Now, as someone like yourself that hasn't quite accompanied yourself to the names and the faces and the history here at Killarney International Raceway, Slade is quite a young, not specialty rider I'd call it, but a fun fact about him is he's won a championship in every class he's ever raced in, and he's been racing for about 12 years, so he's won about 14 championships in the Western Province. But he last won the championship, I believe it was in 2023, before moving, as you said, over to the Superbikes class, starting in 600 and then up to the top class of Superbikes on a ZX10 1000cc, and he won the Western Province championship last year. So he's back once again, and he's popped into the 19s. He said he wanted to go below the 20s in the new season, and he's done just that. So Max Munton sits in that second spot, just ahead of Adrian Solomon. Two also very, very competitive riders. We have no Nicholas Hutchings, who won the Super Twin Cup 650 championship last year. Max Munton, a formidable short circuit rider as well, winning the championship 2 years ago, as well as maybe even 3 now. It's been quite some time. Adrian Solomon, the 300s champion from 2024. Also stepping up to the 650 class. Abigail Bosson, also a fierce contender. Abigail, an incredibly talented young lady racing here at Killarney. She's had the opportunity to go race in Spain at Jerez, as well as at Imola in San Marino, on very, very similar bikes to what she used to be riding, the Yamaha R3, now stepping up to the top class in this series, the Super Twin Cup 650.
And just touching on those different classes, of course, the STC 650s, that's your twin-cylinder four-stroke bike. So that's, you know, things like your Kawasaki Ninja 650, your R7 Yamaha, and your Suzuki SV 650. And then with the Super Sport 300s, that's going to be like your KTM RC 390. I think we've got one of them on track just now, and a couple of Kawasaki Ninja 400s. But the Yamaha R3 also eligible for that class as well. But bikes getting ready then for the first grid start of the year here, Jordan. And again, this is where the nerves start to build. This is where all your preparation comes in. And for a lot of these riders, this is where fun time begins as well.
Yep, besides the nerves, everyone has nerves, but it's always the fun factor and the adrenaline that will forever outweigh any fear that you can't justify being away from the circuit like we are upstairs. Watching it from the top is quite literally the complete opposite to what it feels like down on the circuit. We've got James Late, as well as Bradley Mustoe and Cody Redlingace, that are in the Super Sport 300s class. James Late incredibly quick on that Kawasaki 400. Bradley Mustoe on his KTM 390, also very fierce on that 888 Motorcycles number 7. And Cody Redlingace, of course, the lady racer, also very quick on the 87. As the lights go on, we wait for them. There they go, on, they're off, and underway we go for the first race of the season. Down towards Block Coin Corner we go.
Here we go then. It's a great start for Slade van Niekerk, the number 96. Straight slots the bike into the lead, into turn 1 as they turn through that left-hander. Pretty much single file as they make their way through. We've got a couple of challenges further down the field. I think that's actually James Light making a move on Franco Flash as well as we come up to turn 2 then. And again, a lot of this just calming themselves down, getting themselves through these early couple of corners here and take the opportunities when they can.
Absolutely. They always say you can't win a race in the first corner, but it sure as hell can help you on the first and opening lap. As down into Dam's Dip we go. We see Slade pulling away from Max Munton and Adrian Solomon at the moment. Abigail Bosson being on the case as we watch the rest of the field come through. Down through Dam's we go. James Late and Bradley Mustoe fighting it out already in the Super Sport 300s class as they go down towards the Sarl sweep now and down the Killarney back straight. But look at that, second, third and fourth all in a line. Slipstream City down towards the final corner for the first lap.
3 wide almost as they come into Cape Town corner for the first time of asking, down into turn 5. They roll the bikes in using the banking to pull themselves through. They'll then turn themselves up and off we go.
If we just look to the screen now and look at Slade van Niekerk pulling away already, and this battle between Max Munton and Abigail Bosson and Adrian Solomon, 3 wide as they cross the line down into Block Coin Corner. They go up the inside, goes Abigail Bosson on the 2 male counterparts of hers as Max Munton now sits on her case on the back wheel ahead of Adrian Solomon on that pool kick number 4 as they go out. And we watch the camera angle as they fly on down into the distance being Castro Corner, turn number 2, and Max Munton moves up into second once again.
Slade van Niekerk is absolutely grinning from ear to ear at this because because with those three of Max Munton, Abigail Bosson and Adrian Solomon fighting it out, he can just check out into the distance here as we see the bikes rolling through into turn 3 here. Again, this is what you want if you're Van Niekerk. You want the three behind you fighting away. You can just check out, do your own race, and then that's it.
Yep, to Slade at the minute, clean air. Battling behind, no stress of any sort. He is up and away as we watch down towards what was Pertamina Foster on Cape Town corner. It is called, and it has been called for the longest time, as you see Table Mountain in the background, well, amongst the trees and the clouds. Exiting out of the final corner they go. It's still Max Munter that has Abigail Bosson on his case. Adrian Solomon opening up that gap ever so slightly, but we'll run through the order as they come. Van Niekerk from Munton, Bosson, Solomon. Then Lance Jonas back on the bike once again. He is just ahead of Hilton Redlinghuis on the 34. That's 650 for 87 Racing, with his daughter racing the 300 as well as we go through into block coin once again.
Yep, we're just watching, that's the number 34 there of Hilton Redlinghuis, who is making his way through turn 1 just now then. That's down in 6th position as well. As you can see, the bike's heading through. Just an update as well on the 300s as well. That's James Lloyd still in the lead of that class, but here we go. And again, you can see just how intense this battle is. We've got, what, about 6 laps left to go here. And all of these little battles just bubbling away in the background, Jordan.
Absolutely, and it happens all the time. We can only watch one thing at a time, but there's so much going on around the circuit as we see Lance Jonas very closely getting seared up. Behind him is Hilton Redlinghuis as they go down the Killarney straight. Once again, we jump back to the lead. Slade Van Niekerk on that Project 60 SA ZX10. I'm so used to calling it a ZX10. That is the ER6. That he exits out of the final corner, he checks over his shoulder, and look how far the 3 are behind him.
Oh my goodness, that is an absolute shadow if ever I saw one from Abigail Bosson as they're about to come through the main straight shortly. But that is Adrian Solomon, Lance Jonas in the background as well. In fact, Bosson goes across the line in 2nd place.
Yep, but Munton jumps back into that 2nd spot once again under the brakes. So now this is a fierce battle between these two as we look back to Jonas and Redlinghuis as well, going through block coin corner just behind them. A name that we haven't heard in quite some time and good history behind it. The man from the train station, fitness guru, training expert, Franco Flach, after an accident in 2023 in Castro Corner turn number 2, put him out of racing for quite some time, and in recovery, he is back once again on that 650. And he's doing a mighty fine job as we look back to the lead. Slade Van Niekerk leaning over to the right-hand side, getting his full body weight over, as on the 3 coming towards our picture. And it is still Munton from Bosson, from Solomon in your top 4.
Yeah, this is just an awesome, awesome race right now. The thing is with Bosson on that Project 60 South Africa Kawasaki ER650, looking so tight on that bike right now. We go down into the last couple of corners then. And again, there's just nothing to pick between them right now. As with 5 laps left to go, you almost think it's going to have to be, Jordan, a last lap dash, maybe coming out of that final corner. But here we go again then, side by side as they come across the line. It's the 14 and the 51. Bosson comes across the timing line first. There in 4th and 5th is Solomon and Jonas. And then 6th position, just going to be coming in shot in a couple of seconds. That is still going to be Hilton Redlinghuis.
But up the inside goes Hilton Redlinghuis to take that spot away from the chairman of the WMC, Lance Jonas. He takes that away up the inside like something or another up the inside into turn number 1.
That's a 10-second penalty, surely, from the...
As we go down towards Castro in the background, we see Slade Van Niekerk come towards us, and it's this battle as well for 2nd spot. A wide line from Max Munton, tucking up the inside, cutting the nose off Abigail Bosson that sits in that 3rd spot still, and the gap to the leader still opens up even more so, as well as the gap behind to Adrian Solomon in that 4th spot, as they lean through the double apex right-hander of Sorrel Sweep and down the Killarney back straight once again, with coming up on 3 laps to go.
As they come down that Killarney back straight there, down towards Cape Town corner here, you can see them still side by side, but they're lapping just 3/10 slower than the leader. So the pace is incredible from Boston and Munton right now. Unfortunately, Adrian Solomon's kind of been left and dropped off of this little fight here, but look at the fighting going on. Arm gestures, waving, anything. I think that Boston's going to need to get a fly swatter out there to keep Abigail Boston at bay there.
Like a horse in the whip, trying to get her to just push him that extra little bit further. But also, think about this. Adrian Solomon just seems to be too far away from those two ahead to get any sort of slipstream whatsoever, and that's what's keeping him at bay so far behind. But now we look, Hilton Redlinghurst and Lance Jonas, a good gap between them now as well, but still very, very close competition. As here, there goes Franco Flach on the number 5 in 7th spot overall, 16 seconds behind that 6th spot place man of Lance Jonas. Then we look to the 300s class, and currently it sits James Slade ahead of Ame Mostert in the 650s, and Bradley Musto trying to catch up to the current Supersport 300 leader, that is James Late.
Yeah, good to check in with them. But I also noticed last lap there, Slade van Niekerk doing 1:20.358. Fastest lap of the race and a second clear of everybody else as we come down the Killarney Straight down towards Cape Town corner with just 3 laps left to go here. And another move up the inside. That was very, very late on the brakes there, Jordan. And it is a bit of a tactic, isn't it? Just sort of late on the brakes, hold the bike up, but again, you lose so much speed coming out of that corner.
So there we see Slade van Niekerk now making his way past the first back marker, that being Cody Redlinghurst on the 87. Then comes Max Munton and Abigail Boston. The gap between them maybe a bike length as they break themselves up between the two coming into turn number 1, block point corner. Now Max and Abby need to get past Cody Redlinghurst. Around the outside goes Max, and he makes it clean towards the rumble strips, and Abigail Boston will do the same down the Joubert Straight. As well, Adrian Solomon, who you see in the background, is still quite some hefty distance behind 2nd and 3rd positions.
I was about to say that's the furthest apart they've been all through this race there, half a second, and possibly going to be extending up a little more as your race leader then goes down through 3 and 4, coming up to Sarel Sweep. And again, with them coming out of there, Van Niekerk now has a gap of nearly 3 seconds over Max Munton and Abigail Boston. They are just going toe-to-toe right now.
But look at this as well. After having to make their way around Cody Redlinghurst, we look to those two, 2nd and 3rd, Munton and Boston, for Sunscan and Project 60 respectively. The gap has opened up between those two as well. We'll wait till they cross the line, because at the moment on our screens it says 0.444, which is 0.04 of a second, but it looks maybe just more than half a second between the two at the moment. This is the biggest gap we've seen between them since the start of the race. There's Adrian Solomon on that Paul King number 4, also just a little bit further behind than anything else, with a couple more guys coming around the final corner there. Down towards Block Point corner we go, and this is, David, the final lap.
What a final lap this is going to be, because Boston, you get the feeling it's just hunting, trying to get that gap right back down there. It was 0.4 of a second, but again, still so very, very close between the two of them. However, your race leader, Slade van Niekerk, has absolutely checked out of it. He is coming through into 4 just now. He'll be going through the Sarel Sweep onto the Killarney Straight for the final time, Jordan. What a masterclass from the 96.
Absolutely. His name is Wild Child, and he hasn't done anything quite wild at the minute. It's a little bit less wild than a 1000cc on the Super Twin Cup 650s, as there he trails himself down towards the last corner. But that's another thing I could sort of say. Jokes aside, but with a track all on his own, all to himself, you can say, as the kids say nowadays, he's quite locked in.
Oh, he absolutely is. Last lap round was a 1:20.5, still 0.7 of a second faster than anybody else on the circuit. It has been dominance personified from Slade van Niekerk as he takes the first race of 2026 for the Pirelli STC 650s. The 96 crossed the line, 2nd place for Max Munton, the number 14 from Abigail Boston in 3rd position. Adrian Solomon finishes in 4th. It's going to be Hilton Redlinghurst in 5th position in that number 34. And then Lance Jonas, our chairman, is going to be just behind. What a battle that was in 6th position.
As we watch for the rest of the field to come through, I'll bring up something in just a moment. There comes Cody Redlinghurst, 3rd spot in the 300s class. But look at our timing screen. David Christie, a purple on the final lap for Slade van Niekerk. He's done a 20.0, almost into the 19s at race pace as the train station man himself. Franco Flach off the distance a little bit to the rest of the field. I know you must be quite tired after his first race back here at Killarney in what is almost 3 years. As we watch the rest of the field come through, this is the 300s class still, and it will be Almay Master that gets past James Late in the 650s. James Late wins the 300s class on that Kawasaki 400 at the line, ahead of Bradley Musto on the KTM RC390 for AAA motorcycles. And just like that, we end the first two-wheel race of the day.
Whew. Wow, wow, wow. What a race that was. And again, this gives more plans for everyone, because now they know they need to get in front of Slade for the next race here. That's what's going to have to happen if anything's going to come of that. The other thing with it is that story you were telling me about Franco Flach in that number 5. I mean, that's something we're going to be talking about in depth through the course of the rest of the day here. But there we go. What a race. And that does it for our first two-wheel bike race of the day. Up next then is going to be the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT Cars.
All right, here we go with the third race of the day, the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT Cars, race number 1. They say over 8 laps. They normally do 10 laps, these guys. But let's have a look and see how many of these cars are out there. They've already begun to work their way out onto the circuit. Warwick Wealth Investment Specialists, Financial Planners and Wealth Management. The CEO is Mark Visser. The chairman is Ian Kilbride. And yeah, great to see that these guys are on board for the Sports and GT for 2026. We want to say thanks to all our sponsors from last year. Pertamina Fostron used to be our sponsor for Turn 5 Cape Town Corner, and we want to say big thanks to them for what they've done for us over the years. And Turn 5 goes back to its original name of Cape Town Corner. There are other sponsors coming aboard. Turn 3 Damstip will have a new sponsor in the not too distant future, hopefully by our second Power Sport or should I say Power Series event, which will be on the 7th of March. We will hope to have the new sponsor for Turn 3, Damstip, on board then. We'll give you some more information about that on that time. So, as the sports and GT cars, sponsored by Warwick Wealth, work their way down the back straight, there's a driver taking part today in the series. It hasn't raced this series before, I think. I know he's raced Clubmans, he's raced supercars and rallycross, and that's a young man by the name of Divan Wenzel. We'll see him out today in a Porsche. In the 48 Porsche, we'll see Divan Wenzel out there today, so it's going to be great to see Divan as the cars roll by. Thijs Volskenk going to be out there in a very quick machine. See, where did he qualify? Thijs Volskenk, well, down in P15 with a 127.549 for Thijs. That's that car rolling through turn 1, block 1 corner. You pick up on your screen there, just ahead of the chase vehicles, as the safety car leads them around. As the safety car leads them around, it is Davy Hubert and Gary Kieswetter. Now, the car that Kieswetter is driving, that car is the quickest car around. It was in the hands of Tristan de Nobrega. He did a 106 around Killarney, 106.3, 106.4, somewhere around there. And that was last year. And that is now the official lap record of Killarney International Raceway, as these cars work their way out of Damps, up the Tigerberg Straight, into Sarl Sweep. Oh, it was Troy Dolacek. Sorry, I said de Nobrega. My apologies. It was Troy Dolacek. It wasn't Tristan de Nobrega.
We actually had a close-up look at that car earlier on today, and wow, what a work of art that is. As they work their way down towards turn number 5. Got the whole crew that's coming through there.
Right, they work their way out of turn number 5, out of Cape Town corner. Davy Hubert, Gary Kieswetter on that front row of the grid. Second row is Divan Wenzel and Robert Franco. That's on that second and third. Then, what should I say, 3 and 4. Then it's Yanni Hatzi and Wayne Hoffman. That is on that third row. Pugh and Bakari, row 4. Steenkamp and Kilbride is in row 5. The red lights are on. The lights are off, and away we go. You can hear the thunderation as those Genettas power down into turn number 1, into block 1 corner. It is Davy Hubert and Gary Kieswetter. Roberto Franco sits there in that third position as they work their way along the Jabez Straight. You see them there in the back view. One of our cameras is not functioning properly, so you can, oh, that's Divan Wenzel that got spat out there to the outside, and Yanni Hatzi gets his nose ahead of Wenzel Gaza as they work their way through Lundstem Kink and into Damstip.
Yeah, we had a spinner going into turn number 2. Unfortunately, as we said, we don't have a camera shot of that one, but undoubtedly we'll try and pick it up on the replays as the field works their way through. The two Class S cars up front, David Joubert and Gary Kieswetter, working their way down the back main, and they are just blowing away from the rest of the pack right now.
Down the back straight to go, the Killarney Straight, heading down into Cape Town corner. That is your two leaders. That's Joubert and Kieswetter. That's sitting out there in P1 and 2. Then behind them is Wenzel and Frau getting out of shape there. That looked like Yanni Hatzi that got himself out of shape. It was Yanni Hatzi that got himself out of shape. He sits there just behind as they cross the line, behind Divan Wenzel as they power down out of block 1 corner.
Well, I tell you what, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how everything happens. 3rd, 4th and 5th positions in this race, because that's where the real action is going to be. Our leaders have already up, dusted and disappeared, coming back into shot as they enter turn number 3. Nothing much between Gary Kisveta and David Joubert. A swap around of positions there. The 2 Class S cars, the only 2 Class S cars out there. And, well, they are doing 1 minute 13s right now.
And that's your 2 front runners. That is bad. You can hear that thunder racing go down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town corner. There's some great action going on behind these 2 that are sitting in P1 and 2. That's a group that's heading towards turn number 5 right now. And it is Rob Franco that sits there just ahead of Divan Wenzel. There is Franco. There is Divan Wenzel going into your shot. Then we've got Hatzi and Hoffman. As a matter of fact, Hoffman is the Hoffman, then Hatzi, and then behind him it's Sander Bakari. That's coming through that red machine, that low red machine. That is Sander Bakari, also a great iRacing Master Series driver. And he is having one massive fight there with a car just ahead of him out of block coin of Yanni Hatzi.
Yeah, Yanni Hatzi, the man that just about lost it earlier on coming out of turn 5. And, well, that battle has continued between the 2 of them, coming back towards your camera position now as Kisveta and Joubert have just up, dusted and disappeared. These guys are coming through turn 3, and look where our leaders are already, as Sander Bakari has yet another look, trying to make a plan to get past Yanni Hatzi.
And Yanni Hatzi is making it difficult for him. Just ahead of them is Wayne Hoffman. There's a yellow flag.
Something must have happened in 1.
Yes, there's a car. I can see out the window on the exit of turn 1 on the outside. There is a car. Marshall's running to the scene there as our leaders work their way into 1.
Yeah, that is Volsking that in fact went off on that one.
Okay, that's Thijs Volsking that had a problem there. The leaders just go through your shot. But we're waiting for this fight for 3, 4, 5, and 6. That is the 2 front runners that's heading into Castro corner as this other fight rages through. And it is Robert Franco that sits there just ahead of Divan Wenzel, followed there by Wayne Hoffman. And Sander Bakari has now got his nose ahead of Yanni Hatzi as they work out of turn 1 with Martin Pugh in there behind them as well. Followed by Connor Kilbride, Andre Steenkamp coming into view as well. Then it's Simeon Panev that's in there, and then my accountant, that is Mr. Eric Salomon in the Elf, working his way out of block coin.
We go back to the leaders, and it's not over yet whatsoever. Kisveta, Joubert is accustomed to being up front. Kisveta is accustomed to being up front. Both of them will fancy their chances in a win in this one. Fastest lap times are 1:10.0 for Gary Kisveta, a 1:09.7 for the man that he's trying desperately to beat out on right now as they work their way up the Joubert Straight, up towards turn number 2. The camera-less turn number 2 for today.
Yeah, that is Castro corner. Through Castro they go. Now there was 7/10 of a second between the 2 of them when they started this lap. They've got about 3.5 laps left to go through Lundstem Kink. They run down towards Damstep. Through Damst they go, working their way up the Tygerberg Straight Hill. They're going to pick up one of the back markers. It could be any trollop that they're picking up there as they make their way through, going down the back straight. Yeah, they pick up that slower car. He moves right out the way, but there is yellow flags. That is, no, that's not Sander Bakari, or is that Sander Bakari?
I actually think that is Sander Bakari.
Yeah, it looks like the red car of Sander Bakari has picked up a problem. Well, I'll let you know now. Yeah, the 2 leaders come past us. They're racing into turn. No, Sander Bakari is still out on track. But he has rejoined. So I think Sander Bakari, yes, it is Bakari. He has dropped all the way down to P13. So it is Bakari that was in trouble there.
Yep, a little bit too quickly on the loud pedal, but now they're starting to get amongst the back markers. This is getting pretty tight as they go through turn number 2. We'll pick them up as they...
the leader spins out on the exit of Castro corner. He made contact with a slower car, and that's Gary Kisveta on the exit of Castro corner, turn 2. He rejoins again, but he's dropped all the way down to the tail end of the field.
Yeah, there he comes now. So Kisveta from the lead I was just busy saying that, yeah, what a pity that we don't have cameras out on that side. So the IMUSAT crew will try and get the best footage that they possibly can for that. But Kieswetter, the lead car in the race, and then the lead car in Class S, now finds himself down in a unhappy second position.
Well, that's not exactly what. That's Jani Hatsi that's coming into view there, just ahead of. There is Steenkamp. That's going through. Simeon Panev is in there behind him. And Eric Salomon. And as a matter of fact, they've been overtaken by the man that's now in the lead. And that is Davy Hubert, as Davy makes his way into Castrol Corner. You've got some problems out here, so we do apologize for that. New season gremlins, these type of things happen. They've got 2 more laps to go, well, basically a lap and a half to go for the leader. On the bottom right of your screen, you'll see Eric Salomon come through, and the leader will be making his way through. There comes the leader. Now that is Gary Kieswetter is fighting his way back. And then we've got that Mercedes-Benz out there. But I'll tell you what, it's all the action is happening out there in this sports and GT race. And when the leader comes around, he will start his final lap. Leader heading into turn number 1, Gaza.
Yep,
and
there
that is
we pick
Davy
him up.
Hubert on his last lap.
Unfortunately, 1 or 2 cameras that's not working with us at the moment. We've had a little of overnight shopping that's been done at Killarney International Raceway. So making use of the cameras that we've got as our leader, Davy Hubert in the Lotari, working his way down towards turn number 2. And with the demise of Gary Kieswetter, who's still in second position, made up so much ground on everybody else, but still in that second position. So, yeah, it's just not the same if you're not right there with a guy that's the quickest man out there, and that is Davy Hubert from the Neanderthal stable as he works his way through Sorrel Sweep for the last time in this race number 1 of the Warwick Sports and GT for today.
Right, he's got the quickest time at the 109.264 by Davy Hubert, working his way out of Cape Town Corner. He's got a slower car just ahead of him. That's Volskenk. That is going to lap. Whoa, and Davy Hubert almost went into the back of Tace Volskenk. The checkered flag is out, and Hubert comes home in P1. Now, he was 13 seconds ahead of Gary Kieswetter, who had that problem on the exit of T2 Castrol Corner. Here he comes to the flag. He's still in second, Gary Kieswetter. But it's a lonely second for Kieswetter. He's 16.7 seconds behind Davy Hubert as Steenkamp finishes his race. These guys are all a lap down. We're waiting for Robert Franco to come to the line. There he goes down the back straight. Robert Franco heading towards Cape Town Corner. These are some of the back markers that are finishing their race. As Franco crosses the line now, and right behind him is Divan Wenzel in that 4th position. Here comes Wayne Hoffman to the flag. He will finish in P5, and then we'll wait for Martin Pugh. He'll work his way towards us. Yeah, not Martin. Here comes Martin. He's that second car on your screen. He'll finish in P6, and that is Martin Pugh. Martin Pugh running in Class B. Well, that was race number 1 of the Warwick Health Sports and GT cars, and it was run over 8 racing laps. Well, we'll pick up a couple of the replays. Our monitor is frozen up on us completely. There's replays, and that was the spin of Sandro Bakari, who dropped all the way down to 13th after he recovered from that spin. Got himself out the way very nicely. Luckily there was no oncoming traffic for him. By the time Martin Pugh got to him, he was way out of the way already, was Sandro Bakari. And that is the two front runners. That is a Tasteful Skink coming through. And that's when I said that Davy Hubert almost went into the back of a Tasteful Skink.
That could have been a little expensive encounter.
Would have been, yeah.
I believe that those nose cones are a couple of £1,000. I'm talking like 20-odd thousand rand for one of those nose cones, like what you've got on the front of that Lotari. So you tend to use up a bit of brakes where you need to save that nose cone.
Lots of brake pads, that's for sure. And that is Roberto Franco coming through. That's Stefan Wenzel coming through. That's Wayne Hoffman coming through. And then, of course, the spin there by Sandro Bakari.
Looks like he pressed the clutch in because he ran it backwards pretty neatly and then off onto the grass. But as you said, Sandro Bakari, a very avid iRacer as well.
Together
and his brother, Leonardo.
Yes. As well as Davy Hubert has also done iRacing before. And a man that was out in this race as well, Andre Steenkamp.
And Davy Hubert's brother, Swys Hubert.
Swys, yes.
Who is actually one of the quickest in sports and GT Masters right now. Season 16 of Sports and GT Masters. That every Wednesday night at 8:45 on Second Gear Productions on YouTube. And a lot of your favorite racing drivers you will see out there from the sports and GT side of the world. That's where it originated, in fact, is here at Killarney International Raceway. And Dr. Mike Verrier was at the pinnacle of that for an extended period of time. And a lot of the sports and GT guys still riding in that I-Series as well. We're going to take a short break, and then we will come back to you with Pirelli Clubman Classic Breakfast Run. And that will be Jordan Huben and the new man, Sir David.
So, David, we have the next two-wheel class making their way out onto the circuit, and that will be the Pirelli-sponsored Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Obviously, Clubman's also being split up into two classes, that being Clubman's 600s and Clubman's 1000s, and a nice whole field of 15 riders out on the grid, and even some Joburg flair, if I can say so, that have come down, the likes of Malcolm Govender. I know Augustine Twara is also here, or Augie, as we like to call him. So awesome to see some new faces as well. Quentin Retief. We've got Byron Aronson on the Apex Bex ZX10. So that is also awesome to see. His first race out here. A couple new names to me as well, the likes of Shakir Brenner and Gavin Lowe. But I believe I've heard Gavin Lowe's name before in in regards to Killarney. So if so, glad to see that name back.
And of course, with the again with the different classes here, we don't. Certainly, from what I see on the time screens and the entry list, we don't have classics with us just now. That would have been for the pre-99 vintage class and the pre-2004 New Era machines. But the breakfast run, for those not accustomed to it, is obviously brand new to the championship. So they get put in the breakfast run category, and then as soon as the times come tumbling down, which they will over time and confidence kicks in, then they get to go and play with the big boys and girls. But it's all fun and games in here, and I think this is going to be a very hotly contested championship out there, Jordan.
Absolutely, and I just want to talk about something very, very important to me, and very important to what is Killarney, as there's someone on the grid that, I don't know how to put it, but he's racing one limb down, and that is our good friend Matthew Doiser, riding for Motorwise and David Entercott. And that man, after a very, very serious accident at the beginning of, I believe it was the beginning of 2023, when he started racing a ZX10 Masters for the Nationals. He had a very serious accident in turn number 2, went through plenty of recovery, unfortunately had to get his left leg amputated. But after quite some time development to his ZX10, he can now ride with one leg on the right-hand side and his prosthetic on the left. So he is on pole position to start this year off in the Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles. We wait for the lights. The lights are on, 5 red lights are out, and away we go, racing in the class where we've got a staller on the grid. As they get underway, down towards Block Coin Corner we go.
Yep, I think they're going to need a bit of assistance. I think that might have been William Lowe a little bit further down. But either way, down into turn 1 for the first time of asking. And the number 20 gets the whole shot, absolutely off with it in that 1000. But it's just a gaggle of bikes. You've got Augustin Ntwari behind him as well. William Morris also in the mix as they come through 3 as well. And again, this is what we saw in the first race with the 300s and 650s. It's just settling down. It's trying to stay out that first lap chaos.
Absolutely, and in a slightly bigger class, as the class numbers come up, and we've got 15 in this one specifically, there's a bigger bunch at the start of the race always, and that is always where the chaos begins. But cleanly so far, however, not only cleanly, but look how close it is on this opening lap for the Clubman's Classics and Breakfast Run motorcycles, all on brand new, fresh Pirelli rubber for 2025 or 2026. Sorry, I'm still in last year. 2026, new tires, a new season, and many lap times to bring down. As into the final corner, there you see 5, 6, almost 10 bikes coming through at the same time. Out Cape Town corner they go, down the Porsche front straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge to start another lap, and right up against the wall for some of the riders in the mid-pack.
This is absolutely fantastic stuff then. So in the lead then is Wayne Grease from Matthew Deuce in second position, William Morris in third position, and then you've got the first of the 600s, Jordan Simon in the 177 up in fourth position, Wesley Hendricks in fifth position, and then Malcolm Govinder in sixth as well. But as soon as you say that, it all changes, because such is that gaggle. You've got 8 bikes fighting for that lead, and we're only on lap 3.
Absolutely, and it'll keep chopping and changing as the laps carry on, as I can already see in the background. Guys going left and right. There you can see on the screen, guys going side by side through the kink down into Dam Step. We've still got a 3-way bike battle at the front end of the grid. Look at that, 1, 2, and 3 as they exit down the Tigerberg straight towards Sarl Sweep. We'll see who all that involves. There's Gresse in there, Doiser and William Morris that are rushing through. They're sitting each other up on the seats, trying to get by, not getting too close to one another. You don't want to make contact at all. However, rubbing is racing, even when the elbows and the knees are out as they go down into Cape Town corner.
Yep, along the Killarney straight then, and it's very difficult to even see who's who at this point here. But look at this battle for second and third. They're tripping over each other now, and that's allowing Jordan Simon and Wesley Hendricks to catch right back up and get in the mix as well. It looks like Grace has got a little bit of daylight now. That looks like to be 0.8 of a second over second position. In fact, it's Juice that's gone back into the lead. Matthew Juice, excuse me, already back into the lead. And then you've got that tail graggle there. You've got Wayne Grace, you've got Wesley Hendricks in there. Shakir Brenner's now up there. Malcolm Govinder was down in 7th position. He's now up into 4th. Malcolm is up into, 5th. You've got Jordan Seaman up into 6th position. It all change every single lap here, Jordan.
Absolutely, and it'll keep chopping and changing as this whole gaggle just tries to introduce themselves to new track conditions for 2026. They are mighty fine close to each other, but Matthew Doyes are currently leading out, a healthy lead, getting away from the struggle that was that front three battle. Now it's Cresser from Hendricks, from Brenner, Govender, Simon, Maurice, Ntwara, Adam and Lowe sitting in your top 10 at the moment. That's roughly who you can see in the picture, and just behind them as well, we've got Byron Arnser, Gerard Joubert, Quinton Retief, Henny Schalhasser, who Schalhasser was the one that stalled on the grid, and Willem Lowe unfortunately not making it out. So it will be Gavin Lowe that is sitting in that 10th spot as we go down into Cape Town corner once again. And then when they cross the line, we'll see what the chopping and changing has done to the order.
Unbelievable stuff as we come out of Cape Town corner. Here is your race leader. So the battle for 1st and 2nd position is still on. Juice and Wayne Gracie here. But if that is Wesley Hendricks in that 603rd position, you've got what looks like 8,000 1000s trying to get through on behind him here. It is just a traffic jam in Cape Town right now. It is indeed Juice setting the fastest lap of the race, 121.162. Wesley Hendricks in 2nd position though with a 121.6. This is fantastic stuff, and then it is just all hell breaking loose as Wayne Grace drops down into that 3rd position. Malcolm Govins are now up into P4 and Jordan Seaman down into P5. But again, it's so difficult saying that because, as I said, you've got 7 bikes within 2 seconds of each other.
David, this is absolutely insane to start the day off, but we're still in the morning time as we go down. There is 2nd place all the way down 3, 4, 5, all the way down to P12 we see there, that being Gerard Joubert in the breakfast run class as well. Sorry, Lion Clubman 600s rather, on that 675 Daytona of his. As they all dive down into the double right-hander, they all are almost in sync going through turn number 4, sorrel sweep, on to the throttle, twist to the throttle, on the gas they go, trying to go side by side, down the Killarney back straight, almost making it 3 wide as they go to Cape Town corner. David, this is impeccable with 4 and a bit laps left to go.
You've got 9 riders within 3 seconds of each other here. This is unbelievable stuff. What this is doing though, this is allowing Matthew Juice and Wesley Hendricks to streak off into the sunset. They're now 5 seconds up the road here, and this is a proper fight now. Wesley Hendricks does the fastest lap of the race in P2. He's chasing down P1, but obviously we have to keep our attention on this incredible battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th position.
This is unbelievable. We see something new every day, and even though this is my 2nd full year in commentary, it's still one of the sights that you see that you can't believe your eyes, and I'm not believing my eyes as they go down into Castle Corner. From 3rd all the way down into 12th as they gaggle up. We jump back to the lead, and look at this. It is Matthew Doiser and Wesley Hendricks, Motorwise and Motorwise together. In fact, both racing under the Motorwise banner. Wesley Hendricks on that beautiful 55 in tribute to his late friend Leighton Thomas, and he is riding definitely in spirit as the rest of the field now comes through. Is that a gap there to 3rd place? That we see that may just be Malcolm Govender that's sitting in 3rd place on his own. Then it is 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, all the way up to 12th in fact, as they get on the gas once again down the Killarney straight, coming up on just over 3 laps to go.
This is absolutely fantastic stuff. There we go then. So that is Malcolm Govender in 3rd position ahead of Wayne Cress, and again you're just seeing all of these little battles going on around the outside at Cape Town corner. I think that might have been South Adam on Shakir Bremner for 7th position as well, although I think we're going to need a map and a compass just to figure out what on earth is going on in that gaggle. If they need to take a photo finish of that, Jordan, it's just going to be a blur of 8 bikes right now. But there is 2nd place. That is going to be Wesley Hendricks in the 1st of the 600s. In fact, no, it's a little bit further down actually. So that's Malcolm Govender in the 1000 in 3rd position in that number 6.
Absolutely, they're getting closer and closer as they continue on. Castro corner they go. Here is the front 2. It's Doiser and it's Hendricks still leading on through Dam's Dip they go. We watch them as another one of the back markers makes their way past the commentary box. Wesley Hendricks waiting in anticipation to make a move with what is 2.5 laps left to go. Through Sorrel Sweep they go. down onto their right-hand side knees and down at the Killarney Straight, opening up to what is almost 270 kilometers an hour on both the 1000 and the 600, opening up their gaps, different racing lines into Cape Town corner before the rest of the gaggle in the background makes their way into frame.
We spoke about the recovery and resurgence of Matthew Doyce. We'll talk more about that because there's 3 laps left to go here. But honestly, what a return to form here, as again now we're starting to see a little bit of daylight here. Augustus and Twari heading off that lead group in 4th position now from Shakir Brenner, Saud Adam and Wayne Gressa in 7th position as well here. So you've also got Jordan Seaman in the mix as well. But there is your 3rd and 4th position, Malcolm Govender. And again, you start to think that it's the 1st and 2nd battle because they're very close, but they're 11 seconds up the lead, Jordan.
How is that for a lead group? Those two Cape Townians really pushing the pedal to the metal, so to speak, the pedal to the throttle, if you will. As here they come towards us. We saw Ntwara and Govender in that 3rd and 4th spot respectively, both up from Joburg coming down and now sitting in 3rd and 4th, just behind the Cape Townians. As down towards Sarl Soup they go. We're coming up on the final lap in just 2 corners from now. But we look back to Govender, who the last time he was down in Cape Town, he was the fastest Indian from Johannesburg. And now he said he's lost a little bit of pace, being off for quite some time, but he's back once again in that 3rd spot with Ntwara behind, Brenner 2nd and a half behind them. Then it's Adam, Simon, Gressa, Ardense and Morris that sits in that top 10 as the leaders come out of the final corner.
It's Kawasaki versus Kawasaki. It's a ZX10 versus a ZX6R. Wesley Hendricks on that 6R, and it's going to be Matthew Joyce on that modified ZX10 down into the final corner for the final lap then here of the Pirelli Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run Race 1 of the 2026 season. As we cut further down then, this is going to be Augustin Ntwari taking 3rd position then from Malcolm Govender on the start of the final lap. Then it's going to be Shakir Brenner in 5th position, Saud Adams in 6th, Jordan Seaman is in 7th, and Byron Arenze taking 8th position as well.
Yep, now we jump back to the leaders, and as we saw Ntwara go past Govender into turn number 1 on the final lap is where Wesley Hendricks wants to be as close to Matthew Doyser as possible. He's got 2.5, now 2 corners left to go, this including Sarl Sweep, and then it'll be on the gas once again for the longest straight, what I think is in the Western Cape here at Killarney International Raceway. Down they go, slipstream, all that he can, tuck as deep as he can behind the visor, and it's down to the final braking point at Cape Town corner.
Here we go then, into Cape Town corner. This is where Doyser should have the power in that ZX10, but again, straight back up comes the 600 then of Wesley Hendricks. It's the 55 versus the number 20. We've just got 1 more corner to go. I think, in my heart of hearts, I think Matthew Juice is going to do enough here, but they come under the bridge, and it's going to be Matthew Juice to win on his recovery ride. Wesley Hendricks takes 2nd place and the win in the 600 class as well. Augustin Ntwari is going to take 3rd position potentially from Malcolm Govender as they go across the line. It is Malcolm Govender who actually takes that. Augustin Ntwari in 4th, Shakir Brenner in 5th position, Saud Adams in 6th position, and then you've got Seaman in 7th position, Jordan, as they continue to come across the line here. That was absolutely spellbinding racing here. Roll on 2026 for this, because that was awesome.
Absolutely. We had Morris come through in the 9th spot. Then it was Gressa, Lowe, Shalhassa and Joubert that just came across the line now. And we're just waiting for the final man out on the circuit, Quinton Retief. And how was that for a 2-wheeled race? I'm sure these guys are absolutely loving the Pirellis, which I'll speak a little bit later on during the Superbikes race, because that was incredible. As across the line now comes Quinton Retief on his first race meeting out from the track schools that he's been taking part in. And wow, not a single, I'm not going to even say anything, just a touch of the wood and David, I've got no words.
I tell you what, I do not need to go down to the cafe downstairs to get a cup of coffee because my heart rate is about 140 BPM right now. That was incredible stuff. And yet we have got a full day of this to come here. That was the Pirelli Clubman Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Up next is going to be the Thermo Fire Clubmans and Saloons as the riders taking their cool-down lap in a very well-deserved wave to the marshals and to the crowd. You can absolutely take a bow for that one because that was a fantastic, fantastic race there. And unfortunately, this is kind of what you expect with this class here and with bike racing in general. This is what they live for. As we go through to the replay, some of that earlier action, I've got to be honest, on lap 7, when we saw that pack of 8 bikes sort of whittle away there, Jordan, my heart sunk a little bit. I was devastated, but it was never going to last forever. But to be able to race at this pace in such close proximity with all of these other riders, it's immense trust, and it's immense trust in your other riders as well.
Absolutely, and I have to say, more than anything else, you have to give these riders, both in all the classes, the ladies and the gents, the biggest round of applause whenever they make their way by you. Give them a huge hug for the absolute performance that they put on, this fearless nature that all these riders have to do exactly what they've just done in front of everybody, not only at the track, but around the world.
Yeah, certainly do. And this is coming out of that final corner. I've got to be honest, I mean, that was so close for the majority of the final 5 laps there. I honestly thought Wesley Hendricks might have been able to make that happen. There's a replay of the start then, and that was our sole retiree from the race there.
So that is actually, in fact, Schalhasser, and he had stalled on the grid on the 97 on that CBR, and from then, being a half a lap down, he made his way back up, made 2 positions up, and was still just in that top 12 group that was fighting out from 3rd up until about 14th. So he was on a recovery mission of note, and he made it back up. So race 2, he's going to be one to watch out for.
JTC, you were paying attention. This is why I'm the apprentice here. Good Lord, what a fantastic catch that was. As it was actually our boy Frankie actually that did it. But it's fine, don't worry about it.
All eyes on the
exactly, we're one team, it's fine. Right, anyway, as we said, up next then is going to be the Thermo Fire's Clubmans and Saloons. So I think we'll take a short break for just now, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Right, here we go. Thermo Fire's Clubman Saloons race number 1. Lots and lots of Clubman's cars out there. A good couple of new car driver combinations as well. Even lady races out there, the likes of Sandra Becker that has joined us today once again. Let's hope that most everybody gets out there. And frankly, there's a good couple of new liveries that we're going to have to get accustomed to as well. I see there's already one car that's pulled off on the entrance to turn number 1.
Yeah, Jordan was watching. That is ex-GTI Challenge driver. That's Mario Roux. That has pulled off on the escape road that takes you to turn 4.
Yeah, he would have been in 9th position on the pull away.
Yeah, he did a 126 odd, and I just saw the car pull off, and Jordan had a quick squiz and said to me, "It's Mario." Here comes Gous through your screen as well. That is Stephen. That's
from Thermofires?
From Thermofires, yes. This is the Thermofires Clubman's regional saloon class.
Nice to see that Stephen is out there, and also nice to see that some people that have not been around for a while are back there, / Clint Renard.
Shane DeToy as well has been out of action for a long time, as well as Bruce Meyer.
And Dexter Bruce.
Yeah, but Dex he's going to be doing double duty today, BMW class and Clubman's regional series. And Gaza, it's also nice to know that the classic cars, for the first time ever, is also running Western Province Regional Championship. They've never done that before, so they also qualify together with Clubman's and Superbikes for Western Province Motorsport colours now.
Jess Huggett getting his motor back from PE just in time. It hasn't been on the dyno yet. He says it pulls okay, nothing too major, nothing too fantastic. He's not expecting it to be as quick as what it was before, but desperately trying to get out there and get the season started. There's Jess Huggett, you see out on circuit, and look at that beautiful Mark 1 Golf behind that.
That is none other than Mr. Shane Justice, and behind him is Dylan Hubert, and you'll see Dylan with the number 1 on his car. He is a 2025 Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Car Champion.
Paul Minnick as well.
And he will defend that title for 2026 as the Clubman's cars work by. Remember, they don't do standing starts anymore. For the last 2 events of 2025, they brought in the rolling starts, so that's the way it will be for this year as well. Watching the cars working their way through. I see Adrian Roberts is in a Polo. Now, he raced a Golf 1 last year, and that yellow Polo going through your shot there, that is Adrian Roberts.
So Stephen Close finds himself on the front row of the grid, that in conjunction with Shane DeToy, Clint Renard and Dexter Bruce on the second row of the grid. Now keep in mind that Stephen Close is in fact a Class B car, and he finds himself on the front row of the grid. So brilliant qualifying for the man from Thermofires, the heads-up sponsor for Clubman's once again for 2026.
And then we see that Chrysler out there as well, together with that Ford Falcon, the 2 blocker flats cars, office blocks, especially the Chrysler. And that will be in the hands of Andre van der Merwe. The Ford Falcon will be in the hands of Eva de Toy, trying to pick them up. They're still filtering through the kink. And that's a handful of car, is that Chrysler and that Ford Falcon that is side by side with the David Ferree just in there behind them in that Golf 1.
32 entries in total that make it out for Thermofires Clubman's race number 1, round number 1 of the regional series. And I didn't see Clint Renard. Is he
Clint is there? Yes, there's he, Gary. He's looking out the back window of the commentary box. He's definitely there.
Is that not the 112 of Shane DeToy?
No, that's Clint. I'm looking out the back window of the commentary box. It is the number 3 car of Clint Renard.
Oh, fantastic to have him back out on circuit again. It shows on the leaderboard, it shows Shane DeToy, Class A. But I suppose that is still from the qualifying session that it's showing that. Yeah, so Jess Huggett back out on circuit again. Fantastic to have the old stalwart out there. And he's starting, I think there's around about, well, there's supposed to be 32 out there, but I think there's around about 32 on our original screen. as they come around. And this, as Frankie was saying, going to be the rolling start. Frankie Innes, take him off a line.
The red lights are on. We're waiting for 8 laps of racing action. The lights go off now and away they go. Dropping the hammers as they work their way down the Porsche Club straight towards turn 1 into block 1 corner. That's Renard that sits out there in P1. It's Host that's in second. Working their way through turn number 1 out of block 1. And it's Michael Lucier that finds himself in that 3rd position. Sorry, now in P4 because he's just been overtaken there as they make their way towards Castrol Corner. Oh, there's a car that's going to hit the wall. Woo! It's one of the podos. It's either Trappist or it's Bruce Meyer. I think it may be Bruce Meyer. He's going to recover the track again. Thank goodness he stayed away from the wall.
Clint Renard doing an excellent job at this stage of the fight, starting to make a bit of a break there. Stephen Goos, Dexter Bruce, as always, right near the front end of the pack. Michael this year, one of the fastest Mark 1 goals, also playing ball at the front end of the pack.
Right. As they head down the Tigerberg Straight, it's all about Clint Renard. When last has he completed a race or even won one? We're not going to get there yet, because he's got still 7 and a bit laps to do before he sees the checkered flag. As it's a whole stream of Clubman's regional saloon cars that is racing down towards Cape Town Corner.
Look at that mid-pack, very, very tight in that little group. And that's Zach Groenewald.
Yeah.
I think Zach Groenewald didn't do qualifying. He came off the back end. Oh, somebody's smoking bad. That looks like it could be Jesse Huggett. Yep, it's Jesse Huggett that is stranded as he comes up the front main. Total heartbreak.
Oh, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Jess Huggett sadly out of this one as the entire Clubman's field roll through. The leaders are making their way out of Castrol Corner. We'll pick them up for you there. They're heading out of Castrol towards Lunstem Kink. That's Clint Renard P1. That's Stephen Goos. That's there in that 2nd position. Then it's Dexter Bruce. Behind Dexter Bruce, that's Michael Lucier. Heading through, that's the first 4 cars. Here
and
comes
look at the 5th place.
Shane Justice sitting out there in P5. Then it is Dylan Hubert. Behind Hubert, it's Paul Minnack. And it's side-by-side stuff between Van Tonda and Shane De Toy that are sitting in P8 and P9. We'll see them come into view pretty soon as they're having their own little fight there in that 8th and 9th position.
Well, as the front runners come through, a special shout out there for Shane Justice. First time out with this motor car and already lying in that 5th position, putting up some pretty decent times. He's got Dylan Joubert and Paul Minnack directly in there behind him. Then it's Trappist Van Tonda is the next man that comes through behind that.
Yeah, Trappist Van Tonda is going to make his way through. He sits there just behind Minnack. That's Trappist Van Tonda. Then it's Adrian Roberts coming towards us. Chris Fursch is in that race as well. So is Arendse and that blue BMW of David Vermaak. That's the 2 of them side by side going into the left-hander now. Then it's Kannemeyer and Fourie as they make their way through. Then Sandra Becker coming through as well with that purple-colored BMW.
So the lady racers having a whole bunch of fun out there as we see our leaders coming into sight. Clint Renard initially got a bit of a gap, but it hasn't gotten any wider than what it was. Stephen Goos right in there, and Dexter Bruce is starting to put the pressure on in there. Behind that is Shane Justice. And, well, here comes Zach Groenewald. Zach Groenewald from the back end of the pack. Zach Groenewald's going hunting.
Zach Groenewald is on an absolute mission, and he's just ahead there of Shane De Toy. Behind Shane De Toy, we have got Justice. That is Justice looking on our screen now. That's Michael Lucier coming through. Then just ahead of them is Dexter Bruce, and just ahead of Dexter Bruce is Stephen Goos. As we watch this group of cars work its way out of Cape Town Corner.
Oh, the leaders going down into turn number 1. That's Clint Renard, it's Stephen Goos, that's Dexter Bruce, it's Michael Lucier. That's the black Golf. In there behind that white and blue BMW, that is Zach Groenewald, Shane De Toy. Then it is the other Shane Justice. Joubert and Minnack just went through. That is Trappist Van Tonda that went through now. He finds himself 4th in class. Then it's Roberts and Fursch. side by side for Mark Fourie, Arendse and Kannemeyer, all of them very close to one another, and then behind that, Sandra Becker.
Yeah, and then to Blanche, that is one of our new drivers in car number 40. Nice to see him out there on track as we watch the leaders make their way into Saddle Sweep. Through Saddle they go now. That is a Samuel to Blanche I was talking about. That's your front runners. That's working their way out of that double right-hander. And watch out for that car coming into your screen. That BMW of Zak Groenewald as the leader works his way down into Pertamina Fostron. That man sitting in front, and he's been hunted down. He's been hunted down. Renard has been hunted down here by Gous with Dexter Bruce in that third spot. Behind Dex, we should have Michael Lessier come into view. That's your first three. Well, that's not Lessier that's coming into view. As a matter of fact, that is Zak Groenewald that's heading towards us. Michael Lessier has disappeared off the radar. Here comes Justice, De Toy. There's Justice, there's Munich, there's Dylan Jabir, there's Trappist van Tonder, and Lessier, as you can see, Gaza, is dropping down the leaderboard.
You can see there, Frankie, he's gone off, and you see him driving there into the pits. So behind that, Roberts first for Mark Fourie. They all pretty much on top of one another as they work their way down towards turn number 1. There's a whole gaggle of cars.
Yeah, Lance Arendse and Sandra Becker, they are side by side. There is a Chris Fursch, and he's got that fight with David Fourie. Then it's Roberts and David Vermaak and Peter Kannemeyer in that fight as well. But back to the front runners we go. There is Justice, Munich, Joubert, Van Tonder, all rolling through Damstip.
Yep, we wait for the next group to come through. Behind that, behind Van Tonder, here comes Fursch, Fourie, that's the orange one, Roberts, Vermaak, they changing positions. Kannemeyer, Arendse, and then our lady racer Becker. But going down the back main is of our frequent flyers, and they still sitting in that group.
That is closer. Oh, is that Trappist van Tonder?
That looks like Trappist that's gone wide, and that is Shane Justice that has gone through, and he brings with him a whole bunch of very quick motor cars.
He brings Munich through with him as well. Paul Munich coming through. So Trappist van Tonder has lost a lot of positions. Dylan Jabir just faltering across. Trappist is up on the inside. It's not Trappist, as a matter of fact. It was once again Bruce Meyer. Trappist just went past Bruce Meyer going into turn 1.
I believe that we got Clint Renard has gone off at the exit of turn 1. Our lead car. Oh my goodness, yep, Clint Renard has gone and parked it. The leader is out of it this time.
Yeah, we see him. That's a number 3 car. That's in trouble out there, man. I shouldn't have said what I said. I just gave him the commentator's curse. Here comes Justice towards us. And the toy not too far behind him. Through goes Joubert. Here comes Trappist van Tonder. We thought Trappist was in trouble early on the main straight, but it was actually Bruce Meyer that was in trouble. There's a yellow flag waving entrance to turn 5 to Cape Town corner. Just pick it up on the window here. We're trying to see. But look at Zak Groenewald. Zak is on the case of Stephen Gous.
There's a car standing on the outside of the circuit, Frankie. There's the silver Golf.
Yep.
That we missed out on, and that is that one. So Zak Groenewald coming off the back end of the pack and going to fetch Stephen Gous. Stephen Gous having the race of his life.
Yeah, Groenewald is right on the case of Gous as they work their way out of one. Then behind them is Dexter Bruce. But we see this whole gaggle of race cars, if I can call them that, going through. There is, once again, Bruce Meyer just staying right out the way. There is Lance Arendse. There is Adrian Roberts as they come through. Just behind them, should I say ahead of them, you've got the blue BMW of David Vermaak. Here's Chris Fursch running through as well as it's an ailing Bruce Meyer. Well, he said to me pre-race, at the pre-race paddock, he was saying to me earlier on, he hasn't raced for about, 3-4 years. So he needs to get back into the swing again, does Bruce Meyer. And there's a stranded car on the outside between Damstip, going up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4 Saddle Sweep.
Oh, we've got a couple of quickies that's working their way. Well, there's our leaders, and Zak Groenewald has got as far as Mr. Thermo Fires trying to have a look up on the inside line. That is for first and second position with 2 laps to go. Can Stephen Goos win out race number 1 in the Thermo Fire class for this season? Will Zak Groenewald be able to beat him out? I think we need to follow these two through the final lap.
Through the final lap, and not too far behind them is Dexter Bruce that sits there in that third
Zak
spot.
sideways.
Dex just came up into your shot there. There your 2 front runners go along the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 2 Castrol. That's Dexter Bruce. That's not too far behind them. This is one of the back markers. You see Dexter Bruce on the top of your screen, working his way out. Here we go. This is Goos and Groenewald. I would not bet against Zak in winning this one. Watch Zak. He knows it's the final lap, Gaza. He's crowding. He's moving around behind him, trying to confuse him. Watch Zak Groenewald go into Cape Town corner.
Yep,
that's where you'll have to launch an attack. Otherwise, it'll be too late.
They get past the stranded Sam de Blanche car, but Goos is going to have to cover that inside line. Zak Groenewald got great drive out of Sarel Sweep. He does exactly that. He doesn't want to have the commentator's curse. It's all about Stephen Goos on the last corner. Can Zak Groenewald use that BMW power to squeeze it up on the inside? And that's exactly what he does on the last corner. Can Stephen Goos fight back? It's purely down to the power.
They're nearly side by side towards the line, but Goos is going to get to the line just ahead of Zak Groenewald by 0.3 of a second. Dexter Bruce comes across the line in P3. And he is 7.3 seconds behind Groenewald. Here comes Shane de Toy. Welcome back, Shane. And the man we call
Shane
the mayor.
Justice.
The mayor of Boersig, we call him Shane Justice, comes home.
From Paul Minnick.
Yeah.
And that Paul Minnick did a pretty decent job on that one. From Joubert and then Trappies van Tonder.
Yeah,
still makes it through. So Justice first in class and Fourie second in class, that being Class X.
Yeah. So we're waiting for the rest of the guys to come through.
That should be Andre Fourie.
Yep, but he is, and Chris Fursh in there behind him. And here comes David Vermaak.
Going a lot slower right towards the end.
And side by side is Adrian Roberts and Sandra Becker across the line.
Oh, the lady racer did a pretty decent job for her first outing. She comes second in class, that in Class D. Vermaak coming through first, Becker coming through second, and Orange coming through in third in class. Class A was De Toy. Clint Renard fell out of it. Jess Huggett fell out of it. Class B was Goos from Groenewald. Lovely dice that from Minnick. And then Class C being Dexter Bruce from Joubert and then Van Tonder. Shouldn't actually say Joubert and Van Tonder because there's a whole bunch of Jouberts and there's a whole bunch of Van Tonders as well.
Right, so that was Thermofire's Clubman Saloon Cars, race number 1. And that is Sam de Blanche's car that's stuck there along the outside. You've got a couple of replays coming through for the people at home. Guys, that was that silver Golf 1 that smacked into the wall. We're still trying to identify who it was.
Peter Kannemeyer. Could be.
Yeah, it could be Kannemeyer because he didn't finish that race. There is, that is Sam de Blanche that pulled off there. He's one of them. He's in Class X, is Sam de Blanche. He was pitting in the same pits, or he is pitting in the same pits as Shane Justice and the guys. And that is a replay of him stopping.
How's this for 3 abreast? Block of flats on the outside. BMW of Groenewald coming up on the inside.
Well, that's Andre van der Merwe in that Chrysler. Not an easy motor car to circumnavigate around 3.267 kilometers of Killarney main circuit. But somehow he gets it right.
Some turn 5 action.
Yeah, that's Chris Fursh and Adrian Roberts, and then Sandra Becker, Lance Ardense, as the cars work through. That's just some of the replays that happened in race number 1. of Thermofires, Clubmans, and Roberts. That is Bruce Meyer that ran pretty wide there in Cape Town corner. Right, so that concludes the Clubman's race. We move on now to the BJ Trustees Formula Libras over 8 racing laps.
mention, as we wait for the Peugeot Trustees Formula Libras to make their way out for their first race of the day. Our premier, I say premier and only open wheel class, I suppose if you don't count motorcycles, here at Killarney International Raceway, that has been around for many, many a year, including the Libras, or sorry, the Libras is what I should say, including the Vs, the Class S Reynards, and even some of the Swifts in Class B and Class C. They make their way out in just a moment, but for those watching the live stream and those around the circuit, please remember to vote for your competitor of the day, or driver or rider of the day, here at the Killarney Power Series, the first round of 2026. To the WhatsApp number, please send their name to 060 352 2890. Obviously, the person with the most votes, the most times that their name is sent in to the WhatsApp number, doesn't mean you can send the same name in. Sorry, doesn't mean the same person can send the same name in 100 times. It is one vote per person, and that individual, come car or bike racer, will win a driver or competitor of the day prize at prize giving this evening. So speak to your family, speak to your friends, watch the racing, see who you think is the best rider or driver of the day in your personal opinion, and send it through to us on WhatsApp.
Jordan, why did you look at me directly in the eyes when you said about the duplicate entries there? I feel kind of targeted there. But listen, 5 races in the books already. That is a long list of potentials for that driver of the day. We've seen some stunning performances. So
and even that, I could say, if you were to go very harshly on rider of the day, not so much as favoritism, like sometimes we have in Formula One, where it's Daniel Ricciardo's last race, so everyone votes him as driver of the day. You know, if you vote for your rider or driver of the day based on performance alone, from start to finish, between both heats of whoever his or she's raced throughout the day, you know how difficult it would be to try and vote for any of the riders in that Breakfast Clubbins and Classics race, because there were 12 that were on it from start to finish. And I think my votes might have to be split up individually 12 times just to vote for them.
Now, with how close that was, I have a feeling that we're away to see exactly the same here in this Peugeot Trustees Formula Libre race. Obviously, we've got 4 classes on the entry list. We have up to 5 in the rule books. But of course, we've got Class S, which is mainly the Formula VW Reynards. You've then got Class B as well. You've got Class C, which is you've got the likes of the GTI Ray and the SF92F Swift, and then you've pretty much got Class V, which is my favourite purely because it's just chaos. It's just all of these bees in a bottle going round.
Well, V's in a bottle.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did there. That was. How did I miss that?
Sorry, guys. Pun of the day. Pun of the day. I'm going to bring this back.
So the great thing is that single-seaters, the Formula V's, obviously in Europe, it's the Formula Fords, which are very popular. This is the kind of the be-all and end-all of stepping stones up to, say, Formula 4, Formula 3, Formula 2. And this is where a lot of the drivers here, Jordan, earn their stars, earn their ranks, because, of course, these little cars are so tricky but so enjoyable and fun to race with. And we're going to see some very tight racing, but unlike a lot of the other classes here, this is one of the few classes that has this IOP, this index of performance, a very different way that the champion is selected.
Yep, and of course, for those that don't know about index of performance, it actually all comes down to consistency throughout an entire season. It's not about what in racing terms we call sandbagging, but sometimes it does end up being the case in some scenarios. But it is down to raw consistency, but at your maximum throughout the year. So if you are the most consistent and you're running consistent times, even if you're going up classes, but you are bettering yourself and staying within that 0.1, 0.2 of a second every single race for the whole year and proving results, your index of performance will be incredibly high.
as we just saw. Another gentle reminder for our viewers at home about that driver of the day. We run this every single race day through the course of the season, so we want to see your entries coming in. But an 8-lap race ahead for some of these drivers. Now, I'm looking at the entry list. It's a large entry list, and I think, unfortunately, I think we've got about half of those entries. It looks like we've got one S-Class entry, which is going to be Jason Coetzee in the number 77. Well, it looks like we've got one in Class C, which is going to be Damien White in that number 29. Now, the thing is with the points as well, the class points gets awarded based on the number of starters in their class. So, you know, it only goes down to 9 points if there's 2 starters. So, do they score points if they're the only drivers in their class?
That is a very good point, and we've had it as of last year. I mean, we had, for their final race of the year in Formula Libras, minus the fact that we did have the guys from the Super V class up in Joburg, and some more of the Vs from Joburg and up north come down to us. We had 28 open wheelers on the grid at the end of last year, but again, an early season, there are guys that are wanting to bring out older cars, ones that have been repaired. A very close family friend of mine, Ricky Anderson, who's out there racing. Currently, he qualified 3rd in the V class and sits 5th overall. His dad, Reg Anderson, a synonymous name, he's been racing since the 70s, and he has a GTI sitting in his garage that he hasn't sat in the driver's seat of that thing for 8 years, and now he's getting himself into shape. He's putting the pieces back together very slowly, but that's what it's about. It's not about rushing. It's not about getting himself back on the grid. He's got his son and his team to worry about, the Cape Town Cowboys, which is what they're called. Very, very formidable name in my personal opinion, and I say that because I am a part of the team. I have worked on some of the cars before. Yeah. There are lots and lots of cars that will be coming to the grid throughout the year in all the classes, the likes of Class S. We are missing out a couple of the very, very top-end drivers, the likes of Byron Mitchell, that we've had in Class S, as well as Storm Lanfear, Cohen Bam, DJ Boyson, who had that monster crash in Blockcoin Corner through 2025 last year. We went nose up into the sky, up against the barrier, but I'm sure he'll be back at some point in the near future. But again, first race of the season, gremlins when guys start repairing their cars before race weekend comes around. But regardless of all of that, we don't worry about that. We worry about the now. We stay in the present, and presently we have 10 Formula Libras sponsored by Bijo Trustees coming towards us.
Yeah, and that is just very quickly one other thing to note. The mix of cars that we've got here, a lot of these cars not having aero at the rear end, which makes them very, very tricky to drive at high speeds through these corners. So do not be surprised if we see 1 or 2 of these having a little sideways moment or having a little 360 and off into the litter. I get the feeling they'll be able to rejoin with no problems whatsoever. But a very lonely race at the front there for Jason Coetzee. He's going to have Damien White alongside him to keep him company here. But again, this is going to be an 8-lap dash. Yeah, I'm nervously excited for this one, Jordan.
Even me. Anytime you see open wheels, and not like Formula One, everyone obviously compares that because it's the premier open wheel class. But you know, you don't want to go side by side. You don't want to interlock wheels in this class. So they're all going to try and stay out each other's way, but the races are always, always close together. Richard Carr, who actually was driving that 49 last year, is given that over to Courtney, that being Courtney Steenveld, for his first race back in quite some time. He used to race nationals up in Joburg. But we get underway. Joshua Smith starts on pole in Class V. It will be Damien White in Class C and Jason Coetzee in Class S that leads them away as the lights go off and down towards Blockcoin Corner, turn number 1.
Yep, fantastic start for the 10 cars then, and predictably it's all very, very gentle going into that first corner. A little bit of side-by-side action there. That's Udrich Husum and Ricky Anderson, 4th and 5th position, having a little bit of an early jostle, but nothing really too meaty in terms of the challenges going in just now, because again, with 8 laps to go, you don't want to go and bend any of the bodywork or any of the suspension. very, very tough cars these are. But again, coming through three then, and predictably, Jason Coetzee just off and into a different zip code at this point in time.
Absolutely, and a little bit about Jason Coetzee. Not only is he a multiple SA karting champion, he actually won the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup last year in the Extreme Festival Series. So he's also raced in the InvestChem 1600s before they changed to MSA4 rules and MSA4 cars. But we look ahead now to Class C and Class V. Damien White of Draken Racing sits there in the Swift, right at the front, or so in the Ray rather. And then it's Smith from Haysalmon, just behind Ricky Anderson, and Donovan Ramsey sit there in a third and fourth positions, the 95 and the 96 just behind Nick van der Westhuizen. And you'll see, David, these two cars, the 96 of Ricky Anderson and the 771 of Nick van der Westhuizen, they are actually teammates. Pink and black color scheme for the sister cars.
That's handy to know as we're watching the cars going through one then for lap number 2. And as we said, Jason Coetzee off into a different postcode, now 11 seconds clear of this group. So you'll forgive us for focusing pretty much all of our attention onto the likes of Damien White and Joshua Smith there side by side fighting out for P2 right now. Then you've got Udrich Huizaman in 4th position. There is 2nd and 3rd just now, so they're in their own little battle. Then you've got another battle of 5 cars there. That's Udrich Huizaman. You've got Ricky Anderson in that, Ben Jack Phillips and Nick van der Westhuizen in that 771 as well. So again, you've got these little groups that they're all breaking into right now.
Absolutely, and it will slowly spread up amongst themselves, and by the time you get to the end of the race, it will also open up amongst each of the groups. So you might have a 5-car battle now, but by the end of the race, you might have 1 or 2 guys racing each other. But so far, it's looking good. There is Damien White, the first and only Class C running Libra, currently just ahead of the Class Vs. And look at this. It is Joshua Smith in their GT Raps, number 83, and then ahead of Udrich Haysalmon for Chile Racing. And then it's this gaggle of 5 that are a bunch of Bs. In actual fact, the swarm is coming towards us.
The noise is absolutely fantastic as they pass under us here in the commentary box. But this is a 5-car battle then for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position that we've got. You've got Huizaman, Phillips, Anderson, Steenfeldt and Van Westhuizen still all pushing as much as they possibly can. But again, it's like you said earlier on, it's about the momentum here as we cut back then to the long straight down towards Cape Town corner here. It's all about momentum. It's all about just keeping as much speed as you possibly can again for making sure you get the consistency points.
Absolutely, as we see Jason Coetzee currently running that number 77 out of the final corner. He runs his way down towards Block Point once again. That car on, as far as I believe, Pirelli Racing rubber on those beautiful OZ Racing wheels. There we see Damien White just behind, or I say just behind in the GTI Ray, as the first 2 Vs come into frame. Down towards the final corner they go. So that is Joshua Smith and Udrich Haysalmon. But let's think about this. When we see in just a second from the far left, we see the rest of the field coming in. That's 5 cars that we know of, all the way from 5th down to 10th overall. Those 5 cars that you see in our frame are all fighting for 3rd overall in class.
Yeah, that's right. It's absolutely fantastic. So now, with the 2 separate groups, what I didn't realise is actually 3rd and 4th, Joshua Smith, because now as well, Damien White has broken away by 6 seconds over 3rd and 4th position here. So it's 3rd and 4th in a little battle then. It's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th position. So there is Damien White. Looking rather lonely, as I'd imagine also as Jason Coetzee.
Absolutely, as we look and see, I just got the hint of purple as he's just made his way by us now. Jason Coetzee 1:12.347 as we see Damien White make his way by us into Sarl Sweep. Here is this battle between Joshua Smith and Udrich Haysalmon. They make their way by us now, and it is nose to tail at this moment in time. Joshua Smith also had a hefty accident last year in Dam's Dip turn number 3. They managed to get that car back together and looking mighty neat, but Chile Racing hot on the heels, if you will, pun intended, down in towards Cape Town corner with the rest of the Vs just behind.
Yep, into that Cape Town corner then, and you can see that it does look like almost, you know, pace setting going on right now from Joshua Smith. He's really, really pushing that car as much as he can, but the problem with that is that he's got that number 44 just behind him of Idrich Huysamen, who is, I mean, that's a horrible position to be in for that car in front of Joshua Smith, because he sees in the mirrors there, as that was a big wobble on braking there. There's more action coming into turn one then. I think that's Ricky Anderson and the number 17 there of Ben-Jack Phillips.
Absolutely, and I just witnessed it as you were speaking. I looked over to our screen and you could see that a major snap. As you were saying, they might get a little bit loose as we see Damien White coming through. However, that GTI Ray wings and slicks on that car. He didn't get to do any qualifying and practice with it yesterday, just a bunch of issues with the floorboard that he had to replace and whatnot. So this is quite literally the first time out on circuit was his test. As we see now coming towards us, this is Joshua Smith and Idrich Huysamen.
Yep, here they come then through the Sarel sweep as we've only got 3 laps left to go here. And again, look at how close. They don't have any or that much aero on these cars here, but that makes it even more important to get into the slipstream of the car in front, which is exactly what Idrich Huysamen is doing here. But again, like we saw in previous races, I think they're going to wait their chance. I think they're going to wait until maybe, say, the last lap to pull out and go for it. But we go back to the leader then, who's now coming up to some lap traffic already. 1:12.292 from your race leader of Jason Coetzee, who is in a different postcode. He's in a different continent right now. Such is the pace. And again, coming up on some lap traffic.
Now, how's this? Here are the 2 other groups currently fighting for 5th and 6th as Jason Coetzee dissects those 2, that being Nick van der Westhuizen and Courtney Steenveld, as they all make their way down into Blockpoint Corner. Now look at Ricky Anderson in that NW Logistics and Aruba, as well as GT Rap sponsored number 96, fighting with Ben-Jack Phillips for that 5th spot overall and 3rd in class. So this is a hefty spot to be in before those 2 as they go down into Castrol Corner. There we jump back to the leaders, Joshua Smith and Idrich Huysamen, as they exit down through Dam's Dip Corner with 1.5 laps to go. We wait for Jason Coetzee to cut through the rest of them and start another lap, and then we will be on our final lap.
Yep, so it's 2 laps left to go then. As we go through 4, we're on the run down towards Cape Town corner. We're still watching this fight here with Joshua Smith and Idrich Huysamen. Again, we'll keep an eye on some of the fights that are going on, but it does look like Nick van der Westhuizen has taken 7th position. We'll give you more information on that in a second. There is, though, second for just now. We've also got Jason Coetzee still into Cape Town corner. Still just, I mean, he's making this look so straightforward, cutting through this lap traffic. He's on a completely different pace to everyone else, and I think he's actually very closely going to be catching up to Idrich Huysamen.
Absolutely, and as he does that, they just ahead of him move on to their penultimate lap as Jason Coetzee starts his final lap, but Jason will end up passing them before the end of this lap, and that'll be it. So they will all fall a lap down behind your current S-Class and overall leader, Jason Coetzee. Down into the background, you see them come in there. We just saw Damien White make his way by as we look through to the kink. That's the Landstem kink, for those that don't know. Down towards us they come, and Jason Coetzee goes up the inside of Huysamen, and he'll do the same procedure on Jason Smith in just a moment.
Now, have we lost Ricky Anderson? I see him falling down the timing screens there. Has he pulled into pit lane? Oh no, we've got yellow flag down at Cape Town corner then, so that is going to be, unfortunately, Ricky Anderson retiring from the race here. But checkered flag comes out, Jordan, and it looks like Jason Coetzee, an effortless breeze through the crowd here. But why don't you take us home?
So now we see is that waving yellow flag, and Ricky has just pulled off onto the circuit. I don't think he went off. I think he just had to pull that car off to the side of the track. I know they had an oil pressure issue yesterday, but it worked itself out. But Jason Coetzee makes his way out of turn 5A under the City of Cape Town Bridge and wins in Class S and in the Libra class for their first time today. Joshua Smith brings it home ahead of Idrich Huysamen right at the line. Then there's still a battle between these 2. The second sister car of NW Logistics, Aruba and GT Raps, as Ben-Jack Phillips comfortably brings himself home in that 3rd spot. Van der Westhuizen beats out Courtney Steenveld on his first event back in quite some time for Steenveld. And then we'll have Donovan Ramsey making his way to the line in the 95 Liqui Moly car to finish us off for the Bijo trustees. Formula Libras.
So that is still one car that we're waiting for is Damien White right now, the 29, coming out of Saddle, sweep down the Killarney straight down towards Cape Town Corner for the final time. And again, a bit of a lonely race for Damien. Still fantastic pace in that number 29 car, but he does come round the final corner, and he is going to go across the line to finish his race as well. So everybody is already back in the clubhouse at this point, and Damien's still just getting parked up. But there we go, checkered flag out for our final driver across the line. Just one retirement from the race. Unfortunately, we lost 2 laps ago, the number 96 of Ricky Anderson. But it is Jason Coetzee taking the win, Damien White in second position, and Joshua Smith in third. Welcome to 2026 for the Libras, Jordan.
Yep, and as we always like to say, Frankie and I say at CHD Oval Racing, I say it at Short Circuit, we say it everywhere. It's not about the quantity of cars, it's about the quality, and V's showed us that quality even when they had the 2 other classes mixing between themselves. There's Joshua Smith and Yudhir Haysaman. There's Ricky Anderson on the inside, rather, of Ben Jack Phillips, as far as I'm aware. They come through. That actually might be the early laps, because those look like the sister cars. So I wonder if we're going to be able to grab a replay of that final corner incident with Ricky Anderson. There's a little bit of bunching together. That was when that gaggle of 5 was still making their way through in the early laps. But like I said, that group quite quickly broke up after 3 or 4 laps, and they all split into their own little duos, fighting amongst themselves. So they'll just go through the replays. There wasn't anything major that happened during that, unfortunately, besides Ricky Anderson's off. But I've got a feeling, an unfortunate feeling, because I have worked on that car before, and it wasn't me, I promise. But I think that car may have some sort of mechanical issue.
Well, hopefully it's not. Hopefully we get him back out for race 2 today. But there we go then. That is the BGO Trustees Formula Libre Race 1 done and dusted. Up next then is going to be the Loud Classic cars. We have a few more races before we go for our lunch break. So we'll step away from the microphone, take a break, and we'll be right back with you in just a couple of minutes.
Right, so it's time for Lauda Classic Cars, race 1 over 8 racing laps. Once again, hello everybody, my name is Frankie Innes. Joining me Mike's side will be Gary Gazza Fleming, and of course we've got Jordan Huben and David Christie in the commentary box with us today. For those of you that have joined us late, There's still lots and lots and lots of racing action that's going to happen between now and sometime after 5 this afternoon.
Yep, probably up until around about 5:30 we'll be live on IMUSAT on lots of different platforms all over. So for those of you sitting at home, welcome. Round number 1, Killarney International Raceway Regional Racing. That's coming to you. 10 of the 11 classes taking part today, which is fantastic. Only the V8 Masters that is sitting out round number 1.
And
everybody
the fine
else
cars.
out there. Oh, yeah, and the fine cars as well.
Yeah.
So 10 of the 12. And for the first meeting of the season, pretty, very decent. Franco Donadio, as always, up front. The likes of Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl, Brian Evans, and Robin Forbes rounding out the top 5 in Louder Classic Cars race number 1. Bruce Evan Taplin, Frankie, a regular in Class B for an extended period of time.
Yes, with that Toyota Sprint RVs.
And Dave Aladev. Also been around all the millenniums.
Dave has always been an alpha man, and for the last couple of years campaigning in a boxy BMW.
He passed puberty. Oh, I shouldn't say that for the alpha boys.
Dancing Dave Aladev, as we called him back in the day. Well, folks, at home, you can vote for your driver of the day. WhatsApp the name to 060-352-2890 for your driver of the day. I would say your competitor of the day, because it can either be a driver or a rider.
And I do think young Miss Abigail Bosson could be
a contender.
Well, I mean, it was probably one of her best races ever she had earlier on today. For those of you that missed the top end of the show, we went live at 8 o'clock. And, yeah, Abigail was really on song. It was brilliant.
Yeah, she had a lovely dice there with Mr. Munton. And
talking about lovely dices, Franco Donadio, Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl, Brian Evans.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff.
There is the cars rolling through into their grid positions. Only 18 cars. That's very unlike Louder Classic cars. And normally we've got about 35, 36 cars out there.
But there was a good couple of people that ran into problems with the practice session yesterday. And there was a couple of guys that tried to get them sorted out. A couple of guys that did. A couple of guys that couldn't. We've just heard that Jess Huggett's got 2 burnt wires and a hole in the radiator. But Mario and Carol and the crew are all there, so they're going to try and get it sorted out. So we'll see Jess Huggett back in the Thermofires Clubman's to the luncheon interval. But nice to see so many Louder Classics out
Look
there.
at that Corvette Stingray of Robin Forbes working his way through to the sharp end of the field. And Robin is supposed to be there in P5. He did a 128.188 qualifying. Puts him in Class B and P5. Brian Evans will be just ahead of him. And then watch out for that orange Ford Fairmont GT. The leader in Class B. The man all the way from Vredendal, Mr. Boetie van Zyl.
Yeah, and possibility of an oval track being built in Vredendal in the not too distant future. All the paperwork has been put through to the municipality as the pace car comes off the line. And a big thanks to Franco Donadio. There was ground that was required for turn number 1, 90 cubes of filling for turn number 1. And that was sponsored by Franco Donadio, and then AWB Transport came on board and said we won't charge you anything for the transportation thereof, and well, that's that extra 90 cubes of ground that has been brought in. So AWB Transport and Franco Donadio, big thanks from Killarney International Raceway and all of us for just coming on board and making it all happen for us.
Well, great to see Jared Evans with that Capri that's on the front row of the grid of that Forenza Can-Am of Franco Donadio, and then Boetie van Zyl coming through as well there with that Ford Fairmont GT. Then Brian Evans, Robin Forbes is in there. Robin Forbes used to race Stanley Group in Class B in a Nissan Sentra back in the day. But that's, gee, that's decades ago. Well, not that long ago, early 2000s, I would think. And there's Dave Aladev working his way through. Wayne Lotter, Robert Rowe, they're all in that fight as they work their way through Damstep.
Wayne Lotter's another name that's been around for a very long time.
Yeah, and I can't think of Dean's surname now. He used to be the workshop manager at Mercedes-Benz. He's now the workshop manager at Mahindra in Northgate Estate. He is one of the pit crew, or the official pit crew of that man going through your screen there, and that is Wayne Lotter.
You'd kind of expect Robin Forbes to be a little bit further forward, but it's not like he's lost any pace of late. It's purely a case of Frank Donadio, Jared Evans, Abuti van Sail, and Brian Evans have upped their pace and held Robin Forbes. They're still in the top 5. I think Bruce Evan Taplin will be pretty happy that only those 5 are in front of him. And I think with the equipment that he's got, I don't think he can push it any harder and squeeze any more out of that vehicle of his.
Classic cars rolling down the backstretch. Big thanks to Lime Property Management, Mr. Clint Ridden. I think this is the 3rd season in a row that he is the official sponsor, the main sponsor of the Killarney Power Series. A big thanks to Clint Ridden, Mr. Lime Property Management himself.
Yep, and that's in conjunction with City of Cape Town, as they're going to work their way now through under Castrol Bridge. Lauda Classic Cars, race number 7 for the day. Race number 1 for Lauda Classics. Frankie Ernest, Gary Fleming, Mike Side. Frankie, take him off a line.
The lights go off and away we go. 8 racing laps as they work their way along the Porsche Club straight towards Block 1 corner. It's Franco Donadio that gets a lead. Butti van Sail slips through on the inside of Jared Evans. Then it's Brian Evans and Robin Forbes that is in there behind them as they work their way along the Jabez straight towards a Castrol corner. Behind Robin Forbes, it is Bruce Evan Taplin, and Dancing Dave Aladef has been overtaken there by Wayne Lotter. Robert Rowe is in that fight as well as they work their way through the Lundstem kink and down towards turn 3, Damstip.
Well, I tell you what, they're pretty much in the same order, the front 5 that they started, but Jared Evans, that massive big Ford of his, working it through the corners, eating up the rubber. Forbes in that 5th position. Evan Taplin and Lotter directly in there. Lotter's actually picked up a nice little toe. Might actually go for a pass as they get down towards Cape Town corner.
Yeah, he's right on the case of Bruce Evan Taplin, but down into Cape Town corner. It is that Chev Forenza of a race leader coming through there. That is Franco Donadio. There is Evans right on the case of Butti van Sail. Jared Evans, Butti van Sail. Then it's Brian Evans. Behind him, that's Robin Forbes. Behind Robin Forbes as they come down towards us is Bruce Evan Taplin. Behind Evan Taplin, it is Wayne Lotter. Then it is Dave Aladef, Rob Rowe, as the field comes running through into turn number 1. And Brian Evans has a look up on the inside of the Corvette of Robin Forbes.
Oh, Brian Evans with the Escort. The dark blue Escort, I think it's a Mark II that he's got there. And that one is pretty quick. But keep an eye on Butti van Sail. He's not actually doing a bad job, although Franco Donadio, we know, is the quickest man out there. Van Sail and the first of the Evans, Jared Evans, are running in close proximity to one another, with Robin Forbes and Bruce Evan Taplin coming through behind that.
Yeah, here comes Brian. Then it is Robin Forbes. Then it's Bruce Evan Taplin coming through. Wayne Lotter is right on the case of Evan Taplin as they work their way down the backstretch. And look at this. That V8 has been hassled here by this Capri. Butti van Sail has been hassled there by Jared Evans as they work their way out of Cape Town corner. And he is working hard. He's Van Sail. He is working very, very hard. He's Van Sail. And to try and keep Evans behind him. Here they come. The Ford Fairmont versus the Ford Capri.
Yeah, Butti van Sail putting up a mighty fine performance as always. Here we see Brian Evans in that Escort making his way by from Robin Forbes. Then Evan Taplin, Lotter. They actually switch positions as they come across the line. And it looks like Bruce Evan Taplin's actually dropping down the field ever so slightly on our screens. Now swapping down there. You see Bruce Evan Taplin is going further past Kearney, past Fuyun, Matia, the young Nicholas Fourie. as I lie, now the screen rearranges itself, so there obviously is a bit of a transponder thing going on at the minute as we watch this too, as Jared Evans goes up the inside, nudges that massive Fairmont of Boetie Fonseca out of the way and says, nope, this Capri's coming through and you're not going to stop me, as he does just that and through into Sorrel Sweep.
I tell you, Boetie won't be happy with that, that's for sure. Here comes Brian Evans towards us. He's in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. And then it's Robin Forbes in the Corvette Stingray. Then behind Forbes, it is Bruce Van Taplin with Wayne Lotter right on his case. Then it's Dancing Dave Aladef as they work their way through. Rob Rowe that's in there as well. Then it's a Lotter Senior as the field races down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner.
Look at this 325 IS, or dual 325 IS, and a Ford Escort racing together down towards turn number 5. As we look at Franco Donadio once again. In the Donadio plant hire. Chev Can-Am, and look at this fun Sale and Evans once again, Boetie up the inside, taking that spot back. That car really is on rails, and so is he, as they race through block 1, a little bit edgy out there into turn number 1, block 1 for Brian Evans. Then it's Forbes, then it's Van Taplin and Lotte with Aladef now opening up a gap between that white BMW 325 IS of Rob Rowe, as well as Lotte Senior.
Yeah, Lotte Senior is in. That's Daniel Lotte Senior. As we watch the cars coming through now, and that is Brian Evans that's coming through. He's actually getting away here from Robin Forbes. Then Bruce Van Taplin been hassled here by Wayne Lotter, and then it's a lovely fight behind them. That is Dave Aladef, Rob Rowe, and Daniel Lotte Senior.
And there you see just on the outside, that is the Vance Kearney car, the number 93 Capri, that unfortunately has pulled off to the side of the circuit. He had an issue off in turn number 2 a couple of laps ago, and it seems like there's more damage than there wasn't, so he's pulled off to the side of the circuit. You almost can't see Daniel Lotte Senior as they make their way down the Killarney back straight. But 4 more laps left to go, including this one for Donadio. Just behind, Fonseca is now pulling a slight gap towards Jared Evans in that 3rd spot.
Oh, that's 2nd and 3rd heading out of turn number 1. I love this Ford Fairmont GT. Here we see Brian Evans, that's Jared's dad, coming towards us. Then the Chevy Corvette Stingray of Robin Forbes. And then behind Robert Forbes, it's Bruce Van Taplin, and he's been hassled here by Wayne Lotter.
Now look at up the inside of Lotte Senior on Rob Rowe in the BMW, and just like that, after a little bit of patience, Daniel Lotte Senior has taken that position for the Lot Speed team and has moved up into 9th position overall. There you see that yellow flag still on the inside of your screen. That is still for Vance Kearney, that's sitting outside. But we look to Forbes, ahead of Van Taplin and ahead of Lotte.
And then behind them, we just missed that one. We'll pick him up as they come out of Damster. That's that lovely fight that's raging on. It is Dancing Dave Aladef, Daniel Lotte Senior, and Robert Rowe as they hit. And Robert Rowe dives up onto the inside. He's going to try and sneak through on the inside of Daniel Lotte Senior, but does not succeed in that move. He's lost a couple of car positions, or ground, I should say, to him as the 3 of them run down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner.
Robert Rowe, the chairman of the class, almost having a bit of a Code Brown moment up the inside of the double
I love that one, Code Brown moment.
Right-hander, but he loses a little bit of ground. But if these 2 in front of him, he can watch them. He's seeing them fight right in front of him. He needs to let them do their thing and almost harm each other in a way to slow themselves down so that he can capitalize. As we see Forbes once again ahead of Van Taplin. That's fighting for 5th, 6th, and 7th as Wayne Lotte makes his way by, and then 8th, 9th, and 10th. That's your top 10 between Aladef, Lotte Senior, and Robert Rowe.
Yeah, that's a lovely little fight between them, and they are actually working their way now towards Castrol Corner. Gaps are opening up between them. Dave Aladef is getting away. Lotte slowing right down. Lotte slows right down, and Lotte is losing ground there. Not all well in that escort for Lotte Senior.
Exactly that. When you keep watching, and now once we get to them coming around the circuit a little bit, I'll bring something up. But look at this battle once again. It's Fonseca and Evans toe-to-toe, or boot to hood, if you will, that are fighting it out still, coming towards us now, down towards Cape Town corner they go. There's Brian Evans in that 4th spot overall. He'll come across the line to start another lap in just a moment from now. And there we see Robin Forbes in the beautiful prepped Stingray making his way down towards the start-finish line. Evan Taplin in the Corolla with that 4 AGE motor coming towards us. Then look at this. So we see Aladef, we see Rowe, and 3 E30 box-shaped BMWs in a row. However, that third one of Falyun is actually a 2-door compared to the 4 doors as they rush on down towards block point turn number 1.
That's Aaron's Falyun, and hasn't done main circuit for quite some time as the field comes through. He's actually raced karting as well a couple of years ago, did Aaron's Falyun, and it's lovely to see him back out running once again as Piet Mathieu comes down towards us. Then Fourie is in there behind him as we watch them. Here's a lovely fight coming towards us now. That's a little bit further down, but we'll get the lead. Here comes the leader right behind them to start his final lap. Race leader Franco Donadio, and he's the quickest guy out there, the 123.125.
Yep, as there we see a lock up for Mr. Philly Truscott in the Alpha, just as Franco Donadio was coming up behind that group of back markers. Then we see Boetie van Zyl opening up a slight gap. It now says on our screens 1.1 seconds between himself and Jared Evans as they go down towards Castro Corner, turn number 2. We'll just watch as your leader comes out and past. He makes his way by all of the others at the back end of the field. That's Lotte Jr. as well as Malcolm Pfeiffer in that Alpha. Out of Dam's Dip they go, and 2 more corners for your leader.
Yeah, he's got less than a half a lap to go before he sees a checkered flag. That's Franco Donadio, and he was 6.4 seconds ahead of Boetie van Zyl when they started this last lap, and Evans was only 1.1 seconds behind van Zyl, racing down towards turn 5 Cape Town corner for the final time in race 1 for Lauda Classic Cars. He's the Chevy Forenza Can-Am in P1 of Franco Donadio, and he will win this one comfortably indeed. He was 6.4 when he started this lap, and we'll see what it is between himself and van Zyl. Here comes Boetie van Zyl to the line. Boetie van Zyl will get to the line just ahead of Jared Evans, 7.9, nearly 8 seconds behind Donadio.
Yep, we also see Daniel Lotte Jr. come across the line just ahead of Malcolm Pfeiffer.
That's Fullier Truscott that's going very slow there.
He'll pull right into the pits in that Julia. Robin Forbes now sitting in at that 5th spot. However, as we come to the line, Brian Evans in 4th overall comes to take 4th overall and 2nd in class ahead of Robin Forbes, 3rd in class and 5th overall. Then Bruce Evan Taplin in the Corolla brings that car across the line, mighty fine and mighty loud. And then Wayne Lotte, the 1st in Class C, brings it home ahead of 2 mighty E30 325 IS BMWs of Dancing Dave Aladef and Robert Rowe.
Yeah, and then it is Aaron's Falyun that crosses the line, and that is your top 10 across the line.
There we see Lotte Senior, who had that issue once before, slowing right down. We weren't certain of what the cause could be, and we probably won't know until race number 2. But he brings that Escort across the line. Doesn't quite sound like it's ailing, but it makes its way across. Then we see Piet Mathieu in the 944, ahead of young Nicholas Fourie, part of the quite prestigious
famous Fourie racing family. Yeah.
Yes, his
there's
dad,
so many of them, man.
and his grandpa and his uncle, even, all very, very synonymous to Killarney International Raceway.
Well, it was a dominating performance by Franco Donadio. He won by almost 8 seconds, 7.9 to be exact. And after on Boetie van Zyl, but I will say that Jared Evans kept Boetie pretty honest throughout that entire race. Sponsored by Lauda Classic Cars. Here's a replay of Jared Evans making life difficult for Boetie van Zyl in the Ford Fairmont GT. There was a moment that he had his nose ahead of that Ford Fairmont. Ford versus Ford. Fairmont versus Capri.
Yeah, but probably is much worse for Jared when he's got this massive cruise ship behind him in his rearview mirrors compared to Boetie, where the car's so wide he can maybe not even see Jared when he's right behind him.
But I'll tell you what, it wasn't easy. He had to keep his eyes on that rearview mirror because that blue and white Ford Capri was crowding his boot lid.
And there is Vance Kearney, already an issue. It looks like a lockup of one tire, and I wouldn't be surprised if something's broken there, or maybe the brakes have just binded on that front left.
Seems like it, yes.
And he went off in turn number 2 into the gravel trap, and then obviously landed up outside of turn 3.
And that's the checkered flag you saw there for Franco Donadio.
And another big thank you to Lauda Classic Cars, of course. For those that don't know, their showroom in Cape Town CBD, and what they do, they are purveyors of premium sports, classic and investment cars. They source and procure some of the finest classic and modern automotive machines from the African continent and ship them across the world. And of course, Clinton Lawrence, who is a major force behind Lauda Classic Cars here in Cape Town, also used to race a V12 Jag XJS around the circuit, and he was supposed to race at the Cape Town
Classic Hill Climb
Speed Classic Festival, and they couldn't get that car running in time. But hopefully he'll bring that Jag out throughout the year.
I'm pretty sure we will see him out on circuit again in the not too distant future. He loves his motorsport, likes to have functions there as well at Lauda Classic Cars. And a big thanks to City of Cape Town, always on our side as we do our best to take the races off the roads and bring them onto the track. And Smile 90.4, our official media partner, and that in conjunction with Lime Property Management.
And we are literally almost on the track with the BMW class. They are doing their first race of 2026 in the Power Series. It is their first official second year, so actually their second year. But this class has grown so much. If we can take a look down this lineup right now, absolutely sexy cars all lined up here, ready to go. We have our performance with Page BMW at the back there, as you can see. A little bit biased on that, but we're wishing these guys all the best of luck for their first race of 2026. We wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, I'll need it.
Anything that you usually say to get her prepped for the race?
No, I don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. Okay, no news is good news.
No, she knows what she's doing.
Awesome. Confidence is key.
Don't bin it.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks.
Guys, how are you?
And you?
Good. All prepped and ready to go. How's the nerves feeling? First race of 2026?
Very good, very good. Everything all well this side.
Good. Okay, tell us a little about this car because it's sexy as hell. I see a traction here.
Stunning car, 1 Series, Dexter Bruce driver. This car is absolutely top notch.
Familiar name. I don't know if I know this guy. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he's very well known all the way around. As I say, this car is top notch. Won the series last year, so on pole position now, so very good.
Extra pressure this year?
Yeah, we're going to push hard. I see there's another 1 Series here also to the list, so let's see what happens this year.
And also black. I feel like there's competing or there's black and slightly yellow color.
It looks like that's the way to go, eh?
Awesome. Good luck for the race.
Thanks a lot, eh? Cheers.
head out for the Premier two-wheel class, the Pirelli-sponsored Superbike Challenge, Masters and 600s. And before I go any further, I just want to commemorate this. David, you haven't been around quite long enough for this, but the spectacular races we've had today, and the brilliant day that we've had today, for the wonderful weather, for everybody that has joined us, not only live in person, but here on the live stream as well. I just want to put a point out of remembrance to two of our friends in the Superbike class that have passed away over the last year and a half, that being Leighton Thomas and Brad Bodsworth. So all of these riders in all the classes, in fact, riding in their friends' honor, and we obviously, myself included, miss them dearly at the circuit, but they are definitely watching over us as that being the riders, make their way down towards the final corner. They'll come up to the grid, and we'll get racing for the Pirelli Superbikes Challenge Masters and 600s. And I just want to mention about this new partnership with Pirelli. I got in contact with David Goosen, one of the representatives for Pirelli South Africa and Bikewise, and all of their subsidiary sponsors, the likes of Rentville, Motul, DID, SBS, and I believe it's Acebus. I may be wrong, I might have to speak to him about this. But all sponsors for the bike classes this year, Pirelli being the main one. The contract was only dealt with right at the end of last year, but for a bit more reassurance to the guys that I know there's been differing opinions about the tires moving from an open tire class now to specifically Pirelli's amongst all three classes this season. Pirelli, being the incredible Italian manufacturer that they are worldwide, with the likes of Formula One, for example, World Superbikes, we have a contract that all the leftover stock that World Superbikes has after their race season and their secondary series have completed, it gets distributed to the rest of the world. And we have between 600 and 700 brand new fresh Pirelli rubbers coming to Cape Town in the next 2 weeks, only for us here at Cape Town Power Series. But there's more that I'll explain a little bit later on when they come out for race 2. But we are here for Pirelli Superbike Challenge 600s and Masters. The lights go on, and it's Tristan Pienaar that starts on pole position. The 1000s and 600s get underway, and here we go down towards Blockcoin corner, David Christie.
Absolute gaggle of bikes in down into turn one for the first time. It's a 7-lap race that we've got going on. It is going to be a Ronald Slammer up in that lead group just now. You've got about 4 bikes just in the front of them just now as they come down into 2 again, into that banked corner. Want to get it nice and tucked in on that right. But again, you can see a nice early lead. I believe that is actually Ronald Slammer in the number 68 bike. That Yamaha R1 just streaking away. We'll get confirmation when they do come across the line. But again, we're seeing these just in every other bike race that we've had here, own little groups going through here. Also to keep an eye on the Masters. That's a subclass championship that's going on for riders that are 35 years and older. They score points in their primary class, so in their main class, but in the Masters as well.
So there are 4 main classes in this championship, and you can actually win 2 championships in one series with the likes of the Masters Challenge and Superbikes, as well as the 600s. As now out of the final corner we have the likes of AJ Venter, Alan John Venter from Johannesburg, one of the only South Africans to do the Isle of Man TT racing up with the Foster's accountant on 2 wheels, that being Malcolm Rapson, and the Red Baron, that being Ronald Slamet, who's trying to fight for his 4th Western Province Superbike title. He's won 3 titles already. He wants to end his career off with another championship. But Tristan Pienaar, we call him young Piston Pienaar, because he's always absolutely on it, firing on all cylinders, in this case 4, or 2 in fact. Down towards turn number 3, Dams Dip they come. There he goes on the CBR 1000 Triple R for Missile Motorcycles, and down towards Sarl Sweep the rest of the field will come.
Yep, so it is pretty much a fight between second, third and fourth position right now, because you've got the number 68 of Slam It, you've got Jan Venter, Alan Jan Venter in the 39 as well. And again, you can just see how much of a gap that PNR is opening up there. It was 2.8 seconds as they went across the line. That's now surely going to be up to more than 4.5 seconds as they go into lap number 3 here. But a fascinating battle a little bit further out. So as we said, we've got 3 different classes all going on. You can see that on the screen there at the top there. But there is your race leader, Tristan Pienaar, fastest lap of the race, 1:17. But in second position, Ronald Slammy in the 68. Third place is Alan Van Yenter. Malcolm Rapson in 4th position. You've then got Eden Haynes in 5th position, Michael Dutoit in 6th, and then Mark van den Berg in 7th position. You've got a bike off of the track. Thankfully, it looks like that it just is a mechanical there.
Well, it looks to be in the dirt in turn number 4, so there will be a yellow flag there. I'm just watching to see the names running down the field. And Dion Ebel on the second CBR 1000 RRR, the number 27, unfortunately looks to have dropped all the way down and is a lap down at this point in time. So it looks to be him that has ended up in the kitty litter, but the bike was up, and I believe he's up. We'll just wait for confirmation. But Zander Tayo dropping down a couple of positions in the 888 motorcycles. 750 GSXR as they come down towards Cape Town corner once again. It's still Pienaar, who's 3.7 seconds ahead of Ronald Slammer at the moment. Alan John Fenty in that 3rd spot ahead of Malcolm Rapson. Eden Haynes, that is your top 5 all in the Superbike class. Then just behind that, Michael Dutoit, the learner, number 7, now using the number 99 as Tristan Pienaar goes down into block going corner.
Yep, so there is your leader there. Second place then of Ronald Slammy in the number 68 bike. Alan Jan Venter in the 39 in 3rd position. Malcolm Rapson in 4th position. Eden Haynes in 5th. Michael Dutoit in 6th. Mark van den Berg in 7th position. Xander Talgaard in 8th position. You've got Connie Boat in 9th, and 10th position is going to be Daniel Frost as well. So again, real fights going on all the way through. Just as a point as well, that lead battle is actually coming back in, or it was coming back in. I thought it was going to go up to 4.5 seconds. It only went to 3.8, but now it's gone to 4.3. So Tristan pulling out the pin, but it's not by as much as I thought it was going to be.
Yep, but still with 5 laps, or just under 5 laps left to go, there's still more than enough time for him to pull away. As we look through, it's Venter from Rapson, Haynes, Dutoit, Vandenberg, Taljaard, Boertes, Frost as your top 10. Then outside the top 10, we've got Wayne Arendse, Jean van Dijk, Francois Kritzinger, and Dion Ebel. Francois Kritzinger just quietly in the 600 class after being promoted from the Clubman's Breakfast and Classics previously last year, as Tristan Pienaar comes in to turn number 1. Absolutely flying ahead of the rest of the field at this point in time. Ahead of Ronald Slammert on that RSRA, or Ronald Slammert Racing Academy bike. Just ahead there is Malcolm Rapson. That comes through with Eden Haynes just behind on his lovely motorcycle. He calls that Bethany with no particular reason, but I'm sure she's a fierce motorcycle between his legs. As we watch them go through now, that is Haynes and Dutoit, in fact. Just behind him will be Mark van den Berg, sponsored there by GFP Bike, or GFP Lighting rather. As they run on down, no, I lied, GFP Superbikes, there we go.
Brilliant.
A couple of GFPs around as they come down towards the final corner.
Brilliant fight though between that BMW S1000RR and the Yamaha R1. It's Eden Haynes on the BMW and Michael Dutoit on that Yamaha R1. So they're fighting it out down for 5th and 6th position. But as we cut back, there is going to be Tristan Pienaar just again lighting up the timing screens there. 1:12.119 as the rest of the field come through. 2nd place for Slammy, 3rd place Jan Venter, 4th place for Rapson as well, and then it's everyone else. Eden Haynes is going to come across the line just now. Michael Dutoit hotly in tow, and again then Mark van den Berg in the 96th and 7th position. Yeah, you've got Talgaard in 8th as they make their way down into block coin corner.
Another one of my favorite things about this class specifically, as well as Clubman's Breakfast and Classics, is the vast variety of manufacturers. We've got the likes of Kawasaki, BMW with the S1000RR, ridden by a couple of guys. The likes of, we saw Eden Haynes, as well as Jean van Dijk and Connie Boertes. And then you also have the Yamaha R1s, Suzuki GSXR 1000s, as well as the Honda CBR 1000 RRRs and RRs. As now we watch these two come through Dams dip. Now that's still that fight between Eden Haynes and Michael the Toy. As they come through, Sarl Sweep now will jump a little bit further ahead. This is sitting for second, third, and fourth. That being Slamet, Alan John Fenter, and Malcolm Rapson, all amongst the three of them, all on different manufacturers.
I'm just glad you said Ronald Slamet's name finally, so I knew that I wasn't absolutely butchering it there. But either way, what a brilliant fight for second, third, and fourth position as they come across the line. Just 0.3 of a second separating the top second and third riders out there just now. 2 laps left to go in this first race of the day for the Pirelli Superbikes Challenge Masters and 600s. And this again, you can see Ronald Slammy having to get a little bit defensive now because Alan Jan Venter is probing at the back of that number 68 Yamaha R1, and Jan Venter really does look like he's going to be trying to make an opportunity on his Kawasaki ZX-10.
We've got multiple champions in all their rights, as there's a rider down in turn number 2. It could be Bike 99, that being Michael the Toy. He was fighting with Eden Haynes. He's going to try and lift that bike up. If it is Michael, I'll just look in my binoculars very quickly.
Yeah, the bike's on the exit of turn 2 as well.
It looks like the 99, in fact. And I believe that is Michael the Toy. And he had that issue just sliding out midway through the corner, trying to catch up and pass. As now, 1 more lap to go for Tristan Pinar.
Unbelievable. There is your race leader then coming down into turn 1 for the final time then, as we cut back to the rest of the field. Ronald Slammy then losing that second position to Alan Van Yenter. We were focusing on that accident at the exit of turn 2. Jan Venter, excuse me, up to P2 then. On the final lap, Ronald Slammy down to P3. Will he be able to take that position back? Malcolm Rapson up to P4. Ian Haynes in P5, can see just in the background here. But again, with the yellow flags there, he's going to be trying to rejoin the circuit, which is awesome to see him finishing the race here. This is not over. Alan Jan Venter coming under real pressure from Ronald Slammy.
Absolutely, and the pressure's getting even more and more so. But we'll stay on Tristan Pinar on that missile motorcycle CBR 1000 Triple R as he makes his way down to the final corner. At only 20 years old, this young man will now come across the line to take victory in race number 1 on the back wheel. Check it, Tristan Pinar. What a wild, wild
Here we go,
man.
though.
Let's look at this battle. Take it away.
Here we go, side by side for P2 and P3. Jan Venter holds on to it from Ronald Slammy. That was so close there. Malcolm Rapson, though, is going to finish in P4 all by himself there. Eden Haynes, robbed of that battle with Michael Dutoit, will come across the line in P5. And then it's going to be Mark Vandenberg taking a position because of that issue up into P6. He's going to come under the bridge and across the line just now. Xander Palyard, we didn't really see too much of them in the 88 in 7th position, but a cracking fight. You've got Connie Boat as well as Daniel Frost and Johan Van Dijk coming across the line there. Almost couldn't get the words out of my mouth there, such was how close it was for those three. We didn't see them at all during the race, but a fantastic race there. Wayne Arnday finishing in P11 there, and my goodness me, great to see Michael Dutoit did get that bike across the line, so he is classified as a finisher in that race.
Absolutely. He was unfortunately only a lap down, but he tried to get that bike fired up and running, and it just kept having problems trying to get back onto the circuit, but he managed even a lap down, as we see Francois Kritzinger bring the 750 across the line as well to finish off the Pirelli Superbike Challenge Masters in 600s. And as well as that, Wayne Arnoldson very quietly almost sneaking into the top 10 on that Eagle Vision Association ZX10 of his. But brilliant stuff nonetheless.
Also noticing that it was actually Ronald Slammy that got the leading Masters in that one, unless, because obviously I don't have Tristan on my my entry list there, but 1/10 of a second between second and third place. That's exactly the sort of finish that you want to have here for the Superbikes, the Pirelli Superbikes Superbike Challenge, the 600s, and yeah, fantastic stuff. Just briefly while they come round then, as well, to explain the difference, because obviously the Superbikes are the creme de la creme, they are the elite, but the Superbike Challenge they're pretty much matched on pace as well. That's kind of the proving ground, isn't it? As we go into a replay. Oh, now that is a huge moment, actually, for Deon Abel.
Absolutely, and we'll just have to see if we can get another replay of that. He looks like he was fighting halfway through the corner, and he was actually just behind somebody. I can't quite tell you just from up here who that is.
Yeah, that's a difficult one, because there's nothing as a rider you can do until it's too late anyway, and you're already down on the ground.
Absolutely. Once the front gives way, there is nothing you can do, and it sent that CBR 1000 Triple R up into the sky almost and left in the dust. I'm glad that he was able to stand up, but unfortunately that bike not getting underway. And let's see if we can see Michael the Toys incident as well. Is this that replay? Not quite.
No, not quite, but wow.
But here's this finish between Slamet and AJ Fenter. Slamet trying to go around the outside up against the wall. The cheers against the fence, and Alan John Fenter just pipping Ronald Slamet at the tail.
Like I said, that is exactly what you want from a superbike race. My favourite was the wheelie finish from Tristan Pienaar. Again, as we go to a replay, now what I love is that we can get an accident that looks quite violent like that, and immediately the rider straight back up. But even more so, the rider straight back up, straight to get to the bike and try and get back and rejoin the race. But at which point, that bike's going straight back to the garage to get a once-over. And if that was me, I'm away to the clubhouse to get a cup of coffee by that point.
Yeah, because it's not quite not cup of coffee hours, if you know what I mean. That's later on today.
Well, let's face it, if it's me, I'd be 30 seconds per lap behind the pace anyway, so it's fine.
But wow, what a way to end off the first round of those 3 bike classes before we head into API Property Group GTI Challenge. But just before that, while they clean up the circuit, we will have a tribute to our fallen friends.
Motorcycles are on the track right now, and here is the family, the crowd, the spectators of all of these bikes. Guys, hi! How's everybody doing today? The bikes are on the track. How's it going?
It's going wonderful. We've had good results. Very happy, very positive.
Awesome. And how are you feeling?
Absolutely great. Nervous as anything, but yeah, it's a good day so far.
So these are all family members, spectators, supporters. Guys, say hello. Hello. There we go. How are we feeling about racing 2026? Oh, there you have it, guys. Come down to Killarney International Raceway. It is exciting. The vibe is spectacular. Shout out to all the family, the friends, the spectators of all of the superbikes that are out.
Right, time to rock and roll with a real deal, and it is the GTI Challenge, API Property GTI Challenge race number 1.
Yeah, and for the folks around the track, people at home, you're going to make a quick announcement. If anybody has picked up a cell phone in pit lane with a green cover, please hand that cell phone in at the office in the Castrol Tower, please. Thank you. It belongs to one of our officials.
So there was originally 24 entries. Unfortunately, we lost out on 3 due to technical difficulties initially when they went out and did the practices, etc. And we've got now 21 API Property GTI Challenge cars out there for race number 1. A big thanks to our main sponsors, the bridge. I see Castrol on there, the main straight, Porsche Club of Cape Town. Turn 1 sponsored by Blockcoin, turn 2 Castrol, and then turn 4 named after Sarel van der Merwe. And our event sponsor being Power Series for 2026 is sponsored by Lima Property Management. Mr. Clint Ridden, in conjunction with our media partners, Smile 90.4 FM. as they work their way down the back main. This is going to be good stuff. Class A, Class B, and Class C. Not sure if it's going to be a 1-light start or a 3-light start. Normally when there is a lot of cars out there, they go for the 3-light start. I think today they might go for everybody comes off the line together. Quite easy to get temperature in the front tires of these front-wheel drives, as you can accelerate, you can brake, or you can turn. But on the back wheels, all you can do is brake. You can get a little bit with turning. That's why you find the guys tend to throw it around and slide the back tires. Otherwise, you generate more temperature in the front tires than the rear tires. And when you're going to turn number 1, you've got a total imbalance as opposed to what you would normally have after 2-3 laps of racing. So very important to try and get as even as possible temperature build up in those back and front tires.
And of course, Gaza, there's a couple of Class C drivers that's moved up to Class B. Ijas Majid is one of them. Adriano Ferrari, he's another one that's moved up from Class C into Class B. Eugene Gelderblom.
Adriano Ferrari was in fact a class winner at the end of last season.
Class C, quite right, yes. He's now moved from C up until B. Right, everything seems to be A-OK as we wait for them to move off the line.
Not sure if it's a 1-light or 2 lights.
There's only 2 Class A cars out there.
Yep.
Everybody else is Class B. There was supposed to be 3 initially. It's only Skull Keldernays and Tate Bishop that is in Class A. Ian Cup was supposed to be there. He's not there.
We saw him this morning in the pits, so something's gone wrong since, and there's going to be a 1-light start as they come off the line. And look at those API Property Management Class C cars already encroaching on the back of Class A. It's going to be Geldernays that gets the whole shot.
Yeah, Geldernays from, as the field works their way, look at that. The Class B, C cars already right on the case of the Class B cars as they work their way out of Blockwood corner. Out of Blockwood they go into Castrol. Those Class C cars is hounding the back end of the Class B brigade as they work their way out of Castrol corner. Chase vehicles going down into Castrol, but it's all about the top 2 that's busy working their way. Look at this lot coming through out of the Lundstem Kink, working their way around Geldernays and Bishop. They are sliding that cars around. Then it is Zach Leyden. He's the leader of Class B with Kolfi and Sunderberg. Whoa, this is going to be a big one. Into the tire wall, and it's a massive, massive smack into the wall there. Picked up right in front of the camera.
I think the camera is much better off than the car right now. You can see the dust there in the background. But look at this battle going down the leading Class B cars that are working their way through there. Zach Leyden that leads out that group. And it's Kolfi that's directly in there behind him. A 5-car battle that's leading out Class B's. And here is the Class C battle coming through directly behind that. The Class C battle being led out by Ross Schroeder from Daniel Moona, Tristan Joubert, and Devon Dreyer.
Yeah, as the Class C cars come through now, and that is Moona, Van Eerden, Joubert, and Smith as they come through down into turn number 1. They go as we watch all these challenge cars make their way out of Blockwood corner. That is the mid-pack of Class C that's coming out. The Class B guys are heading into turn number 2, led there by Leyden, Kolfi, Brett Roach. Then the Sundenbergs are coming through. There are your Class B, C leaders, Daniel Moona, Van Eerden, and Tristan Joubert.
Oh, Geldernays using the whole track and a little bit more, getting the tail end hanging out as he comes through there. But your Class Bs, I must say, Zach Leyden doing a pretty decent job. Kolfi there in directly behind him from Roach, Sundenberg, Liebenberg, and Ferrari. Liebenberg did not attend the driver's briefing, and although he did qualify well, he was moved to back of class on the first race start.
Right, this is the Class B boys that's racing down towards Cape Town corner, led there by Zach Leyden, Mohammed Kolfi, and Brett Roach as the 3 of them exit Cape Town using the track and more. Then it's Sundenberg Jr. in there behind him, followed there by Sean Liebenberg. Liebenberg is the second last car on your screen there. Then it is Ferrari, and then right behind them, yes, first, second, and third in Class C. Daniel Muller is in that fight together with Ryan van Eerden and Tristan Hubert.
Well, I tell you what, they're quite happy to go 3 abreast into the corner. Luckily, they didn't go and do some strange stuff. Van Eerden, Moona and Joubert, nothing much between them, breaking away from Smith, Dreyer and Rowe at this point. But with that battle being so tight, Frankie, I think the balance of the guys might actually catch that lead battle that you see there coming out of turn 2 in Class C.
Well, that Class C fight, yes, not too far behind them is a 66 car of Smith. He's not too far behind these 3 that's coming towards us. That's John Smith. Oh, there's a lot of dust there on the outside of Dam's Dip as they work their way through Dams. Up the Tiger Book, straight up the hill they go towards the highest part of Killarney International. Turn 4, double right-hander, saddle sweep. That is your top 3 of Class C coming through as we watch the leaders of Class B work their way out of Cape Town corner. Mr. Zach Leyden right behind him is Mohammed Kolfi, Brett Roach, and Donnie Liebenberg Jr. is right on his case there, followed there by Sandenberg. It's actually Sandenberg and then Sean Liebenberg.
Oh, there's that Class C battle now. Still Van Eerden, Moona, Joubert and Smith. Sandenberg lost from the Class B pack and gets himself absorbed by the Brat pack.
Oh, nice to see both Sandenberg out there. His dad is lying in P12 overall. Used to race late models at the old Tigerberg Raceway. So it's the father and son combination of which Junior is lying 6 overall and 4th in class.
A very thinned out Class A up front with Geldenhuys and Bishop. Geldenhuys has become a major factor in GTI Challenge in the last 18 months and getting better and better. Father, an ex-champion, class champion and series champion as well. So coming from great stock and obviously the setup being done impeccably on that motor car. Very consistent, very seldom makes mistakes and does not complete races, hence winning championships. But the battle is on as we go down into turn 5. Zach Leyden still holding out on Mohammed Kolfi. Brett Roach starting to get a bit of ground now in front of him and being closed down by Sandenberg from behind.
Yeah, Sandenberg Jr. Then behind Sandenberg Jr. it is Liebenberg. Then it is Adriano Ferrari that's made the jump into Class B. And then here come the Class C cars. It is Van Eerden, Hubert and Muna that's working their way towards us. Then they've got that lost Class B car, the 77 of Sandenberg Senior, that is in there between them as well.
Always great to see the Class B and the Class C battles, normally pretty close between them. And you know, there are years that Class A is the class to be watched. There's years that Class B is the year to be watched. And many a year it's been all about the Class C cars as our Class A 2 top contenders, Skalk Geldenhuys leading out, going down the back main with 4 laps to go.
Now this we're halfway through this one. Geldenhuys and Bishop way down the road. As a matter of fact, there is 12.5 seconds between second in Class A and the leader of Class B, which is Zach Leyden. They're the 2 Class A cars working their way through 5A as the Class B contingency work its way towards Cape Town corner. And I'll tell you what, Sandenberg Jr. is crowding that bootlet of the Golf of Jetta 2 of Brett Roach.
Yep, it's getting pretty close between the two of them, and I think that battle's going to carry on right through to the end of this race. Let's go back a little bit and see if we can pick up that Class C lead battle. Will be coming now towards the city of Cape Town and Castrol Bridge. Here they come.
Yeah, here comes Ferrari through, and then that is your first and second. That's Sandenberg Senior, that's between them. It is Van Eerden, then it's Sandenberg Senior, he's in Class B. Then it is Tristan Hubert, Muna, Devin Dreyer, John Smith and Patrick Walton as they work their way out of Block 1.
Daniel Muna in the API color scheme. He's been pretty much a regular in the class, in this specific class as well. The Class C battle, we often see Daniel Muna in the API livery car at the front end of that battle. Our Class A is already down towards turn number 5 and coming out Cape Town corner as we watch our lead Class B cars coming into picture. And Zach Leyden, having raced stock cars 2 weeks back, finds himself at the front end of Class B. But look at the battle for 3rd and 4th in class.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. We'll get them there as they make their way through Cape Town corner. And it's Donnie Sundenberg Jr. That's right now on the case of Brett Roach as they work their way out of Cape Town corner into the turn 5A kink. Then behind them, we've got Sean Liebenberg. He'll come into view now. There comes Sean into view. And right behind him is Adriano Ferrari, the man that jumped from Class C into B. And then we've got Sundenberg Senior. And then right behind Sundenberg Senior, Gaza, is your leader of Class C.
Yep, here they come again with the API property liveries so similar. You can just pick up the red stripe just below the windscreen. That's the easy way to determine. And we've got a slow runner going down into 1.
That's one of the Class C cars that's just slowed right down there. One of the API property cars.
Our lead car down towards turn 5 and slowly but surely getting away from Tate Bishop in that 2nd position. The Angry Racing entry looked pretty good initially. There wasn't that much between them, but now it's all about Skalk Geldenhuys.
Right, one more lap to go for them. These two as they start their final lap. Skalk Geldenhuys, Tate Bishop. 3.4 seconds between them. As they on their final lap, your Class B cars are working their way out of Cape Town corner. They heading towards the start of their last lap. That is Mohammed Kalfi coming through your screen now. And Brett Roach is still battling to keep Donnie Sundenberg Jr. behind him as they work their way through the turn 5A kink and race down towards Block 1 corner. Then you've got Ryan van Eden that leads Class C as there's a half a lap to go for these two cars. For 2 Class A cars, Gary, before they see the checkered flag.
Skalk, even though he's leading out using the whole track, the curbstone, and just a little bit more. He likes to do that 4-wheel drift under braking, even going over the top end of the curbstone. We've seen a couple of bikes. That horrible bike accident we saw there early on, must be a lot of damage to that motorbike. Skalk Geldenhuys, Class A, from the front row of the grid. The fastest qualifier has led every single lap ever since the lights and the flag said, let's go and have some fun. And he comes out of turn 5, Cape Town corner, with a decent gap between himself and Tate Bishop.
Right, Geldenhuys and Bishop will come home 1st and 2nd. Remember, we saw that API property car slow down in turn number 1, and that was Daniel Muna, and he has retired that car. So Geldenhuys and Bishop have taken the checkered flag already. We now wait for the leading Class B car. Here it comes, the Includon Polo of Zach Leyden that sits out there in P1. Mohammed Kalfi in 2nd in Class B. There's your 2 winners of Class B across the line. And Brett Roach, well, he's just going to get to the flag ahead of Sundenberg Jr. Then it is going to be Sean Liebenberg, and right on his heels, it's Adriano Ferrari, followed by Donnie Sundenberg Senior. Then right behind him is Ryan van Eden, that will win Class C. And he will finish ahead of Tristan Hubert. I'm sure Tiny and the guys at Tiny's Pit Box will be happy about that. Devin Dreyer crosses the line. John Smith crosses the line. Yes, PJ Walton. And then Andre Rowe will finish just behind him. Followed by Ishmael Davids.
Well, looks like we lost out there on Daniel Muna, Frankie. He dropped right down. I'm not sure where he actually went off.
I'll tell you where he went off. I just mentioned it a while ago. Remember the API car that went slow through turn 1?
Oh, that was
That
him.
was, yes, picked up here by our spotters. When they're not on the mic, they're spotters, and of course vice versa. And David picked it up that he had pulled off there on the stock car oval.
So Class A goes Schalk Geldenhuys from Tate Bishop. Class B is Zach Leyden from Mohammed Kalfi and Brett Roach. Class C, Van Eden coming through the head of Joubert and Dreyer. In the absence of Moona, that was looking pretty good. And Ian Cup, that also didn't manage to come out for that event. That could have made a big difference if Ian Cup was out there as well. So that was round number 1 on API Property Group GTI Challenge. Here's some replays. And I must say, our crew downstairs have picked up some beautiful replays. That's some big eye stuff, and straight towards the barrier.
That's a 93 car that went into the barrier.
That was big.
That's a 93 car. Let's see if we can pick up who that was. That's Eugene Gelderblom. That's Eugene Gelderblom, the 93 car. You'll pick it up. Look, when he flicks the car to the left, you can see the number clearly there. B93, Eugene Gelderblom.
And just after that, the window exploded. Oh, here's another long shot of it, trying to hold, just flicks back the opposite way. And from there on out, well, you just a passenger. Sorrel sweep, well, a whole bunch of dust and a whole bunch of damage.
A couple of cars taking evasive action there. Class B and Class C cars. One of them being the API Property car. That's the sponsor of GTI Challenge.
As far as I know, we're supposed to be doing the minute silence now, but I don't see anybody on the grid yet. Is there anybody with the replays?
Oh, folks, just a delay we're going to have. They're going to sort out the tyre wall at the outside of turn number 4. Saddle sweep because of the 93 car that went off there and smacked right into the tyre wall. Thank goodness there's tyres ahead of that reinforced concrete wall. But of course that tyres is completely demolished, so the marshals will sort that out, and then we will be back with you once again.
Well, folks, the not so nice side of motorsport is when you lose out to Mother Nature and of our best depart untimeously. We pay homage today to Angie Palmer. We pause to honor the life of Angie Palmer, a cherished member of our Orange Army family. Angie served as a marshal for nearly 9 years. She joined us in 2010, beginning a journey in Turn 6, the Marshal's Pub, where her energy, friendliness and willingness to help quickly made her a familiar and trusted face. From there she moved to the track and became a dedicated flag marshal, a role she embraced with pride and commitment. Her contributions did not go unnoticed. In 2012 she received the All-Round Support Trophy for her tireless help in Turn 6. And in 2014, she was awarded the Most Improved Flag Marshal Trophy, a testament to her passion for learning and her determination to grow within the sport she loved. Angie had a deep affection for motorsport. She often said she would have loved nothing more than to go around the track in a V8, a dream that captured her spirit perfectly, enthusiastic, bold, and full of life. She continued to marshal until 2018 before she and her husband Gary returned to England the following year. Even after leaving our shores, she remained part of our story. Angie left a mark wherever she went. Friendly to all, always ready to lend a hand, and eager to guide new marshals in the art of flagging. Angie passed away peacefully on Thursday, 29th of January, due to medical complications. She leaves behind her husband Gary, 3 sons, 4 grandchildren, 1 brother, and 4 sisters. She was also an aunt to our fellow marshals, Marie, Martin, and Zoe. To all of them, we extend our deepest sympathy and strength. Angie, your Orange Army family will miss you. Your kindness, your dedication, and your spirit will remain part of our track forever. May you rest in peace. We also say goodbye, a final goodbye to Robbie Adams. The final checkered flag has come down for a champion racer with a passing on Saturday, 31st of January of 1972. Western Province motorcycle champion Robbie Adams at the age of 81 after an extended long illness. Robbie was a talented engineer, having qualified as a motor mechanic at Rob Motors in the late 1950s. He brought that expertise to bear when he began racing in the early 1960s, riding a modified BSA Gold Star road bike. It wasn't until the great Japanese invasion of the middle 60s, however, that he came into his own, winning the Western Province title in 1972 on a Honda CB754 that he prepared himself. After that, there was no stopping Robbie. The Honda was eventually bored out to more than 900 cc and fitted with a variety of experimental modifications. These included at one stage a big Weber carburetor from a car which worked well in the straights but not in the corners, because car carburetors are not designed to work when leaned over. He even tried running the bike with a turbocharger long before the Big Four built up turbocharged models. In latter years, Robbie joined the Cape Town Traffic Department as a driving license examiner before entering a well-earned retirement. His passing leaves a hole in the fabric of motorsport at Killarney that can only be partially filled by good memories and old photographs. Our thoughts and prayers are with his wife Yvonne, son Ryan, and daughter Michelle in this difficult time. Unfortunately, there's a third one we have to do today. A very well-known man in motorsport, Mr. Bernard Tillanes. We join the local and international racing community in mourning the passing of former South African race driver champion Bernard Tillanes. Bernard was a titan of the sport. His career was marked by immense success, including his 1976 South African Formula 4 championship and his crowning achievement as the 1981 South African Drivers' Champion in the prestigious Formula Atlantic Series. Even in his latter years, Bernard's competitive spirit remained undimmed. At the age of 57, he returned to the track to secure the 2002 South African Shelby Can-Am title, proving that his skill and pace were truly timeless. Beyond his prowess behind the wheel, Bernard was a respected figure whose influence spanned from the technical fields of engineering to the global business stage. His presence in the paddock, characterized by fierce determination and professional integrity, will be deeply missed. We extend our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Jean, his daughters, Candy and Samantha, and the extended Tillanes family during this difficult time. Rest in peace, Bernard Tillanes from Motorsport, South Africa. Folks, we'd like you all to stand, remove your headgear in a minute of silence and respect to Robbie Adams, Angie Palmer, and the late Bernard Tillanes. Condolences from the West Bromwich Motor Club to all those affected by these untimely passings. Thanks, folks.
All right, here we go with the Pro Oil Supercars race number 1. New sponsor for Supercars. Lime Property is still on board, but not the main sponsor. However, what you can do at home, folks, is vote for your competitor of the day, and you can WhatsApp the name to 060-352-2890 for your competitor of the day.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's bikers. Let's see, guys and girls, if you can make it a car driver this time, although it doesn't really make a difference.
Hey, as long as it goes to, and you know what it goes about, somebody that is way above what they normally do. So if somebody normally wins and they win again, great. Somebody that normally comes fifth, that comes second, all of a sudden, that's a whole bunch bigger. Somebody that hangs around at the back end of the pack and all of a sudden finds himself in mid-pack, that's the one that we're looking for. Somebody that's made great improvements and strides in their racing out on circuit today. Being round number 1 out on circuit now, the Pro Oil Supercars race number 1 for the day.
Right, Gazza, so far, in third spot, it's tied between Sandra Becker and Jan de Toy. Second, Franco Donadio, and it's a biker. That's in P1, Mr. James Late.
Wow, okay, there we
go.
go.
So 4 competitors in it so far.
All right, so we've got Glenn Phillips and Ryan Catt that'll be on the front row of the grid. Carl Haddock and Brad Fenner on row number 2. Leon Chetty and Pierre Pinar, row number 3. Nasreen Sloss, our lady racer with Craig Hume, Richard Lovett, and then Kirk Williams. Everybody for this season, starting 2026 in the Pro Oil Supercars series, are all ranked in the gold class.
Yeah, and a nice color scheme there for Nash. She's done a lot of work.
Even she likes it.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work in the off-season to get that supercar, different colors. Nice to see new drivers, Richard Lovett, Kirk Williams, Pierre Pinar, all new driver that has come through in the Formula Supercar category.
And a lot of new sticker work that's been done in their pits.
In their pit
as well.
area. Folks,
Very
can have a look
professional.
around the track, go to outside the pit gate, and you'll see where the Pro Oil Supercars pit. And a lot of time and effort. I know that they're working very hard behind the scenes to get this class up to 13 cars, 15 cars. I know Clinton said he wants to get the numbers up. And they've also got other things behind the scenes to try and improve this class. Maybe even different engines, maybe even different bodywork on the cars as well. But they're working in the background. People like Ryan and Ernest Page that's still involved there as well, and of course Clint Ridden.
Clint from Lime Property Management, that not only is the local racing series sponsor, but has also purchased a number of these cars and made them available for people to complete in. So as we come underneath the Lime Property Management Castrol and City of Cape Town Bridge, it's off we go down to turn number 1. Glenn Phillips on the inside, Ryan Catt on the outside.
Yeah, and then right behind them is Carl Haddock and Bradley Fenner. He's in that fight as well as they work their way through. Then it's a Pierre Pinar. I saw that 7 car also have a look right around the outside of the left-hander. That is turn 1 block win. But it's all about Phillips, and then it's Catt coming through there as well. Carl Haddock, Brad Fenner, that's your top 4 at this stage of the game as they work their way towards the Lundstem Kink and Damstip.
We've become pretty much accustomed to Glenn Phillips being the rank leader out there. He's very consistent, very smooth. He's actually a very good qualifier. You very seldom find that he does not qualify well. And that also helps to stay out of the rough and tumble when and if it does happen. If you're in front of it, it all happens behind you. And that's how you go and win titles back to back again and again and again as they work their way down the back lane, down towards Cape Town Corner.
Down towards Cape Town Corner. All the Hobo racing cars are sitting first, second and third, and also part of the title sponsor as well. Geordie just feeding me some information here as we watch them go through Cape Town Corner. And
then we got a spin in the just after the apex of the corner, and I think that could have been Craig Hume.
We'll have a look and see. However, the leaders are racing down past us towards a block 1 corner, and it is Phillips Halleck and Fenner sitting first, second and third. Pienaar still
Can you
in
pick
that
up the
fight.
number of that
So
spinner?
is a Chetty, and I'm going to tell you now, it is Nash Slosh, it is Nasreen. Yes, it is indeed. I picked up that colour of the car, and she has lost it there in a Cape Town corner. As the three leaders make their way into Castrol, then we've got Pienaar and Chetty coming through there. Both sister cars as they make their way out of Castrol corner. But it's all about Phillips. You see them on your right-hand side of the screen. Phillips sitting out there in P1. Halleck is in second. He's been hassled there by Bradley Fenner. And there is nearly 1.5 seconds between these two from the leader when they started this lap as they work their way towards the saddle sweep. Then we've got Pienaar in there. That's Pierre Pienaar. And then we've also got the 15 car of Leon Chetty. So as they work their way, the yellow flags are out. That's because the 24 car of Nasreen Schloss is in trouble out there in turn 5, Cape Town corner. But it's all about Glenn Phillips. It sits there, and there is the car that's stranded out there. It's all about Phillips that sits out there in... well, let's look at it. It's not Nash. It's Ryan Catt. It's Ryan Catt. I thought that colour scheme wasn't right. That's why I said it's not Nash. It is Ryan Catt. And he qualified in second position. And sadly, that is the end of the race for Ryan Catt.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. It was the number 11 Caltron sponsored car that was left to the side here, but we cut back to the rest of the cars then with 6 laps left to go here in the Pro Oil Supercars. It is, as you said, Glenn Phillips, fastest man of the race out in front, 128.7. You've got a brilliant battle going on behind Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner, the number 31 and number 9 just now, as they're making their way through towards 3 just now. Again, Frankie, this is the thing. It may be a stock class, but they guys are just absolutely sending it wherever they possibly can.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is as close. This is a thoroughbred racing car. Jess Huggett raced supercars a long time ago, and he said if you make a mistake in these things, it gives you about 2.5 seconds to rectify. Otherwise, you are a passenger in it. As we watch Pienaar and Chetty come through, but there is your leader. That is Glenn Phillips making his way towards Cape Town corner, been chased down there by Kyle Halleck in second and Bradley Fenner in third. And that is Halleck and Fenner. Oh, Halleck going very high, working his way out of Cape Town corner as we see Ryan Catt's stricken car standing there. Here we go. Phillips, Halleck and Fenner, first, second and third across the start-finish line, racing down towards turn 1, block 1.
And it was a little bit confusing there because we saw Kyle Halleck going deep into that corner there and then straight out, but getting the better drive out. But as we saw there, Pierre Pienaar in 4th position, Leon Chetty in 5th position, Craig Hume going to come across the line shortly. He's in a huge battle with Richard Lovett and Kirk Williams for 6th, 7th and 8th position as well.
Yeah, Nash is still out there, but she's way, way, way behind the 4-0 car of Williams. She sits down there in P9, as a matter of fact. As we watch these two come through, that is the Pienaar, Chetty and Hume combination that's busy working their way out of block 1 corner. But we'll catch the leaders pretty soon as we watch these 3 cars work their way into turn 2. Here we go. Into turn 4, into saddle sweep. There is Phillips. And Glenn is getting away here from Kyle Halleck and Bradley Fenner. There was 2.3 seconds between P1 and 2 when they started this lap. And it may even be bigger now because Halleck will obviously go into defensive mode to keep Bradley Fenner in there behind him.
Do you know, it's funny you say that, Frankie. I think the gap is actually coming down because on the last lap, Kyle Halleck was 129.155. That was 3/100ths of a second faster than our race leader, Glenn Phillips.
Well, if Halleck and Fenner work together, then they can haul Phillips in and they can reel him up and they can pull him back in again. It was 2.3 between P1 and P2. It may be more, it may be less. We'll have a look now when they cross the line, and it's 2 seconds. It has come down, David, but not by much.
Yeah, well, fastest lap of the race there for Kyle Halleck there, 128.7, so he has got the candle absolutely lit. But we go further down, Brad Fenner in 3rd, Pierre Pienaar in 4th position as well, Chetty in 5th as well. Again, everybody in their own races outside of the top 3.
Here comes Craig Hume, Richard Lovett and Kirk Williams. They're heading into block 1 corner. But we'll go back and pick up the man that sits out there in P1. Here he comes, through the Lundstem kink, towards Damstip. Glenn Phillips Carl Ellick, Bradley Fenner, working their way out of damps. Up the Tigerberg straight they go towards Saddle Sweep. That's first, second and third into the double right-hander. The three of them go. There's one line in and that line takes you out. When you turn into turn 4, into Saddle, the car will walk around underneath you, but you don't rectify. If you rectify, you're going towards a concrete wall. So it's one line through that corner as the three of them work their way down the Killarney straight towards Cape Town.
Now, I wonder if Kyle Halleck has pushed a little bit too hard on that lap there, because that gap was, as we said, 2 seconds, but it now looks a little bit more. I think that's more like 3 seconds there, and that's going to hold up Brad Fenner as well in that third place battle. So they come across the line with 3 laps left to go then. Glenn Phillips from Kyle Halleck from Brad Fenner, and no, that's because Glenn Phillips has lit the wick, 128.562 there.
Right, here comes Pierre Pienaar and Leon Chetty. They're sitting in P4 and 5. Across the line they come now as we wait for Craig Hume. He is now the vice chairman of Supercars. He was the chairman last year. Then Richard Lovett and Kirk Williams are the next 2 cars, and they're virtually side by side across the line. As a matter of fact, there's 900ths of a second between Williams and Lovett as the 2 of them work their way into Block 1.
Oh, for a minute there, I thought Richard Lovett was going to just be a little bit later, a little bit braver on the brakes there, but just decides that patience is the better thing there, and Kirk Williams takes that 7th position, so he's very, very happy. But we cut back again to the leaders. Glenn Phillips now looks to have opened up a good gap there, but again, it was only just 2.1 seconds there, so looks can be deceiving. I wonder when Brad Fenner is going to pull the pin right now on Kyle Halleck, because they've been playing nicely, but Frankie, there's only 3 laps to go now, and if you've got a chance at taking that 2nd position, you're going to want to take it.
Yep, including the one that they're on. They make their way now into turn 5, into Cape Town corner, as we watch Pienaar and Chetty head towards us. That's 4th and 5th positions, working their way towards Cape Town corner. And just at the back of your screen there, you would have seen Craig Hume as we watch Pierre Pienaar and Leon Chetty in 4th and 5th work their way out of Cape Town.
As across the line then come your top 3, that is Glenn Phillips in the lead, and again we've now got a breakaway from Kyle Halleck, who has got about 1.5 seconds over Brad Fenner now, so the pace is really starting to ratchet up. I wonder if they were maybe trying to save these tyres for the last couple of laps here, because Glenn Phillips did a 128.1, it was a 128.3 for Kyle Halleck, and Brad Fenner still on there. But we go back to Pierre Pienaar and this awesome little battle with Leon Chetty as well. Chetty going to try and take the inside for turn 2, sends it on the inside. Ooh. I think that's going to be done. Possibly not, actually. Pierre Pienaar gets the exit on the outside there. I thought that was Chetty's for the taking there.
I think it was. I think Chetty might have lifted off slightly, because Pierre went into turn 2, into Castro corner very deep, and lucky he kept the car on the tarmac as they worked their way out of Damstep, running up the hill. It's a slight uphill towards Saddle Sweep, and when they started this lap, there was only 0.5 of a second between them, as we watch race leader Glenn Phillips work his way out of Cape Town corner through the turn 5A kink, with Carl Halleck and Bradley Fenner in 2nd and 3rd positions, heading down to start their final lap. One more lap to go as they race down towards turn number 1, Block 1. Here is Pierre Pienaar and Leon Chetty. This fight between the 2 of them is not over. There was 0.5 between them when they started this lap. They're now ending this lap. We'll have a look and see what the gap between Pienaar and Chetty is when they cross at 0.6 of a second between Pienaar and Chetty, as we watch the first 3 work their way into Castrol.
Yep, so we're on the final lap then of the first rounds of the 2026 Pro Oil Supercars Championship. As we said, Glenn Phillips in the lead from Kyle Halleck, Brad Fenner. We can see here Pierre Pienaar and Leon Chetty still side by side. Chetty's going to send it up the inside for turn 2, but again, it wasn't actually a move there from Chetty. Craig Hume in 6th and Kirk Williams in 7th. Richard Lovett on 8th position on the final lap, but we cut back to your race leader then, Glenn Phillips in that number 1 car, that Pro Oil Vision Fin Accounting Opel supercar. absolutely charging away. I don't think Kyle Halleck has anything for him now as they come down the Killarney Straight and into Cape Town Corner for the last time.
And as we watch the leaderboard, Nash has eventually retired that car because she's 5 laps down in P9. So we've lost her and we've lost Ryan Catt down to 8 as the checkered flag comes out, and it's going to be Kyle Halleck that wins this one. Car 1 in P1. He's your champion for 2025, your reigning champion. He comes home in first position. Kyle Halleck, sorry, Glenn Phillips, I do apologize. Kyle Halleck in the 31 car finishes in second, and third across the line is the 9 car of Bradley Fenner. Yeah, Glenn Phillips is your reigning, defending supercar champion. And here we go. Bring them to the line, David.
There we go, across the line then from PRPNR with Leon Chetty close into 4/10 of a second was the gap at the end there. We're waiting on 3 more cars. This is going to be the number 21 of Craig Hume, the Line Property Management and Armagard sponsored supercar, with Kirk Williams is going to come across the line in 7th position, about 25 seconds back on that one as well. And then Richard Lovett is going to finish in P8. They're coming out the final corner just now, so here is Kirk Williams in P7, and then it's going to be Richard Lovett in P8.
But look at that first, second and third across the line. They're doing a flying formation slowdown lap. That's your first, second and third. Arms out the window, giving the crowd a bit of a wave, an appreciation for the crowd support. You can see the right arms out of the windows as they are waving towards the crowd. Phillips, Halleck and Fenner that finished first, second and third.
And at that point, obviously, Frankie, it's just a point of celebration as we check the replays then from the races. Again, it was a fun-filled activity there of Ryan Catt going spinning on the infield.
Okay, so that was Ryan Catt on the outfield, and that is Nashvin Schloss that went off on the infield. So it was Nash that was in trouble there as well. We initially said Nash, then we didn't see her car for a while, then we realized, but Ryan is one of them, and only towards the end of the race did we realize, but Nash was not in this one anymore, and that's the replay that showed what happened there to Ryan Catt and to Nashvin Schloss. And this is a replay of Chetty trying to have a look up on the inside of Pierre Pinard.
And again, just going through the inside of turn 2, there's a banking on the inside, very slight banking, which allows the car on the inside to get a better traction. But again, as you said, I think that it was caution for Chetty and just easing off a little bit, and that was what allowed PRPNR. And there's another replay then of that spin for Nashvin then.
Yeah.
So again, 2 separate incidents, but I wonder if it was maybe a mechanical failure for Nashvin that forces that car, maybe some issue with the braking, and the car suddenly just pushed on into the infield there.
I can understand that, but I'd love to know what happened to Ryan, because he came out of Cape Town Corner on the highest possible line on the banking, and then that 11 car just kept on going straight.
I'm wondering if it's maybe some sort of suspension issue for Ryan Catt, because as soon as that car goes over the curbs and into the kitty litter, into the gravel, you lose all traction, and goodness knows what can happen. These are really sensitive cars.
Well, as we watch the replays, that concludes the Pro Oil Supercars, and we now will take a break for the luncheon interval, and I'm certain we'll hand over to the IMUSAT crew for their lunchtime show. From the commentary team, we'll chat to you after lunch.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Killarney Power Series round number 1. It is currently the lunchtime show, so what's happening right now, we've got a lot of the cars that are out on track. We've got a lot of people that are able to walk around right now and see those cars, and that is what's amazing with Power Series. It's one of those events where you aren't cut off from any of the cars or any of the action in any way. Behind me is a live pit area, so when you come down to Killarney, you can actually get up close to the cars, get up close to the drivers, actually chat to the guys, chat to the mechanics, chat to the engineers, look at the cars, be right up close and see what goes into making this event so special. Once a month is absolutely incredible. But that being said, it is round 1. You may notice that there is an empty chair next to me. So my co-host Simon, if you had seen earlier this morning, has a little bit of issue with her arm. I think she broke it or she twisted it or something. Either way, it's in a cast and she's unable to be with us right now. What we're going to chat about during this lunchtime show is I would like to bring on a guest. This guest is going to explain to us a little bit about what happens behind sports and GT. You know, so this is something that we'd like to concentrate on going forward. We want to actually get you guys to know more about the racing series. These cars that you see on track, it's all well and good. You see the cars, and that's actually why we watch this. But what's really good to see is who are the guys behind the metal, so to speak? Who are the guys that drive the cars? Who's the guy behind the helmet? Who are the guys in the committees that make these series run? What are the rules behind certain series? So maybe we can incorporate that. Let us know in the comments if that's something you'd want to see. If you want to find out more about the rules behind a particular class, if you want to find out the makes of cars, the types of the guys behind the helmets, let us know if that's something you'd like to see in the comments and we will incorporate that. So our guest will be here in a few minutes time, but in the meantime, let me just break down a little bit about what's been going on today and pre-season. So I've been fortunate enough, since the last Power Series, there have been a few events down at Killarney International Raceway. One was the Cape Endurance, which we also live streamed towards the end of last year, and that was the last event. That was somewhere in November. Since then, a lot of the guys that are out here today haven't really driven their cars. You know, the cars have been parked, they've been working on their cars. This is actually the first time they get out and are able to sort of drive their cars in anger. Some of them have come out for practice during the week. What happens at Power Series and at Killarney, the week before the race or the week of the race, drivers are allowed to come out and they actually have set practice sessions where you can shake down your car, work out any kinks before the race weekend. So when I was here last week, a few of the things to watch out for was, obviously, we spoke about them in depth last year. We spoke a lot about BMW Car Club Cape Town. Now, it is an amazing series, and we spent a lot of time talking about it last year because of what they've done in Power Series and how quickly that series has grown. So this is why today we're sort of concentrating ever so lightly on sports and GT to let you know what's happening there. And then as we go on, as the shows go on, we'll chat more about those kinds of things. So what's happening with Power Series is that during last year, BMW Car Club Cape Town, a lot of the guys used last year sort of as they watched the series, kept an eye on what was going on, got an idea of the rules, what's allowed for certain cars, and then built cars over the year to come race this year in 2026. So we've got a lot of new guys that are jumping into the series, a lot of new cars, and the series is just growing and growing and growing. So be prepared to see a lot more of that. Other than Power Series, there's a lot more that's going on at the track. There's a lot more other classes and a lot more other races. So for today, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run you through some of the races that have been out so far. The race ones, a lot of them start doing their race 2 after lunch. So we're going to go through these quickly. I'm going to let you know who the top 3 are. After that, we're going to chat to Michael J from Sports and GT to find out a little bit more about that. So excuse me if I look down. I have to look at the numbers. I have to keep my specs on. We're looking at Killarney Power Series round 1. We're looking at the Caders, BMW Car Club Cape Town. We just mentioned them. So for race 1, up front you've got, hello Christelle. That's one of the MSA photographers down at the track. So for race 1, that happened this morning, you've got Neon de Toy up in front with his BMW E36. He did a best time of, where are we, 1 minute 20.3. Now, I know that car in depth. That car was purchased towards the end of last year. Nian did a bunch of things with saving weight in that car, and now he's running up in front. Just behind him is Waylon Volskenk, also with a brand new super fast car. He's going to be chasing for that top spot in the race number 2. And then we've got Baby Jake's Executive Decisions. He's doing 122.877. Then after that, we've got the Pirelli STC 650s. Up front, you've got No Stranger, Slade van Niekerk, very used to that front spot, doing best times of 1 minute 20.05. Then you've got Max Mouton. He's doing 1 minute 20.88. It just shows you how tight these times are. And then in third place, we've got Abigail Basson. And Abigail's doing 1 minute 20.83. Sorry guys, I'm having to just manually move these pages around. I know Ernest and Simon usually have an iPad, but I'm a little bit old school. Then we've got the Warwick Wealth Sports and GT. This is what we're going to chat with Mike with a little bit later on. Up front in the Nova Proto NPO2, we've got Davy Joubert, who set the pole yesterday at 1 minute 8, and he's sort of staying constant with that with his best time in the race 1 of 1 minute 8 seconds .779. Just behind him, the guy who's giving him absolute run for his money is Gary Kieswetter. Gary Kieswetter is driving the Ginetta G57, I think it is, and he's coming through at 1 minute 9.70. And then Rob Franco in the Audi R8. This guy is something to watch out for. He's chasing these guys, and he's there with 115s, right? So that puts him in Class B. Just after that, we've got Pirelli Clubmans. We've got Matthew Deuce up in spot number 1 with a best of 1 minute 21.16. Then Wesley Hendricks with 1 minute 20.76, and Malcolm Govender with 1 minute 22.26. I'm just going to run through these because we've got our guests. And we've got some kids that want to say hello before we start. Sorry guys, we're just going to cut in to show the future of motorsport. Good morning, ladies. How are you? I'm good, thanks. We're talking to this. What is your name?
Arush.
And what do you enjoy about motorsports?
The bikes.
Do you like the bikes? Okay, and what is this young lady next to you? What is your name?
Asia.
Asia, what do you like about Killarney today?
The cars.
Do you like the cars? So you've got bikes and cars. And what is your name?
Sofa.
So far, what are you enjoying about the motorsport today?
The circuit racing.
The circuit racing. So we've got 3 very different interests over here. But guys, thank you so much for joining us on the show. We hope you guys have an incredible day and have some fun.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Cheers, guys. Thank you. So this is what Killarney is about. It's about fun, it's about energy, it's about an absolute vibe. And we've got Michael J jumping in with us now. We'll come back to these round 1 results. Michael J, if you can just get this mic a little bit closer to you.
Okay,
Good afternoon and welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining me on short notice.
Pleasure. No problem at all.
So we've been doing a lot of talk about sports and GT. Last year we weighed kind of heavily towards BMW Car Club Cape Town and what they were doing in the series.
Yeah.
But what we'd like to do is, and I mentioned it to the viewers earlier on, we'd like to talk more to the people behind the scenes.
Yes.
So we're doing a bit of sports and GT. Next time we'll do Clubmans. Next time we'll do classic cars, and we'll move on.
Good plan.
So, if you don't mind, could you maybe give us an idea, if for the viewers out there, what is a sports and GT? What kind of cars are we driving? How do the races work?
Yeah. Give you a bit of background. The group started in the early 2000s. We became too fast for classics, and typically sports cars started to come in, and these classic guys said, we can't afford to write off an old car against these new cars. So we started up. It basically was an invitational series, sport prototypes, sports and GT cars. No 4 doors, only 2 doors. It grew. Initially it was growing with Lotus 7s and a few older classic Lolas and the like. And then suddenly someone came in with a very modern prototype. And then others started to look around and said, well, hell, I can afford one of these. I'm not going to put my Porsche on the track. Let me buy something that fits into the same genre. And so the group has grown. We are a group that race in time categories. It's 5 time categories, S being the quickest, D being the slowest. Currently,
so if I can just pause, if I can pause you there for 1 second, Michael.
Yeah.
So I've been looking at the categories, and you've got S, as you mentioned, being the fastest. Does that take place of the A class, or is there still an A? Is the S, A, B, C, D, E?
It's still S, A, B, C, D.
Got you.
Currently, the S person the track record for Killarney in a prototype used to be held by Stewie White, who now races in SAES, in a Janetta that was owned by Craig Jarvis. That time was just under 107. This last year, Gary bought the sister Janetta, Gary Kieswetter bought the sister Janetta, and then put young Troy Jolinchek in it.
Yes.
And Troy went down another half a second.
No, carry on. I'm sorry. No, I'm talking to my producer.
Went down another half a second, and he now currently holds the all-time lap record here, which possibly could get beat if Derby turns up a bit more.
Well, it was. We had a bit of a look at it yesterday when Derby went out for qualifying. Look, Derby is pretty fresh in that car. He acquired that car towards the end of last year, and he's not had that much track time in the actual car.
No.
So at the moment in qualifying yesterday, David did 108.9.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
And Gary's idea today was he wanted to get below his 10. He wanted to get into 9. So
Which
he's
he did.
achieved it.
He has.
Unfortunately, in this last race, he had a slight kiss with Brett Swanefelder, who was dicing with Mr. Ferree.
Yes.
But yes, back to the genre.
And that allowed Derby to get in front.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we go back to the genre, currently we've got, I think there are 43 cars that are available somewhere here in Cape Town.
Somewhere being the key word.
Somewhere
in someone's garage.
They're in someone's garage, and trying to get them out, it's like hen's teeth trying to get them out. You can't pull them out. It's getting better. We're gaining people who have come and done it.
Oh, we have sweets. Yes, we will.
Come and done track
They always
days.
treat us to sweets. Thank you.
Come and done track days, and then they say, "Oh, this is fun."
Yeah.
For instance, last year, Wayne Hoffman.
Yes.
Trackman in a Porsche.
It's got the 991.1 GT3 car.
He bought Gary Kieswetter's car.
Yes.
And is now loving it. This morning, I spoke with Rob Franco. Bought the
R8.
The R8
Yes.
in from overseas. He is smiling so much. Thankfully, it's really, really good. Let's hope we can continue. We're going to try. The next race is our so-called endurance race, but we've had a lot of dropouts saying we can't do 31 laps. Our car is not fueled for it. It's
a lot of these cars are built to be sprint cars.
Correct.
8-10 lap races, 12 laps maybe.
So we're going to try a new format. We're going to try a 10-lapper and then a 21-lapper at the end of the day.
Okay.
And we believe 90% of our cars can do the 21 lap. They may have
Absolutely.
to coast a little bit for the end of it.
Yeah.
But they can do it. So we've said this is a trial. If it doesn't work, then we revert back to, I say 10 lappers. If Des Eason would let us have 10 lappers, it would be lovely again. But
no pressure, it's just
no
on the live show.
pressure,
So, Mike, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to wrap up now. We're going to go to videos. But thank you so much for spending some time with us.
That's a pleasure.
And just to let you guys know, if you want to follow anything that Sports and GT is doing, jump into social media, Sports and GT. You'll find them on Instagram and Facebook and the website.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Mike,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me grab that from you. I'll see you out in track.
See you out on the track.
I'm just going to put this here, guys. All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That was Michael J from Sports and GT. Thank you so much for his time. Let's just go back to the race results from round number 1. Where did we finish? We finished off Pirelli Clubman's. We've got Matthew Deuce. He's got a total time of 11s, but his best time was 121.16. That is Pirelli Clubman. We got Wesley Hendricks. He's got a 1 minute 20.76, and Malcolm Govender comes in third with 122.26. Thermo Fires Clubman's Saloon, another amazing class. One of the biggest classes here at Killarney at Power Series. In race 1, we've got Stephen Hoos. Steven Goos did a best time of 1:22.49. Zak Groenewald did 1:22.02, and Dexter Bruce, also in Clubbins in his E36, did a 1:23.11. Going on over to the next one. We've got the Peugeot Trustees Formula Libre. We've got Jason Coetzee up front with a 1:12.29. Damian White in Formula Libre, he did a 1:22.35. That's a large gap over there. And we've got Joshua Smith with a 1:24.23. Lauda Classic Cars. This is one of my favorite series. I don't see them often enough because they are on the other side of the track over the bridge. But I'm going to make a plan to get over there and do some interviews with these guys because I'm a huge fan of the old school cars that run in the series. And the guys are just such an awesome bunch of guys. In the race one, they did Franco Donadio. No stranger to the series. He did a 1:23.12. Boetie van Zyl, 1:24.09. And Jared Evans, I think, came second in the championship last year, did a 1:24.08. Don't quote me on that last one. I might have gotten it incorrect, but I think that's what it might be. Pirelli Superbikes. These are some of the big boys on two wheels. We've got Tristan Pinna up front. 1:12s. That is very quick on two wheels around the track. 1:12.03. And we've got Alan Jan Venter. He's got also a 1:12.93, apologies. And then we've got Ronald Slummett, he's got a 1:12.92. Getting towards the end here now. GTI Challenge, yet another big series. We've got Skalk Geldenhuys up in front. He's got a best time of 1:25.75. Tate Bishop, who's driven quite a few cars in his life. He's no stranger to a racetrack. He's got 1:26.17, and Zach Layden 1:28.83. BMW Car Club Cape Town, we've been through this earlier. I don't know if I've finished it. I think we did say Neanderthal was out in front, Wellen Forskink and Baby Jakes. We did go through that earlier. I think we've been through the bunch. Ladies and gentlemen, lunchtime is about to come to an end. Track racing is about to start. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. We'll see you guys a bit later.
Track here. here, and we are literally almost on the track with the BMW class. They are doing their first race of 2026 in the Power Series. It is their first official second year, so actually their second year. But this class has grown so much. If we can take a look down this lineup right now, absolutely sexy cars all lined up here, ready to go. We have our performance with Page BMW at the back there, as you can see. A little bit biased on that, but we're wishing these guys all the best of luck for their first race of 2026.
I hope so.
We wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, I'll need it.
Anything that you usually say to get her prepped for the race?
No, I don't jinx it.
Don't jinx it. Okay, no news is good news.
No, she knows what she's doing.
Awesome. Confidence is key.
Don't bin it.
Awesome, good luck.
Thanks.
Guys, how are you?
And you?
Good. All prepped and ready to go. How's the nerves feeling? First race of 2026?
Very good, very good. Everything all well this side.
Good. Okay, tell us a little about this car because it's sexy as hell. I see a traction here.
Stunning car, 1 Series, Dexter Bruce driver. This car is absolutely top notch.
Familiar name. I don't know if I know this guy. I don't know.
Yeah, no, he's very well known all the way around. As I say, this car is top notch. Won the series last year, so on pole position now, so very good.
Extra pressure this year?
Yeah, we're going to push hard. I see there's another 1 Series here also to the list, so let's see what happens this year.
And also black. I feel like there's competing or there's black and slightly yellow color.
It looks like that's the way to go, eh?
Awesome. Good luck for the race.
Thanks a lot, eh? Cheers.
Back to it we go for the KD's BMW Car Club of Cape Town Race Series, race number 2. We've completed the lunchtime period and we're going to go back to racing. We had 1 or 2 cars drop off in race number 1. The likes of Henny van Sail and Hermanus Haysalman. They will manage to get back onto the grid, so they start at the back of the pack. But it was Neanderthal in the E36 328i with the beautiful throttles, Van Volskink in that turbocharged S54 in the E46 M3, just behind Seth Griffin-Wintle with the Maxim battery sponsorship. Maxim, a huge battery corporation, especially here in South Africa, and good to see them being a part of the Griffin-Wintle and Steve's Auto Clinic team.
In fact, the owner of Maxim Batteries is the gent that was up here with us
You're right.
just 20 minutes ago. 5 times V8 champion from Tygerberg Raceway back in the day.
It's always nice having, you know, the higher ups, so to speak, the owners and the CEOs and everyone involved in specific companies, like we have Clint Ridden up every now and again from Lime Properties, the Power Series sponsor. It's always nice to hear what new innovations they've brought to their business, what new things they plan to sponsor. And it's always nice bringing more sponsorship into a class, even if it is only for just a single individual, or if it's for a class or a team or whatever the case may be. Sponsorship here at Killarney is always welcome.
Well, a big thanks to Castrol, Porsche Club Cape Town, Blockcoin, and Lime Property Management in conjunction with Smile 90.4 FM, and then all our class sponsors, Thermofires, API Property, Lauder, Pro Oil, Warwick Wealth, all of these people, Pirelli, Peugeot Trustees, Caltron, all of these people, the people that make it possible for us to have the racing that we have with those double waved yellows as they come out into the front main. And it's time to go racing. Jordan Hoorham, take them down to turn number 1.
The 5 red lights went out and we're down into Blockcoin corner turn 1. Neanderthal had the utmost resilience to lead from start to finish in race number 1. He's pulled the whole shot into turn number 1 in the second race of the day, but he has that very quick, very fast charging Valen Volskink just behind him. Behind those two, however, Seth Griffin-Wintle as well.
Oh, we've got a bit of chaos in the background. One of the last 4, I think that could be Sebastian
That looks like Mia Bench.
Was that Mia Bench that's gone off? And yeah, that car is in a very precarious position. Hope they get that one going. Otherwise, they're going to be double waved yellows the first time everybody comes through there.
If she had a spin in race number 1 as well, so that didn't help out either. Now she gets another incident straight off the bat in race number 2. But we look as they go through Sarl Sweep now, down past the fastest corner in the Western Cape and down towards Cape Town corner. And we'll just look as the order comes through the final corner, which is pretty much a hairpin. The most banked corner around the circuit. Ernest Page up the inside of his good friend Dexter Bruce. Bruce getting a little bit tail happy out of the final corner. But we'll watch them now come across the line, David, and we'll see what the order lies.
Absolutely stacked field for this KD's BMW Cape Town Championship here. We just saw Ernest Page there, found out that it was brake problems that he had in race 1, so he had to back off and ease it so he could race in race 2. But you see him in that battle there, midfield, that's 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th as well. You've got Dylan Joubert having a decent effort out there in 9th position. That looks like a little wide there for Cobus de Kock there in the number 77 in 12th position, but we go back to the race leaders here, and again another cracking start from the Neanderthal.
Absolutely, we watch the whole field come through. Damp's Dip, obviously named in honor of Charles Stanley Damp, who was a key figure in the development of the circuit and served as the president of the Metropolitan Motorcycle and Car Club back in its day. as we see some more tail-happy moments, very much so for Shane Williams as he goes onto the dirt outside of turn number 3. But through 4 now, Sebastian Swanepoel also going very wide outside of turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep, but down into Cape Town corner once again as we see Seth Griffin-Wintle, who currently sits 3 seconds behind the front 2 in that 3rd spot, but he is pulling away from Baby Jakes.
And what a battle we've got, as about 6 cars there in that Class D battle. Going further on, we go across the start-finish line as we're still watching the rest of the cars coming through here, through towards the tail end of the group here, but down into turn 1 we go. And again, with all these different classes here, Jordan, there really is something for everyone, but I'm loving this little fight that's going on between 13th, 14th and 15th position here.
But now we watch going into turn 2, and we just missed it. It was Neander Toy and Valen Volskink that now go down into Damp's Dip. They were fighting nose to tail. Valen got up into the lead for just a moment before Nian blocked the nose of that E46 M3 and took the position back, sliding around. There I see Seth Griffin-Wintle's plexiglass side window has blown open. You can see it flexing ever so slightly in the sun, but he's still ahead of Baby Jakes and Dexter Bruce. Then it's Dylan Joubert. Behind Dylan Joubert, Page. Mark Gray's back at it in this car. Then it is Connor Kilbride, Lloyd Brady, and Zach Layden in the 64 Inclinen car, currently sitting 11th overall. As we watch them go down through as someone's off, and that looks like Zach Layden.
Oh, that's going to be a big one into the barrier at 4, and you saw that accident.
Actually, I lie. I think
Did he save that?
But I think he's done lots of rallycross experience as well as oval, so he knows how to slide that car. So he sent it into a spin, got on the gas, and saved it from getting into the wall.
Fantastic car control there, but back with the leaders. This is sensational stuff. As up the inside goes Volchek, leaning on each other. This is racing at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. BMW side by side, and Volchek actually holds on to the lead there, but Detroit going to try and outbrake him round the outside, pull the car in. Beautiful cutback move by Detroit, but Volchek places that car exactly where it needs to be. Amazing defensive driving going on here.
It's not often you can get past Nian Detroit and stay there, and Nian's not making it difficult at all as they come out through Dam's Dip. Now we look back to turn number 1. There we see Jacques Detroit come through, but on the dirt ever so slightly, the E46 M3 with S54, I believe that motor is turboed, comes out of Sorrel Sweep, and the turbo power pulls that car more and more ahead, unless it is naturally aspirated, but it's still got the top end power ahead of the M52 B28, naturally aspirated with throttles in that Neandertoy NDT Racing BMW.
Here comes the rest of the field then. 3rd place is going to be Baby Jacobs in 3rd position in that number 42. Then in 4th place is the number 143 of Bruce, and the number 37 as well. Just behind them as well of Seth Griffin-Wintler. Again, just pushing as much as they can, but at this stage in the race with 4 laps left to go here, you need to be careful. We've then got Joubert and Gray. You've also seen Ernest Page in the background. You've got Kilbride in 9th position, and Brady rounds out your top 10.
Yep, so it was in fact Zach Layden that dropped down out of the top 10 into 17th now after saving that car from the tyre wall. But there we see another, the 2 all-black Batmobile style race cars, that being the Garage 43 car, or the Garage 38 car rather, of Dexter Bruce. Just ahead is Baby Jakes. Always that police livery, or the police scheme on that car is always so... I can't even find the words for it. It's so...
This is what happens with BMWs, though. They leave you absolutely lost for words. And I've got to be honest, now that Waylon Volchek in that number 52 is out in the lead, I don't think he's going to be getting caught right now. He is absolutely away with it, and the pace is about 2 seconds a lap faster than anyone else out there as they come down the Killarney straight towards the Cape Town corner. But here is your battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th position. Jacobs, Bruce and Joubert all battling it out as we go almost side by side into Cape Town corner.
Into the final corner they go, and it's Jacobs. Dexter Bruce gets very sideways, sticks it up in front of Dylan Joubert, makes Dylan check up ever so slightly, jump on the brakes just to avoid any contact, and they make it out unscathed. However, this gives Baby Jacobs a chance to just pull a little bit further ahead of Dexter Bruce and Dylan Joubert, just behind Connor Kilbride in the Spirit Racing E36, just there behind Ernest Page as Dylan Joubert goes up the inside of Dexter Bruce into block coin corner turn number 1.
And that's Ernest Page having to be under defence right now, because just behind him is Conor Kilbride. But we cut back to that third, fourth and fifth battle. So there we go, Dylan Joubert getting up into that fourth position, and that sends Dexter Bruce down into fifth. So again, it's all changed here, and again, where we were having that tight battle just a couple of laps ago, it's now evened off. I wonder if now that Dylan Joubert has cleared Bruce, if he'll be able to get onto the back of Jacobs. We'll have to wait and see, but only 3 laps left to go here.
There's a high chance, but you also got to remember that Dylan needs to be incredibly consistent if he wants to catch up to the back end of Baby Jacobs. But Valen Volskink, now currently in the league of his own, just like Nian du Toit was in race number 1. Down the highway they go, and down the back straight they will go for third, fourth and fifth positions. There is Jacobs, there's now Joubert in that second spot in your frame, and behind Dexter Bruce. So it's black and blue and black, and then the 2 white cars of Ernest Page and Conor Kilbride. Just behind them will be Mark Gray, also just at the tail end of the Class D class. But Conor Kilbride is going to try and make a move as soon as possible with now 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, here we go then, back to turn 1. As you see, Page taking that defensive line into turn 1, hooks the car on the inside. He'll get the run out and hold on to that position, but it does leave him very, very vulnerable on the entrance to 2. We do just quickly see Jacobs, Joubert and Bruce in the background there. There is Joubert now. He has been released from Page. He is going to chase down down to Baby Jacobs in that third position here. So I think it's going to be a marked man in that number 42 car, but I think there's too little time left to go here. But again, you see just in the background, that was P6 and P7 as well. And as we said, I mean, our race leader, Waylon Volshank, is absolutely in a different postcode by now. Here is 6th and 7th. Then behind that is the number 8 of Gray, and then it's going to be Brady as well.
Now look at Ernest Page just putting ever so slightly ahead of Conor Kilbride, but you know, the slipstream down the back straight with all that speed through Sarnwell Sweep turn number 4. If you can carry the speed and you can get up behind a car, your slipstream is inevitable. And up the inside, around the outside, Conor Kilbride went, but it was enough. He'll try and duck down ever so slightly, but he loses a little bit of ground to Page as they exit Cape Town corner.
Yeah, that was a great, again, defensive drive in there. The problem with that is that looked on paper, that looked to be a better move for Conor Kilbride, but it was just, unfortunately, it's a double apex corner, so he just isn't going to make it. But at this point, he's a sitting duck. We can see how much time per lap that car is losing out, and Conor Kilbride, frustration going to be a big thing now, because we're on the final lap of this Keiras BMW CCCT race.
Yep, as we look for our leader going through and out of Sarnwell Sweep turn number 4. Here he comes towards us down the Killarney back straight. He's got Jacques Prince at the tail end of the field, as well as Hermanus Haysalman in their 330, the 330i E46 coming into play now as they go into Cape Town corner for the final time.
Commanding lead here for Waylon Volshank going through that final corner here, and Volshank, easy work obviously for lap traffic, but out of the final corner underneath the city of Cape Town Bridge, and it's going to be a race win then for Waylon Volshank. Takes the checkered flag. It's going to be Nian du Toit across the line in second position, who drove the absolute wheels off of that car.
Absolutely, and after race 1 he knew what that car was capable of. He knows generally what that car was capable of. Doing absolutely incredible times, a 19.576 for Valen Volsking by the end of that race. Now look how the gap has opened up for the top 5. As here comes Baby Jacobs after a turn back from being away from racing ever so slightly midway through last year. He gets there ahead of Dylan Joubert and Dexter Bruce. Then Ernest Page just nips out Conor Kilbride to the line. I can see the Fury Motorsport team very, very excited, as well as Mark Gray coming across the line in that 8th spot overall.
Fantastic race there. So here we go, still further down. This is going to be the battle for P8 and P9. So Gray and Brady come across the line just now, and then we go down. That was actually, sorry, 10th and 11th. That was 12th, 13th, 14th. That's Michaels. Swanepoel in 13th, and finishing in P14 as well.
Brilliant stuff in that 3-car battle. We also wait for now Zach Later on that recovery drive. He dropped down to 17th. Has managed to pick himself back up to 15th after backing it in and getting it out of turn 4, with Jacques du Toit also coming across the line in 16th and 6th in Class E.
Well, a chance to take a breath after that. That was a fairly hectic finish to the lunchtime peace and quiet that we had here. But again, this is exactly what we expect from the BMWs. Tight, close racing, and this is why they get so many drivers out in those different classes here. So congratulations to everyone involved in that. And then after this, we're going bike racing because it's time for the Pirelli STC 650 and SSP 300 motorcycles. But we'll come to that in a couple of minutes because we'll get some replays very shortly of what was just a very, very exciting race there, and you know, a brilliant win for Waylon Volshank, but he didn't have it all his own way. Neon Detroit, and we could see this through the course of the race here, Jordan, absolutely driving the wheels off of that BMW. You saw the attitude of the car on the exit. You saw that he had that accelerator down probably half a second before anybody else would have had the confidence to absolutely go for it, as we see some of the replays. So again, with Neon taking the lead there, we see in the background that was just all by themselves, just a spin, and it's so easy to do. Again, impatience, keen to get back on the throttle, and the weight transfer doesn't happen. How they saved this, Jordan? Talk me through this.
So this is Zach Layden, England number 64, also run there by Chase Herald Racing, and he just backs it in ever so slightly, spins the car around. I'm assuming he just tried to rotate it not to go tail end into the wall, but he managed to get out of it. This is Neon Toy and Waylon Volshank leaving just the right amount of room. There might be a little bit of a kiss there on the fender each, and maybe some exchanging of rubber between the side sills, but they get out perfectly clear. Same with this. Almost two equally looking cars. The CRA E36, the number 19 of Ernest Page, and Connor Kilbride as well in the Racing Spirit E36. And then a couple more guys coming across the line, and that is where Waylon Volshank took victory in race number 2.
Yep, fantastic race there. So there we go, that is done and dusted then for our first race of the afternoon. That was the KRS BMW CCCT series. Race 2 done for them for the first rounds here in 2026, so we will see them back in what, about a month's time or so. It's, yeah, there we go, 7th of March. Frankie Hunes shouts out from the background there. Exactly a month from now. I couldn't have planned it any better, goodness me. Again, we're treated to some of the replays here on the live stream here. For me, that reminds me of like proper touring car racing, proper like DTM stuff where the cars leaning on each other but giving each other a lot of respect as well. Tight, close but fair racing. And again, just we were talking about that defensive drive there from Ernest Page here. It's a very, very difficult one to try and get the undercut on that final corner there, because it's a double apex corner. It doubles back on itself, and you really have to be so patient. And unfortunately, my only experience of that from driving it is on the sim, so I'm going to have to get out there very, very shortly if our glorious leader Gary ever actually lets me away from the commentary tower. But we've got some recoveries going on underway just now. That'll be very, very quick for that to happen.
Yeah, once they've recovered Seth Griffin-Wintel's car, they will bring it back to the pits, and they'll blow the whistle to get us back under racing for the Super Twin Cup 650s and Super Sport 300s. And as I see, you were just pointing now to the screen, those viewers that can see it on the screen, the top 3 competitors so far for competitor of the day: Sandra Becker and Neon Toy still tied in 3rd place, Franco Donadio in 2nd overall, and James Late currently leading it out. For the bike side of things, the bikes are generally the ones that end up winning the competition. There's just so many interested fans and family. But hopefully we can get a 4-wheeled guy up on the top step as well.
It does feel a little bit stacked again from experience. You know, it's friends, family, and you know, it's nice to see. It's nice to see that is the case for that one. So, as we get ready for the next race. Up next, as we said, is the Pirelli STC 650 and SSP 300 motorcycles. We're going to step away from the microphone for just a second, and we'll be back for more action on track. And no sooner said than done. Bikes heading out onto the circuit just now for race 2 of the Pirelli Super Twins and the Super Sport 300s. And pole position then is your race 1 winner, Slade van Niekerk, who was absolutely on fire earlier on today in that number 96 machine. Then in second place alongside him is going to be Max Munton in the number 14 in his Kawasaki ER650, sponsored by Mag Workshop and Sunscan. Row 2 is going to be Adrian Solomon in the number 4 Kawasaki ER650, sponsored by the Pool King. And then alongside him on row 2, fourth place, Abigail Bosson, one to watch for the second race here in that number 51 ER650, sponsored by Project 60. Kalberg and Sales Hire. Row 3 is going to be Lance Jonas in the number 83 bike. He is going to be alongside number 5 of Franco Flack in the number 5 bike as well. And then on row 4, James Lloyd, currently one of the top contenders for competitor of the day. The number 74 bike is going to be on row 4 alongside Elmi Mostert, the number 94 bike in that 650, sponsored by Samurai Racing. Row 5 is going to be Bradley Musto in the number 7 machine, sponsored by CCHSA, and he's riding the only KTM RC390 that we have out there on the grid today. Alongside him is going to be Cody Redlinghuis in the number 87 machine, and 10th place for them just now. At the back we do have listed Hilton Redlinghuis, but again with no time set on the previous race, we'll see. I'm not sure if we will get them out there on grid, but certainly 11 on the timing screen. We'll see if we get 11 bikes out there. But again, 650s, 300s. You'd think that the 650s have the edge, but sometimes the handling of the 300s can come into its own.
Absolutely, David, and we'll see it once again. If Slade can get another brilliant start like he did in race number 1, then it will be clear as day. And by clear as day, I mean literally the only thing you'll see ahead of him is clear daylight. So there is some competition to be putting up. Once again, thanks to all that are around the circuit. I'm loving to see the stands, the dirt mounds, all the grandstands and bomas getting filled up for this new season. Everyone watching from overseas. I know my girlfriend's overseas in America, also watching us live now at the moment. But we get ready before the board to go up. And to think, in 2021, we had a massive grid of riders, the likes of Van Niekerk, Kunt Sneeman, Trevor Westman, Gerard Visser, Paul Medel, David Lindemann, and Gareth Lindemann, Lineker, Onto, and the rest. And now we still have brilliant grids as they set off underway, out from the red lights, down into block coin corner for race number 2. It gets very tight into the apex as they lean over and look at their line, the train that they're already in, coming through the first turn.
Max Munton, this is going to be his opportunity as they go almost side by side into turn 2, late onto the brakes. That's also going to invite Adrian Solomon. I think that's way too wide. Around the outside, I think that was Max Munton. That was a heck of a move if that was the case, but goodness me, fantastic hole shot from your front 4 just now. It is still neck and neck. You've got Max Munton, I believe, actually in the 3rd position there, still being chased down here. And again, as they make their way through 3 at the moment, thankfully the first couple of corners been incident free.
Absolutely, and it will stay that way. We cross fingers as it was. As there you see the stricken Seth Griffin-Wintle car just on the side of the circuit. As they come by us now, I look over in fact, and it looks to be, if I stand corrected, it looks just likely that it could be the 37, or 34 rather, of Hilton Redlinghuis, unless I may have got that wrong. And the colours look very, very familiar as they come out of the final corner. We'll see when they come across the line. The sheet gets reinstated, or updated rather, and we see where everyone lies. But currently leading out, it's it's Slade van Niekerk from Max Munton, from Adrian Solomon. And then they continue on. Then it's Boston Line. It looks like Adrian Solomon was the one up in second place. The 4 bike, not the 34 bike. Then it goes to Jonas, Flach, Late, Masso, Mostert, and then Redlinghuis.
So in that case then, we shouldn't be surprised that that move around the outside by what was obviously Slade van Niekerk then has complete confidence in that bike. He has got it absolutely pinned right now. It is a 8-lap race here, so we've got 7 laps left to go on lap 2 just now. As we said, it is Slade van Niekerk out in front, and you've got to be honest, this is now the closest that Max Munton is going to get as we go very, very wide on the exit of 3 there. Yeah, that's squeaky bum time, I think is what they call it in the industry, but still, I mean, you've got to have nerves of steel to be pushing these machines to their absolute nth degree here.
Absolutely, and as our leader does just that, Said van Niekerk has won a championship on not quite, I don't think it's this very bike, but the exact same bike style and brand that he did those few years ago, and he's keen to do it again as he leads out ahead of Max Munton, who had that little bit of a wide line outside of 3, but hopefully he can just keep to his own line now with a little bit of a gap. But look at the battle just behind for 3rd and 4th between Boston and Solomon. Solomon currently having the upper hand by 0.2 of a second as they go into the first breaking point around the circuit. Then it's Jonas. Redling Ace up into 6th spot overall, that being Hilton, ahead of Franco Flach. Then James Leighton, Bradley Musto chopping and chaining. I see them coming across the line now in the 300s class. That one is very, very feisty down there, with Elme Mostert also getting up in the middle of the mix.
Equal machinery as well, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, all in on the Kawasaki ER650s here, so it's literally everyone for themselves right now. But Boston, we saw this in race 1, absolutely stalking her prey right now, and that's what we see here, trying to get in the head of Solomon right now.
Absolutely, as we see now down, sort of twitching ever so slightly going through turn number 3, the new Pirelli rubbers on the tail end of those bikes just squealing around under all this immense pressure, and they're doing incredibly quick lap times, the low 21s for the top 4, into the 20s for Slade van Niekerk in 1st position, as we watch them all peel on down into the final corner, Cape Town corner that is, as we watch them go onto the inside line. Obviously in the cars, we see the cars go up wide and then cut down to get a better exit. These guys stay very tight on the inside on the embankment and still get their knees down. As you see, there goes Max Munton. There is Solomon and Boston just behind Lance Jonas ahead of Redling Ace.
Side by side almost, but Boston pulls out at the very, very last moment to possibly try and make a move a little bit further on. 4th place, we're watching just now the battle for 3rd and 4th position. Your race leader just briefly in shot there, Slade van Niekerk in the number 96, off into the distance, 2.5 seconds ahead of Max Munton. But there we go up the inside. That is going to be Abigail Boston. I think she's possibly got that position done before we even got into the corner there. We'll wait to confirm that, but again, they were side by side, and the confidence on Abigail is just going from strength to strength right now.
Absolutely second to none for the young lady who's really pushing putting the pressure on Adrian Solomon. If she hasn't made the move on him yet, those bikes are very similar in colour. We can't quite see them from the screen. We might just need to take a peek out the window as they come down the back straight, and no, it is in fact Boston that has moved up into that 3rd spot ahead of Adrian Solomon. Boston flying on that 650 sponsored by Project 60 SA and Team Wayward as they go down into the final corner once more, and there's another battle just behind them between Jonas and Redling Ace.
Wow, I'm pretty sure that was an incredible bit of defence there, but you're absolutely right to point that out. Lance Jonas and Hilton Redlinghuis in a epic battle behind them for 5th and 6th position as well. So we see 2 cracking battles almost nose to tail as they go across the start finish line. Then 4 laps left to go here in the 2nd race of the afternoon for the Pirelli STC 650s and Supersport 300s as well. And well, what more can we say? This battle for 3rd and 4th and for 4th and 5th is just epic. Sorry, for 5th and 6th is epic stuff.
Absolutely. As we watch now, there is Hilton Redling Ace. And look at this, we'll jump back to the 300s, and I was watching this in the side of my eye as we see James Leighton, Bradley Musto, these 2 youngsters. Very wide goes Bradley, just late on the brakes into turn number 1 block coin corner, but he's putting serious pressure on the other youngster, James Leighton. They are fighting each other out seriously on this final race of their day. Just ahead of Elme Mostert, also in one of the SV 650s, just behind, trailing, waiting and watching to make a move to get by. But down through Lundstem, King they come, and into Damp's Dip. Bradley, very good lines in and out of the corner. But 3.5 laps left to go, David. So moves need to be made all around the circuit.
They absolutely do, but it's more difficult in the 300s where you've got to plan and prepare your move like 2-3 laps in advance. It's all about momentum. But as we cut down into turn 1, there's first place Slade van Niekerk. That was Max Munton as well going through the corner in his number 14. But this is third position. Adrian Solomon has retaken that position from Abigail Bosson, and honestly it looks like Bosson goes a little bit wide at turn 1, loses a bit of time, and that's going to leave them under real pressure here from Hilton Redlinghuis and potentially even Lance Jonas as well.
Absolutely. We just had a bit of a miss of what that incident was as Abby went into turn number 1, and I believe she tried to keep that line and maybe set up ever so slightly and threw her off line and very wide, but she's regained herself. But all that time that she had towards that third spot of Adrian Solomon, as Bradley Musto goes up the inside of James Lade into block going turn number 1. He takes that lead away in the Super Sport 300s class, and a brilliant ride from this youngster. After also injuring his wrist over the holiday season, James Lade almost tries to put his nose up the inside into turn number 2, Castro corner, but he doesn't let it happen. Bradley puts his knee out and says no way and holds it out with 2.5 laps left to go.
Yeah, and James Lade has to pick up the pieces after this one because, again, takes a much tighter line instead of Bradley Musto that's out there just now, but they're making their way through 3 and then into 4 just now. But we go back with the leader. That is Slade van Niekerk in the race lead here with just 2 laps left to go. Then it's Max Munton and Adrian Solomon further behind there. You've also got Abigail Bosson in 4th position, Hilton Redlinghuis in 5th position. But we cut to the exit of turn 1, and again this is now everybody for themselves. We see some big gaps where we had a three-way fight basically, and it's all, who's that that's just retired? That's the 87, is it?
That looks to be Cody Redlinghuis, the young lady, just having issues there on that R3. I don't know why. I believe it's an R3. Maybe it's his Kawasaki 400. As now it looks like she just couldn't grab gears. But she's back up and running once again as we watch the rest of the field come down towards Sorrel Sweep. In they go. And there you see the likes of Max Munton. And there is, I believe that's Boston and I lie. Sorry, it's Solomon and Boston, as well as Redlinghuis and Jonas just behind them. You see them coming into the corner as well, just there, as they race on down towards the final corner and coming up on 1 lap left to go.
And realistically now, the only battle that's close at the moment is between your 300 leaders of James Loy and Bradley Musto, who are still absolutely going at it, hammer and tongs just now. We've got 1 lap left to go as Slade van Niekerk crosses the line to start the final lap. That number 96 has been dominant so far. Max Munton comes across the line, so does Adrian Solomon in 3rd position. Abigail Bosson cross line in 4th, but there is your race leader, and again another flawless day at the office here for Slade van Niekerk here, Jordan.
Absolutely has been for the wild child. I know his parents, Sam and Willie, are watching from Mauritius. Well, they should be. I'm pretty sure it's a little bit later in the day for them in Mauritius, but they know how well their son can ride, and they're watching and hoping he can just make it 2 for 2 for the day. As he comes around turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep down to the Killarney straight, and he's got 1 more corner left to go.
And he's doing it in style exactly the same way as he did in race 1. He's on for his fastest lap on this last lap of the race, Jordan, as he comes down the Killarney straight and through the Cape Town corner for the final time.
And here he comes, all on his own, the clearest of air, just ahead of him. And he comes around through 5A, through the kink, up under the City of Cape Town bridge and across the line to take 2 for 2 for the day for Project 60 SA and Team Wayward, just ahead of the rest.
120.016 last lap there as across line goes Max Munton, and that is a big gap that he's got over Adrian Solomon as they eventually come across line. 6 seconds it was as Abigail Bosson drops back to just take that from Hilton Redlinghuis in 4th and 5th position. 6th place is going to go to Lance Jonas in the 83. But my goodness me, so Abigail Bosson starting to falter towards the end there and get caught up, and we saw a lot of these riders having a little bit of moment with the rear tyres. So these Pirellis are obviously going to have to take a little bit more time to get used to here.
Absolutely, and I've heard from David Quirson, like I said earlier, these Pirellis love the hot temperature, so the temperature is rising here at the circuit, but maybe still pressure's not quite up to scratch yet. They're still very new tyres to all the series and take lots of getting used to the line now. In the 300s class, James Late managed to get past Bradley Musto in the last couple of laps, and Brandy will come home in second spot, 9/10 of a second just behind James Late, ahead of, or the pair of them ahead of Elmer Mostert and Cody Redlingates.
Fantastic stuff then from the Pirelli Super Twin 650s and the Super Sport 300s. Race 2 for them, so that's them done for the day as well. And again, I think all of them can hold their heads very, very high after what has been a fantastic opening round to the season. They get to go back to the drawing boards, maybe make some plans for the rest of the season ahead here as we check out some of the replays from the early stages of the race here. And again, going through that final corner, Cape Town corner, it's so important for these bikes, as you said, very different from the cars, because the cars want to kind of stay in the middle of the track, whereas they want to stay as tight as possible, and that slingshots you out, especially if you're directly behind another bike, and that's exactly what we're seeing here on the replays. A big hello, as always, to everyone that's watching at home on YouTube. Quite honestly, we would much rather have you here at Killarney International Raceway. It is a beautiful, beautiful day here in Cape Town. I promise I'm not just saying that as a Scots person and, you know, enjoying all the weather that we can possibly get here, but it is just an experience. Myself and Jordan, we were out at lunchtime, and the atmosphere is absolutely fantastic, and seeing all of the work that's gone into making it a better experience for the spectators, it just is absolutely, absolutely fantastic stuff. So there we go, that is the 650s and the 300s. Now up next, I believe we've got the Sports and GTs. We've got the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs. So there's a reminder for those watching on the stream, James Lloyd currently leading. You know, it's excellent after his performance in that last race there. Top 3 competitors so far for the driver of the day competition. Watch out for the graphic at the bottom of the screen. It tells you the number. Send us a message on WhatsApp. Let us know who you are supporting. Currently, James Lloyd in the lead, Franco Donadeo in second position, and it's a split for third between Sandra Becker and Nian Dutoy. As we said, Warwick Wealth Sports Cars and GTs up next. We'll step away from the mic and we'll be back very, very shortly.
Right, here we go with Warwick Wealth Sports and GT race number 2 for today. Going to be interesting stuff. David Jabek, Gary Kisveta, massive battle in race number 1. Roberto Franco and Divan Wenzel were right in there. Divan Wenzel in his vehicle of choice, the Porsche. Wayne Hoffman, Sandro Bakari is out there as well. Yanni Hatzi, he had a pretty good run in race number 1, had a bit of an off. Nice to see Connor Kilbride back out on circuit again. He had a bit of bad luck with bent motor cars during the course of last season, but it's all come pretty decent for him. Marius Ferry, Tace Volsken, Kenny Trollope and Clive Smith will be bringing up the tail end of the field.
Race 2, and a lot to settle after that first one. Obviously we saw that number 43, the Ginetta, in race 1 with the spin going into turn 2, or just on the exit of turn 2. I think they're obviously going to be wanting to get underway, but again the pace increases here as the car's getting themselves ready to go, and yeah, I think
a whole lot of smoke there.
That's going to be a very costly engine expiration, I think, on that one.
Yeah, that's Simeon Penev, and that looks, they're probably going to find that there's going to be oil on track with that one. That's a massive, massive blow up. And yeah, Jess Huggett stuck a hole through the block earlier on today, but he didn't have the pleasure of that amount of smoke. Get some return on investment. Well, with that smoke billowing out the back of the car, I'm sure the marshals are going to have a look-see to see if the circuit is clear or not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a couple of licks of flame from the bottom of that car because, of course, the smoke poured across. But we're being advised that there isn't any fluid being seen on the track, so we should be good to go here. But a little bit of a scare for some of the drivers here, and a little bit of an eye-opener because obviously, you know, the tension builds, the nerves build on the build up to the race here. But I think we are going to be able to go green on this Warwick Wealth Sports and GT race number 2. And what a field we've got. I mean, that fight between Novo Proto NPO2 of Davi Juber and Gary Kieswetter in the Ginetta LMP G57, the LMP2s, as they're affectionately known. It's just absolutely fantastic, and the fact that we get this quality of field here, Gary, says everything about the WPMC.
Yeah, I must say the sports and GTs as a class has always been pretty healthy. It's a pretty wealthy class as well. You have to have a fair-sized wallet to be able to play these games. Because if you look at Nova Protos, Porsche GT3s, Ginetta LMPs, Z4s, even the Shelby Can-Am of Martin Pugh, that's not a cheap round whatsoever. And some very quick lap times, that is even in the mid-pack in this specific class.
So the car's making their way down to Cape Town Corner here, Gary, for the first time of asking. The pace car is already off the circuit, so the two LMP2s effectively control the pace for the rest of the field as we get ready to go racing for the second time this afternoon for the Warwick Wealth Sports and GTs.
Well, we did see a massive battle between David Jabert and Gary Kisveta in the two Ginetta LMPs, the G57 version. In race number 1, and you're probably going to find same or similar is going to happen now. Will anybody make a mistake? Probably not. Those two are very deft racing drivers, and you'll probably find that they'll have a race-long battle. Who's going to get the whole shot, David?
Oh my goodness me, so 15 cars head straight down into turn 1 for the first time of asking. What I noticed about that Ginetta is it does take a couple of laps to get its tyres warmed up and to get itself up to speed, so it is going to be Gary Kieswetter in that second place, but it is going to be David Joubert taking the leads as we go further round. Rob Franco coming under a bit of pressure a little bit early on, Divan Wenzel and Wayne Hoffman as well. So obviously the LMP2s are going to clear off, and that's going to leave the B-class cars to their own devices. I think that gives them a little bit of clear air as well.
Yeah, Divan Wenzel second in class.
Big crash!
Roberto Franco. That is a bad one. That is a pretty bad one. And you'll probably find that is going to bring out a red flag.
And it's so easy to do, Gary. On the exit of 3, you take a lot of pace through that corner there, and
okay,
the car
I will let you know.
27.
Marshals are overriding us. We can't override them. All right, the red flag has been brought out. We just wait for some clarity as to what is happening there. Anybody on the radio? You need somebody on the radio.
So while that happens, obviously protocols go into place. The first thing is we have to go in, make sure that the driver is absolutely secure, and make sure that he gets the best possible attention that, if any, is required. But again, with a big hit like that, it's obviously just about making sure everybody's safe, everybody's sound, also making sure that none of the barriers have been moved as well. So we'll get all of that checked out, and the rest of the cars will make their way through into the start-finish line as soon as they can.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one that happened there. And David, that can easily happen.
Yeah.
When you work your way, turn 3, dam step, it's a easy in, and then it closes on you. And if you pick up that curb, that rumble strip on the left-hand side, and the wheel hooks over there, and the car steps out of line, it catapults you across the road into the tire barrier that's on the inside of the circuit, in other words, just behind turn number 1. And then you can easily end up just being a passenger heading towards the accident scene, as the saying goes.
100%, because you're at such a rate of high speed as well, and the car's already on the edge of traction when you're going through that right-hander. You know, it's about making the corner as straight as possible. So if you jump over the curb or run over the edging at the left-hand side as well, it's very easy. If traction broken, and there's no reaction time, there's no way that you're able to stop that car from speeding off to the right. But again, what will happen is, obviously, the cars will make their way through. The first priority is to secure everything, make sure everybody's okay, and then we go racing again as soon as we possibly can.
Well, we're going to go with air now and give the marshals and the medics time to sort out that situation.
are standing here with Davy Yobe in front of his beautiful Nova Proto NPO2. Davy, race 1 was an absolutely epic race. Yourself and Gary Kisfetti in the Ginetta had a brilliant battle. You want to walk us through that?
Yeah, it was a good one. I must say, I didn't think I was going to get it at the end because I had no answer for him. He got away a little bit better than me, and he kept me up in the corners because his car is strong and is very fast as well, and he's a good driver. So we had lots of fun. Unfortunately for him, we had a back marker, and he lost the back end of the car, and that made the track open for me, which I enjoyed.
Okay. So that means the race 2 is going to start very similarly to this race that you just had, as far as P1 and P2 go, because that's how you started earlier. Do you have any plans to maybe hold him behind you before turn 1, or do you think he's going to get away from you?
That's why the guys are working at the moment. We're hoping to put nitros on so that we can get him on the start line.
Looking forward to it. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Gary Kisfetti is another one of those drivers who's got a car that's literally the tip of the knife edge. In Sports and GT, running up front. Gary, race number 1, you had an epic battle with Davy. We've just chatted with him. You got the jump on him, he says. How did that race go for you?
Yeah, look, going into race 1, we knew he would have the edge because he qualified quite a way ahead of us. But yeah, so I had to make the best of the start, and I capitalized on the start. And I knew once I can get in front of him, I can actually keep him behind and maybe get some pace and outrun him for the 8 laps. Because only 8 laps, they shortened our races. So I thought, I've got it. But then, of course, came the back markers. And I open up the gaps in the back markers. He follows. I make it easy. And, of course, unfortunately, some of them are having their own races. Didn't see me come through. We had a little touch, caused a spin. But that's racing, eh?
That is racing, and very similar to a very shrunken version of an endurance race. You're passing back markers, but with race 2, and I mentioned this to Davy, you guys are going to be pretty much starting with the same as you did for race 1. Right? So obviously he's got his backup. He sort of knows what the plan is. Where are you going to go with race number 2?
Yeah, look, he's obviously working out a strategy, so are we. Once again, we'll capitalize on that start. Let's see what his plans are, and I'm sure he's worked out. He is an old one at this, eh? He is old one at this. So, as much as we strategize, he will be doing it as well. But all I'm hoping is to get ahead of him on the start, and then we can actually make a very good race of it for the spectators, and I hope they will enjoy it.
Well, it was a very entertaining race, and we can't wait to see you in race 2. Gary, thank you.
Right, thank you very much, man. See you.
Waylon Forsking drove BMW Car Club Cape Town last year, driving again this year. New year, new season, new car. How are you feeling?
No good. We're busy testing the car. Actually, it's the first race out. So it's still a bit of a work in progress, but the car is coming together nicely, and it's flipping fast. So, yeah, we're testing it and seeing what breaks, what doesn't, you know, so, yeah.
Okay, so how do you do in race 1, and what are your plans for race 2 coming up a bit later?
Race 1, I started at the back because the car wasn't ready for qualifying yet, but I managed to catch up, and I ended second, I think. So, yeah, I had a bit of a brake fade, brake problems, but yeah, hopefully it's fixed now, hopefully. And then I think race 2, it'll be mainly me against Neon. Neon's quite fast too, and he has a lot of experience. So, hopefully I can stay in front of him and yeah, just enjoy the race.
So where does that leave you in Neon's class? Is that a Class D or Class C race?
No, this car is actually, it should be way quicker than Neon's car. But I'm getting used to it still, and yeah, just checking that everything keeps together. But yeah, I should be quicker than him, so hopefully I'll end up in front.
Oh, looking forward to it. Good luck for the next race.
Thank you.
Andre, you had race 1. How did that go for you?
It was alright. It was a bit of a lonely race. I was supposed to fight with Connor at the front of Class C, but for some reason I was a bit off the pace, so I'll need to do a bit of homework and figure out if it's just me that's rusty or there's something wrong with the car. But the car's still in one piece and running fine, so I guess that's good.
I will put it down to Russ because we had a bit of a chat earlier, and you mentioned that you hadn't driven this car for quite a while.
Yeah, I've done about 10 laps this year before the race, so I guess maybe I'm just rusty.
But with the car, you're saying the car is actually doing well. Have you got any plans for any sort of alterations on the car before race number 2?
I tend to cook the brakes for some reason. I think I'm too heavy on the brakes, so I'll do a bit of brake bias setup. And then maybe tire pressures, play around with that a bit for more grip. So yeah.
Awesome, looking forward to it. Good luck round 2.
Cool, thanks so much. Looking forward.
Divan Wenzel in the Porsche 991.2.
That's very good.
Did third in qualifying yesterday. How is your race going today?
The race went good. We were pushed out a bit wide out of 2, so I dropped back to 5th, but managed to get back to 4th. I suspect the car is a bit down. We're losing somewhere, we're losing speed because we're struggling to do 15s where I know the car can actually go quicker. And but it's not the setup. The setup, the tyre wear, temperatures, everything's coming in nicely. So we're busy looking at that now just to see what we'll do, but we'll definitely back for the second one.
Well, if I may ask, when did the car do 15s?
I raced the vehicle in SAS last year. I think it was June or July, I can't recall. But yeah, then I qualified with a 14.4 and unofficially we did a 13.9 basically on practice, yeah.
Look, I don't know too much about it, but it could possibly be a track that's not properly rubbered in yet. I mean, this is the first event of the season, you know, so maybe as the days goes on, as time goes on, it'll get a bit better, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a possibility, but yeah, like I say, I don't feel too comfortable. I need to go faster, or I need to go faster.
So what are your plans for race 2? With you said setup is on point, are you leaving the car as is for race 2 and just go a little bit harder?
Especially checking now, I think I'm just going to put a set of plugs in just for just to eliminate that basically. I doubt that that'll be that, but let's just try something and not just leave it for the race.
Looking forward to see it. Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
Right, we're good to go back racing again. We know that Wayne Hoffman has been taken to the medical facility, and we're just waiting to hear that all is good on that side. Pretty sure it should be okay, but yeah, let them just check everything out and take it from there.
So, part 2 of race 2 then, and I'm trying to think how many laps did we actually get? I think we got 1 lap, or was it 2 laps that we got underway before that all kicked off? Because we lost one before the race even started.
Yeah, it looks like we've got 7 laps to go on this one. It hasn't changed on our timing screen. Probably clerk of the course has gone back to the lap scorers and said, okay, leave it exactly like it is. So we'll be able to get this one underway. So once again, we'll have the opportunity to watch David Joubert and Gary Kisveta go one-on-one. Roberto Franco and Divan Wenzel. That lovely Porsche. Divan loves to drive that one. Sandro Bakari, he had a nice big umbrella out to protect him from the sun earlier on while they were standing on the grid with that beautiful red mean machine of Sandro Bakari, the VW Juno S3. There you see him in the middle of your picture right now. Beautiful motor car that, as they work their way through. Great to see Divan Wenzel back out on circuit again. He's been around all the years wherever he's had an opportunity to race numerous different vehicles through the years. Back out there on circuit. Jannie Hatzi, Martin Pugh, Connor Kilbride, Andre Steenkamp. I was trying to find Andre Steenkamp this morning to go and say hi to him. He's also one of our avid iRacers on Sports and GT Masters. Commonly known now in season 16 as the Masters Series as such. iRacing going live on Second Gear Productions on YouTube on a Wednesday night at 9:15, and that's based pretty much on Wishram Sports and GT from Killarney International Raceway. That's where the whole thing started out, with Dr. Mike Verrier being very much involved with initiating that whole series. So it's going to be two mean machines leading out a whole bunch of mean machines out there. Janetta LMPs. David, seems like you like these Janettas. That kind of works for you.
I have a big soft spot in my heart for these beautiful, beautiful LMP2 machinery, more akin to the European Le Mans Series and international racing. Of course, Daytona 24 was a couple of weeks ago, but we go racing again for race 2 of the Warwick Well SP and GT sports cars, and it's going to be down the inside again. That's going to be the Novo Proto of Gary Keesway, of Dawie Joubert. Tries to get the whole shot, and again they're still side by side. This is exactly what you want to see on lap 1 of the restart. The Janetta takes the inside line into 2, says thank you very much, and that is going to be Gary Keeswetter getting some sweet, sweet revenge, as we've got the best of the rest behind, and that is going to be, I think, Divan Wenzel trying to get the inside line on Rob Franco.
Divan Wenzel just got cut off there pretty badly. Roberto Franco said, "You're not going through yet, my boy. Just hold on a little bit." In there behind that little battle is Jannie Hatzi and Sandro Beccari.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff as they're going through through in towards the saddle sweep. Then for the first time of asking on this restart, we're watching from P3 all the way down. You've also got Sandro Beccari in that stunning number 3 VW Juno S3 side by side, and that is going to be, I think, that's going to be Jannie Hatzi that he's side by side with. They think better of it as they get into Cape Town corner for the first time. But here we go. Then you see on screen, you get all of the graphics. They're telling you all of the different classes at the top. But there is your race leaders, Gary, down at turn 1, and oh, that was very, very close from Joubert.
Gary Kieswetter from Dawie Joubert. Two of them driving away from the rest of the pack, the Class S cars, and then in behind that is Roberto Franco. That's having a pretty decent drive just ahead of Divan Wenzel, Jannie Hatzi, Sandro Beccari, Martin Pugh, and then there's Connor Kilbride with his left-hand drive BMW from Andre Steenkamp, just ahead of Fourie and Swanefelder in the Nissan, and then a bit of a gap back behind Swanefelder to Smith and Volkswagen gets having their own little battle.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic one. In fact, if that's, if I'm not mistaken, that's Volkswagen in. It looks remarkably like the car I saw this morning with the Coca-Cola livery on. I wasn't here for race 1, so you'll have to excuse me on that one. But we go back to the Killarney straight here, and again, it's just a gaggle of millions and millions of rands worth of sports car and GT machinery.
Unbelievable stuff. There's Robert Franco, and right behind him we've got Divan Wenzel, Jannie Hatzi and Sandro Beccari. That was that group of cars you saw come out of turn number 5, out of Cape Town corner, and that's a 4 cars that's racing down towards turn number 1, towards Block Point corner. Rob Franco, Divan Wenzel, Jannie Hatzi and Sandro Beccari as they come through, with Martin Pugh in there behind him, followed there by Connor Kilbride, then Andre Steenkamp, and then we've got Marius Fourie in the Mercedes-Benz SLK making his way into Block Point behind Steenkamp.
But we cut back to the leaders then, the two LMPs. It's the Novo Proto 02 against the Ginetta LMP G57. The Ginetta is out in the lead just now, but I wonder for how long Davy Joubert has had the pace on that car all weekend long here, and I wonder if it's just a case of bedding the tyres out, and that's wide there from Kieswetter into the final corner at Cape Town.
While heading towards Castle Corner, that SLK Mercedes-Benz of Marius Fourie slowed right down. He's picking up the pace again. But that Merc is in trouble, working its way out of Cashel. As you watch the front runners, the two leaders, Gary Kieswetter, Davy Joubert, 0.4 of a second between them as they make their way through Block 1 corner. These two Ginettas are chasing each other around, working their way along the Joubert Straight towards Cashel Corner. Now we're waiting for the rest to come through. Here comes Roberto Franco. Behind Roberto Franco, we have got Divan Wenzel. Behind Wenzel, we've got Yanni Hatzi and Sandro Bakari. Lovely Audi R8 there of Robert Franco as he works his way. Well, Roberto Franco, we just call him Robert or Rob, as he sits there ahead of Divan Wenzel, Yanni Hatzi and Sandro Bakari, and Martin Pugh just there in the background.
Yeah, it looks like Sandro Bakari being left a little bit there as we cut back to see Martin Pugh. There is Connor Kilbride then just making his way through too as well. And just in the background you can see that is going to be Andre Steenkamp in the number 46 car. Beautiful to see so many of these prototype type cars, the open tin top. Just such a great car.
Now that's the Juno of Andre Steenkamp as we hear these Ginettas thunder into turn number 1, into Block 1 corner. It's a thunderation of these two LMP2 sports cars that is working their way out of Block 1 corner. Slower cars just keeping right out the way of these two awesome machines that is working their way through Castrol Corner.
I'm telling you right now, Davy Joubert absolutely has the pace to take this right now. Did the fastest lap of the race last time there as we go a little bit further down. But there we go into what is effectively lap traffic. Since when would you ever say a Mercedes SLK V8 is lap traffic, Frankie?
Well, he had problems out going into Cashel earlier on, did Marius Fourie, and he just keeps that SLK right out the way of these two P2 sports cars, these two Ginettas, as they rumble down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town Corner.
And you can see now Davy Joubert thinking about it, but that is Divan Wenzel in 4th position there, the number 48 Porsche. That livery looks absolutely resplendent on that machine. Just behind him is Yanni Hatzi. Then we've got Sandro Bakari in 6th position. Martin Pugh is in 7th as well. There is, again, just a very iconic car there of the number 3 of Sandro Bakari.
Yeah, it's a lovely machine there of Sandro Bakari. Been racing sports and GTs for many years, as well as the iRacing Master Series, as these two Ginettas work their way through Castrol Corner. And Davy Joubert has done a 1:09.709. Wow, that is quick. That is quicker than 1000cc superbikes as the two of them work their way through Damstep.
Yeah, there was almost a chance there for Davy Joubert as they got past one of those lapped cars there. Thinks better of it, but again, he's so menacing in the shadow of Gary Kieswetter right now. We've got, what, 2 laps to go, so it's going to have to be now or never, Frankie. There is really not all that much time.
Yeah, there isn't much time, that's for sure. There is Robert Franco, and what happened to Robert Franco? He's dropped all the way down to P6 because that's Martin Pugh that is in there behind him, and he was ahead of Divan Wenzel at one stage of the game, so he picked up problems and has lost a lot of ground.
Yeah, 133, Frankie, great spot on that one, so he's obviously had a big moment early on as the leaders go down into the first corner then for the final time. That lap traffic might be the deciding factor because Davy Joubert losing out the pace there. In fact, actually, hang on, I just noticed Gary Kieswetter is now, or was showing in the lead very briefly there, so it is still, sorry, the Ginetta, excuse me, my brain's melting in the sun, ahead of Davy Joubert in that Novo Proto.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be done with that traffic, but he's coming straight back.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, there they go up the Joubert Straight for the final time today in the Warwick Health Sports and GTs. Through the double right-hander, turn 4, saddle sweep, onto the back Killarney Straight they race. For the final time today, it's only straight with a curve, but in any case, It's about 800 meters long, or pretty close to it, I would say, as they go through Cape Town corner. And Davy Hubert is trying to find a way around Gary Kieswetter. Kieswetter will climb on the loud pedal. The checkered flag will be coming out now. Kieswetter comes home ahead of Davy Hubert by 0.2 of a second.
What a finish there. Gary Kieswetter in control of that race, but only just ahead of Davy Hubert. Third place is going to be Devan Wenzel across the line shortly. That was Andre Steenkamp in 9th position. We saw 1 lap down, and again, such is the pace of the LMP2s. I think this actually might be the D-class car of Brett Svanevalder in 10th position there. So again, seeing Marius Fourie, but there we go. There's the Porsche of Devan Wenzel, and Frankie, I think he can be very happy with third place and a lead in his class.
Yeah, well done. It's a one-off, Devan was telling me in the pit area early on. He will finish in that third spot. Yanni Hatzi will come home P4 and second in class with that Nissan as he crosses the line. And then here comes Sandro Bakari in that red machine to finish third in class and fifth overall. Robert Franco has fought his way up to P6 with Martin Pugh in there behind him.
And we've got to say as well, congratulations to Connor Kilbride as he comes across the line for taking the Class D honours in that second race as well. He gets that done as well. And then taking Class C is, as we saw, that number 46 of Andre Steenkamp. 1 lap down, but taking the win for Class C. Well, look, I mean, obviously that race had it all. We had drama, we had a little bit of a stoppage with the red flag. We lost Simeon Penev, we lost Wayne Hoffman after that brutal accident on the exit of turn 3. But for everyone else, it's an excellent day at the office.
And Connor Kilbride was the last driver on the lead lap, and he also did a personal best of a 120.846 on that 8th and final lap.
Whew. I don't know about you, Frankie, but my heart rate is very, very much elevated after that one. Not only for the action on track, but some of those cars. Obviously, we've got to be incredibly, straight down the middle and unbiased. But I love Marius Fourie's SLK. I've got a soft spot for that car.
Beautiful SLK Mercedes-Benz.
And as a wee boy growing up, you know, any of these cars, you would have loved to have a poster on your wall of them, whether it was the Porsche Cup car.
As a what kind of boy growing up?
As a wee boy. I'd said that because I knew you would instantly pick that one up, Gary.
A wee boy.
A wee boy. I said that for Francois, who's not with us
Frankie,
today.
that's his word for the day. A wee boy.
A wee boy.
A wee boy.
Oh, this is what I have to deal with, ladies and gentlemen, as the honorary Scotsman in the box.
No. I'll tell you what. There is going... Well, this is the replay of Wayne Hoffman and Slam. Well, but you got confirmation. The reason why they're showing it again, and we can talk about it, folks, is because Gary just gave us confirmation that Wayne is okay. Now have a look. It goes over that rumble strip, it grips, and it spits the car out to the right-hand side. And that is the end of that.
For me, that's the danger point as well then. When the car bounces straight back into oncoming traffic, we've seen it so many times in Le Mans or Daytona where you bounce the car straight back out. It's but again, the main point is he's okay, the car can be fixed. Let's have a look at what else happened. So that is from a different angle. We caught the tail end of that, but the thing that it was for me was just so much damage to that car, and that's a good thing in a way, Frankie, because the more damage to the car, it means the more energy has been dispelled by the car, by all of those bits flying off.
Correct. And just a replay of these two awesome race cars chasing each other around. Janetta Power at its best. Lovely equipment that these two drivers have.
So, Frankie, I've got a race suit, I've got a race helmet.
Yeah.
Would you? Do you want the Nova Proto or do you want the Janetta? Or do you care?
No, anyone. The thing is, I wouldn't fit in it. I wouldn't get in.
Well, I've managed to fit in a bucket seat, so you know it's.
You take the one for race number 1,
yeah,
and the other one for race number 2.
Oh, that's a,
And
that's
that
a great
is
point.
a Simeon Panev car that expired, which we thought at one stage we thought there might be oil on the track, and then the marshals said, but there is no oil down on the surface.
A massive big thanks to Castrol, Porsche Club Cape Town, Blockcoin, Lime Property Management, Smile 90.4 FM, and all our class sponsors, Caltron, Bijo Trustees, Pirelli, Cadiz, Warwick Wells, Pro Oil, Lauda Classic Cars, and API Property, and Thermofires for the Clubman. It's a big, big thanks to all of those people that help it to happen the way we love it to be here at Killarney International.
So we move on then, ladies and gentlemen, because it's time for the bikes to come out again for the first time this afternoon. It is time for the Pirelli Clubman Classics and Breakfast Run. This is going to be their second race of the day. But a reminder for those watching on stream at home and for everybody around the circuit, vote for your favourite competitor of the day. Simply WhatsApp their name to 060 352 2890. So vote for your favourite competitor of the day. Just WhatsApp their name in a message to 060 352 2890. And we will see who takes the win out of that one. I also just remembered that it has been bestowed upon us here in the commentary box that we've got to go and pick a driver of the day for the Sports and GT. So good luck for me and Jordan trying to figure that one out while we're trying to commentate on the Clubman's and the Breakfast Run as well. Jordan, fantastic race one for the Clubman's and Breakfast Run. We saw, I think we saw a couple of the 600s punching a little bit above their weight there and showing that they can absolutely give as good as they get. And I'm not looking at anyone in particular, but Wesley Hendricks.
This guy.
So here we go then. Jordan, obviously, as we said, you know, Wesley Hendricks in the 600. He was in formidable form and absolutely taking it to Matthew Juice on that first race. But while we've got a couple of seconds while they're on the grid, in fact, actually, while they're on, I better let you run through the grid.
Let's do it. And what a race one it was. And to say the least that race two is going to be just as good, if not better, is an understatement. I'm heavily excited for this. And I can't wait to see what comes of race number 2 for the Pirelli Clubman's Classic and Breakfast Run motorcycles. Let's read through the list and how it pans out off the grid. And it will be Wesley Hendricks that starts ahead of Matthew Deuser and Augustine Ntwara on the front row of the grid. Then it will be William Morris, Jordan Simon and Gerard Jubé in the Clubman 600 class that sits on the second row of the grid. Next on third row grid it will be Shakir Brenner, Willem Lowe and Malcolm Govender. However, I don't see Willem Lowe. He wasn't out in the first race and he's not out today. Malcolm Govender there in that third row. And then Wayne Gresser. Then a little bit further back we have Saud Adam, Byron Aronson, Henny Shalasa and Quentin Retief that finish off the Breakfast Run class. So we get ready to get underway. We wait for the red lights. The red lights go on. 5 red lights are out and away we go. No stalling this time around. And a good launch from everybody. We saw, how's this, Wayne Gres on his new old farm CBR 1000. Got the whole shot from 11th to 1st in turn number 1 in this previous race. He's now up into 2nd spot. And we'll see as the rest of the race carries on. But now down the Joubert straight they go and towards turn number 2, Castrol Corner.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful start. It was, I think it was Augustine Ntwari from 4th position on the grid. Got an absolute demon of a start from the second row. But again, side by side for 2nd second position here, and that's a missed shift there that's allowed that up into second position. So Wesley Hendricks having a fight out there. You've also got, as we said, William Morris up in that top 6 as well here. So what we said during the first race here, Jordan, is that it's all about just settling down, getting into the pace, and getting into your rhythm on this first lap. There's 8 laps to go. There's no point doing any silly moves here. And in fact, actually, I'm going to have to check who that was on the third row of the grid, because they're now in the lead of the race, and that was from third place on the grid. They got an absolute monster start.
Let's have a look as they come through the final corner and around the outside. I believe that will be Matthew Doiser or Wesley Hendricks. In fact, just can't see the colour in the glistening of the sun. We'll wait until they come across the line and we'll read it. That could in fact be William Morris that leads out, and it is William Morris on the 34 in the Clubman's 1000s. That's ahead of Wesley Hendricks. Wayne Kress up into third, Shakir Brenner in the fourth, Malcolm Govender, Joburg's fastest Indian, is up into fifth spot. Jordan Simon, Matthew Doiser down into seventh spot. Augustine Ntwara, also known as the Rwandan Rocket, on his boss's R1. Sits there in 8th ahead of Sawad Adam. Henny Shalasa not stalling this time around and getting up into the top 10. Byron Ardenser, Gerard Chubet, Quinton Retief, all rounding out the top 13 as they go into Castrol.
As we see our top 2 then, William Morris and Wesley Hendricks in a class of 2 right now. They've left everyone else just now because Wayne Grace has got what looks like 600 motorbikes right behind him just now, but thankfully it's only 7 at the moment. But this is absolutely scintillating. Wesley Hendricks right on the tail end of William Morris, as we see 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th and 7th. That's Wayne Grace, Shakir Bremner, Malcolm Govender. You've got Jordan Simon in there, Matthew Doyce. The thing is we say it and then by half a lap later they're done, as there goes a move up the inside by Wesley Hendricks into Cape Town corner. Oh, that was just bravery on the brakes.
Yeah, but leaving it way late and way in the right direction, because he takes to the lead. Does Wesley Hendricks ahead of William Morris. They're almost going 3 wide on the exit. Everyone's getting bunched up ever so slightly. We saw 8 bikes in a row, or 8 bikes together in race number 1. Now it's still 8 bikes from all the way 3rd up to about 12th once again. That sits right in the line of fire coming in to Block Point Corner, turn number 1. But there's still a big fight between William Morris on the 1000 and Wesley Hendricks on the 600 as they head towards us on screen right now and towards all of you in Castle Corner, turn number 2.
And the thing is, I honestly think Wesley Hendricks, although he's only on a 600 compared to the 1000 of William Morris, in the tighter twisty bits, I think that's where he's making his money right now, because as soon as he can open up that throttle and pin it, William Morris is just away. You can see that, but he's getting caught hand over fist during the tight bits. However, that might have broken it. Wesley Hendricks breaks away again. Through this battle then for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, Shakir Bremner now up to P3, although that might only last for half a lap because they're all toing and froing with every single lap. You've also got Wayne Grease up there, Malcolm Govender and Matthew Doyce, but then it's a 5-bike battle as well. You've got Augustine Ntwari, Jordan Simon, Byron Arenze and Saud Adam all in there as well. You've got about 5 bikes separated by 0.8 of a second.
But now look to our leader. Wesley Hendricks has abducted and disappeared. This is his chance. He doesn't have the formidable Matthew Doiser that he had competing with him in race number 1. William Morris is just on the tail end of him, however, and that 1000cc Suzuki of his is incredibly quick in a straight line, but the corners shows a different kind of might for the 600 of Wesley Hendricks just ahead. Malcolm Govender up into 3rd spot ahead of Brenner, Ntwara and Simon. That's your top 6 as you watch them. That's 4, 5 and 6 rather, fighting it out right there in the background. That's in fact 3, 4, 5 and 6. Then there's a gap, a small gap to 7th being Matthew Doiser, just in between these 2 groups of 4. So there's 2 squads and Matthew Doiser's right in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's definitely not where I would want to be as well, because at the tail end of that you've got Wayne Grace and Byron Arenze as well. So all of them in that fight. You've also got Saud Adam and Hedy Shellos in there as well. 5 laps to go of this. 5 more laps of this incredible action here for the Pirelli Clubman and Breakfast Run right now. But this is back to the battle then for P3, 4, 5 and 6 just now. It is still Malcolm Govender leading off that group, but for how long? That looks like Jordan Simon trying to make a move on Augustine Ntwari again as they come down Killarney Straight into Cape Town corner again. it's going to have to ease off a little bit and then go for it with 2 or so laps to go, and that's going to be a mistake there from Malcolm Govender. Goes deep into Cape Town corner, and that's going to be Shackler Brenner going, thank you very much.
Absolutely opened the door wide open for him as they come by, but in actual fact it was Govender that managed to pull away. There's some sort of power on that motorcycle of his, that 1000cc, that got him to pull ahead of Brenner and Twara. Doiser up into 6th now ahead of Jordan Simon on the 600 CBR. That's dropped him ever so slightly backwards. Then Byron Orenser and Syed Adam that sit there in 8th and 9th. The first in the breakfast run class. Plenty of track days under their belt and more than enough racing experience in race number 1 to make them comfortable for race number 2. As we watch, look at the rocket coming down towards us now. There is Govender and Brenner. And Brenner is making up some serious ground.
Yeah, and that also means that William Morris is getting dropped back into the rest of the field now. So he's getting sent back to the likes of Malcolm Govender, who is about 3 seconds behind him. But Wesley Hendricks in the lead of the race. But this battle that we have been treated to on the live stream here, as we see first and second going through, this is 3rd, 4th and 5th just now. It's all starting to open up. So Malcolm Govender from Shakir Brenner and Augustin Ntwari to go into that final corner here, separate by absolutely nothing. So this is the fight for P4 and P5 right now. Shakir Brenner and Augustin Ntwari. Behind that you've got Matthew Doisa, then you've got Jordan Seaman, Byron Arente in 8th and South Adam in 9th, Jordan. And listen, they are going to be loving this.
And look at that. Just as they've updated the timesheet after crossing the line, it is good buddies in the same space. Lacquer Racing, AJ Fenter's outfit of Lacquer Racing, the Lacquer Racing Garage. Now they sit in 3rd and 4th, exactly where they were in race number 1 after a little bit of fighting to get up there. It is Augustine Ntwara that sits just behind Malcolm Govender, the Rwandan Rocket, and Joburg's fastest Indian, both fighting it out intensely. As we look a little bit further back, that will be Wayne Gresse, and just behind Gresse is Henny Shalasa, also getting a much better start than his first race and putting some serious pressure on the old hand. A 4-time champion, in fact, that is, or 5-time champion rather, that is Wayne Gresse.
3 laps to go then, and I'm watching this lead battle right now very intently because it was 2 seconds. It's now down to 0.8 of a second. There is William Hendricks and Wesley Hendricks and William Morris. There's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th again. Malcolm Govender, Augustin Ntwari, Jordan Simon in there. 6th place for Shakir Brenner as they go down into Cape Town corner again. This is what I was saying, you need to just ease off a little bit, get behind the bike in front of you and then go for it. But here we go as we cut down to turn 1. Jordan, tell us what we're seeing here.
Now look at this, I just popped my head out the window and look at William Morris. Look how he's caught up to the back end of Wesley Hendricks on that 55 motorcycle. He's right there on his tail with 2 laps to go. We've said this how many times today of, yeah, the guys plan and wait until the last lap to make some sort of move, and William Morris might be doing just that as there's more fighting going on in the midfield.
But wait, so's everybody else. Everyone's caught up now. We were thinking because they were about 4 seconds ahead of everyone,
Yes,
and now
you're right.
and now we've got a 4-bike battle. I was waiting to say a 4-car battle, but a 4-bike battle for the lead because now Malcolm Govender, Augustin Ntwari have come into play, and we've got 2 laps to go. I promise we haven't written this, but I would love if we did.
If I could have written this, then that would be quite a story to tell. As now through turn number 4, Sorrel Sweep they go. There is that division in between the 2 squads of 4 as they run on down towards the final corner once again. Now the front 4 is turned into a squad as they're closing up on each other down into Cape Town corner. It's Hendricks from Morris, from Govender, from Ntwara. This is a 2 Cape Town versus 2 Joburg fight out. It's the battle of the provinces, if anything, as they come out of the final corner. Well, I say that, but Augustine Ntwara is from Rwanda, but we'll say he's from Joburg as Wenley Hendricks moves over to the side of the circuit. Morris, Govender comes through. They go 3 wide down into the braking zone. Who's going to make it through in the lead?
Be still, my little heart, because goodness me, through into the front, that is going to be William Morris that takes the lead. We're on the final lap, so it's for all of the dice right now. William Morris takes the lead from Wesley Hendricks, but don't discount Malcolm Govinder as well as Augustin Ntwari right now, as round the outside then is William Morris. This is fascinating stuff. We've got 3 wide going through turn 2. I've not seen any of the likes. We've also got a 4-bike battle further down for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th as well here, Jordan.
There's a bike down in turn 1, 9.5. That is Wayne Kresser. Wayne Kresser's gone straight on into the tires, but the rider is up and all right, but we watched to the lead. It went from 2 bikes in the lead to 4 bikes and now 5 bikes as Jordan Simon has just caught up to the back end of the field, second in the Clubman 600 class on the final lap. David, I am shaking in my boots.
Well, I wonder if that's actually a lapped bike, because we've got 4 on the timing screen within half a second. That might change, but either way, through the final couple of corners they come here. It is still absolutely too close to come. It looks like, I think that's William Morris now down into to second position here, but here we go. Going to come across the line. It's going to be a photo finish for the Pirelli Clubman and Breakfast Run. It is Malcolm Govinder that takes the win from William Morris in second position, Augustin Ntwari in third, Wesley Hendricks takes 4th position, and it's going to be Jordan Simon in the 177 that takes 5th position. Shakir Brenner in 6th, Saud Adams in 7th, Matthew Doyce in 8th position, Byron Lorenzi in 9th, and Henny Shellhose rounds out the top 10. What the heck did we just witness there, Jordan? That was insane.
And how did we watch that so close together? There's one more across the line. Gerard Chibé comes across in the Clubman's 600 class in 11th overall. Quinton Retief is the last one out on the circuit, rounding the final corner. And unfortunately, Wayne Kresser went off on that final lap into turn number 1. And here he comes. His first breakfast run. Race day complete for the novice. And what a way to end off the day.
You were absolutely spot on with what you said, Jordan. 5 riders within 2 seconds of each other across the line there. That is sensational. And that second group was within 1.3 seconds for 4 riders. That is absolutely fantastic. But again, what I loved was the fact that Wesley Hendricks and Jordan Simon in their 600s taking it to the big boys and girls in the 1000s
like
and saying, yeah, we can party as well. So, yeah, bring that on. I am up for a season of that this year.
Hey, the way I think about it is you don't need to show up to a boxing match with the biggest gloves. you can have little to no gloves and still put on a better fight, as big arms waving out towards the tail end of the circuit. If you see these brave riders come into the pits, give them a round of applause, because that was, in my personal opinion, race 1 and race 2 were the 2 best races of the day so far.
They are getting a big hug from me tonight at prize giving, that is for absolute sure. So that is going to be race 2 out of the way. So we've got replays going on just now then for the Pirelli Clubman and Breakfast Run here. And again, thankfully, wasn't too many of the issues that we saw this morning, but what we did get was just oodles and oodles of proper racing action.
Yep, and you think that that Breakfast Run guys that come from track days are novice? Nope. These guys still know their racecraft, and they showed us just that. What an incredible race. As we move on to the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons up next.
So, as we said, that is it for the bikes just now. We are going to step away from the microphone just for a couple of seconds. Up next, very shortly, we have the next race, the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons. Then we've got the Peugeot Trustees Formula Libre, Loud Classic Cars again for their final race of the day. Then it's the Pirelli Superbike Challenge, Masters in 600s. The API Property GTI Challenge is out for another barnstormer of a race. That's the penultimate race this afternoon. And then the final race of the day for the V8s, it's the Pro Oil Supercars finishing us off. We'll step away from the mic and we'll be back in just a minute.
All right, you can vote for your competitor of the day. 060-352-2890. And we'll have a look, see if it has changed since early on. Probably find that not much has changed. So we'll wait for them to put it on the screen. Hopefully they can do it first. Well, I know they can. And then we will have a look and see. All right, so Jordan's got it on his phone already. And it's James Late that's in third. Ryan van Eerden that is in second. And Matthew Duzer that is in first spot so far. That is for... What's that now?
What? This is the newest one.
Yeah, that is the newest one that we've just gone through. As we wait for the Clubman's cars, the Thermofires Clubman's regional saloon cars to roll out on the circuit for their second race of the day. I got a WhatsApp early on from Trappis van Tonder saying that my car is too slow to keep up with the BMWs. But he's not going to give up, that's for sure. As the Clubman's cars roll out onto the track for their second race of the day. There's Andre van der Merwe going through in that Chrysler of his. Beautiful motor car. More cars working their way out of the original pits, with the Jabir pits being on the opposite side. That's the Chrysler. There's the Ford Falcon of Eva de Toy. Chris Firsch coming through as well in his car. And that's the Tablanche car that had troubles early on. I see it back out on track again. Remember in race 1 that had trouble between turn 3 and 4, between Damson, Saddle Sweep, pulled off on the left-hand side there where you see the cars go through now. But they do have Sam Tablanche's car back out on circuit once again.
Well, looks like just about the whole field has actually made it back out on circuit again, which is fantastic, barring Jess Huggett, a hole through the block and a hole through the radiator. Probably find the piston climbed out of the block and went looking for the radiator and stuck a hole through that as well. So, yeah, what does the future hold for Jess Huggett in terms of motorsport? I don't know. Just too many disappointments, too much outlay of money, not a whole bunch of happiness. Going to be back to the drawing board and determine which way to go forward from there. Tried every trick in the book to make the configuration that he's got work correctly, but still to no avail. But on the flip side, great to see Clinton not back out on circuit.
Yeah, well, after getting a DNF in race 1, let's hope it goes a lot better for him in the second one. There's Paul Munich just ahead of him as Michael Lesieur. Zak Grunewald working
starting
his way
a lot
through.
Closer to the front this time around. Zak Grunewald,
Stephen Goos, Trappis van Tonder, Dylan Jabir, Dexter Bruce, and all of them just working their way out of Cape Town corner, through the kink, and onto the Porsche Club straight, the main straight, under the City of Cape Town bridge. Big thanks to them, big thanks to Line Property Management, big thanks to all our sponsors, Castrol, big thanks to Smile FM, playing more 80s than anyone else in Cape Town. A big thank you to Smile 90.4 FM and the City of Cape Town.
well, I think the driver of race number 1 that needs big mention is Stephen Goos, the man from Thermofires. What a massive, massive race he had up front. That motor that's in there, I was speaking to his brother during the luncheon interval. He says Stephen put this motor together himself and fitted the turbo and did all the adaptions and what have you. He's got bigger brakes on the front of that car now as well. He says if you can't stop it, it doesn't help you make it go faster. And the overall package, pretty much his own brainchild that he's got there. So building it is one thing, setting it up is another. Building it, setting up, and driving it to the front end of the pack, that's the whole picture. So my driver for race number 1, definitely, and I hope it's not going to be a commentator's curse, will be Stephen Goos. So let's take it from there as they work their way down through turn number 3. And we're looking for a sponsor for turn 3. There's no sponsor on that corner. So
It's apparently on its way, according to
do believe
management.
So. We actually heard the name, and it's a company that's
making a comeback again.
Yeah.
It's been here before, and it's coming back again.
Coming on a couple of cars, driving here at Killarney International as well. So far so good. It's been a great day's racing, and a couple of weeks from now we'll be back here again for round number 2, and then 1 week after that will be Extreme Festival. This year Extreme Festival will be coming to Cape Town on 2 different occasions, which is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's going to be a full house of Extreme Festival. I think the Volkswagen Rookie Cup is the only class that's not coming to Cape Town. Now, they'll probably come late in the year, but otherwise everybody else that's supposed to be here will be here on the 14th of March.
Right, they work their way down the back straight. A notable omission on Class A today is Stephen Heidenrich and Shane Smith that we hope to see out there in Class A.
But we did see Stephen with Mr. Justice down in his pit area.
Yeah, he's here, but minus the vehicle. Pretty sure he'll probably, I believe Shane is going to be starting from pit lane. Rolling start it's going to be as they come up towards the line. Frankie, take them off the line.
The lights go off now and away they go, and it's a lovely start off the line there by Clint Renard. Absolutely side by side, Clint Renard making his way down into turn number 1. He's got Shane DeToy there on his outside, and look at Zach Grunewald. Zach is in that fight as well. Michael Lucia was tucked in there behind them as they worked their way, and Shane Justice does leave the pit area. So it is Clint Renard and it is Shane DeToy side by side with Zach Grunewald right in there in that 3rd position, as the rest of the field just filter through Castrol Corner. We'll get them now as they go through the Lundstem Kink and towards Damstip. And it is Shane that is in that 1st position. Zach is 2nd. Clint has dropped, Renard has dropped down into that 3rd position. Then it is, I think it's Lucia that's coming through there just behind them as they work their way up the hill. And it is Lucia followed by Paul Munich as they work their way through the double right-hander saddle sweep and onto the Killarney straight.
First time they get a chance to get the hammer down the... Oh, look at this. Zach Grunewald goes for that inside line. And, well, it looks like Zach Grunewald is, in fact, going to the front of the field. It is Shane DeToy in 2nd. Then we've got Clint Renard in that 3rd position. It'll be Michael Lucia and Paul Minnick will be the next 2 that comes through. And then Stephen Gous.
Yeah, and right there with Stephen Gous, we have got Dylan Jabert coming through, and that's a whole lot of them that's coming through. That is Munich, it's Bruce, it's Jabert, then Mario Roux that didn't start race number 1, as a matter of fact, as the field works its way through. There's a BMW that they're pushing out the way there that had trouble in turn number 1, but have a look at this. Zach Grunewald sits there on the outside of Shane DeToy with Clint Renard there in that 3rd position. Then it's Michael Lucia coming through. Behind Lucia is Stephen Gous, and Paul Munich is in that fight as well as they go through Dexter Bruce, Dylan Jabert and Mario Roux.
Oh, it's still pretty tight up front. There's not a lot of gaps between the front runners at this stage. Still 5 laps to go, but nice to see the size of the field and the competitiveness in the front 3rd of the field. And then, Frankie, there's a bit of a gap, but there's another massive battle going on further back as well.
There's lots of dices happening all the way down. There's dices in the front, there's dices at the back, there's dices in the mid-pack, there's dices everywhere. You'll pick up a fight with anybody in Clubman's regional saloon cars as the leaders are making their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. They're working their way into turn number 1, into block 1 corner. And we'll get them. Yeah, they come into block 1 corner. That's Zach Grunewald that will lead them across the line. Shane DeToy, Clint Renard in that 2nd position. Then it is Gous. It's a bit of a lock up there by Stephen Gous. And behind him is Michael Lucia. And behind Lucia is Dexter Bruce that's coming through. He's got his nose ahead there of Paul Munich as they head to the line, and Stephen Gous pulls the Jetta 3 off the circuit and into retirement.
Well, Frank, I'm jumping in with you here, and just in a matter of fact, that just happened right in front of us, but it is in a semi-precarious situation. I don't think there is a yellow flag through turn 1, so it's maybe just more off the circuit, or more than enough off the circuit rather. As the rest of the field goes through turn number 2, we jump back to damp step. There you see Paul Munich, as well as, I believe that looked like Mario Rue's car, but I wasn't sure if he was out again, and he is out back once again in 8th spot after a difficult and rather troublesome retirement in race number 1. We watch as him and Dylan Joubert, the number 1 clubman's car, after winning C-Class last year, and overall, in fact, he heads down towards turn number 5, Cape Town corner. It's 2 VWs and a BMW just behind them, all trading out. That's your top 9 as we watch the rest of the field come down towards Block Coin.
The leader's heading down into Block Coin corner. It is Zach Groenewald from Shane de Toy, from Clint Renard, from Michael Lesieur. Behind Lesieur, it's Dexter Bruce. Then it is Paul Munich and Mario Rue. The two of them are side by side, followed there by Dylan Joubert. Then it is Andre Fourie. That's the next man that's coming towards us. And then it's Adrian Roberts, David Vermaak, and Chris Fursch coming through. Then it is Trappist van Tonder. Lance Arendse is in that fight as well. Sandra Becker is up on his inside. Andre van der Merwe is coming through there as well. Then it's Johnson, and carving his way through from pit lane into P18 is Shane Justice.
Shane Justice moving up the field quite mighty, and we'll look in the next camera shot, okay, just in the background as they go into Castro Corner. The Pro Oil car, sorry, not Pro Oil, Origin Oil car has a perfect position to cut through the likes of Van der Merwe, Johnson, as well as coming up onto the back end of Sandra Becker as they go down into Dam Stipper. We'll move forward throughout the midfield. There we see Shane de Toy make his way through. So I lie, no. There is Chucky. That's Chucky. Adrian Roberts.
Adrian Roberts, yes.
That makes his way ahead of this group of 4 as they go down towards the final corner once again. There is David Vermaak up the inside with Chris Furch in his BMW E36, but Chucky does not let that slide that easy, as well as Trappies sits on the case. It's 2 Polos versus 2 E36s at this point in time.
And they are fighting it out there just before that mid-pack. As we watch the three of the lot of them go. Here comes David Vermaak. Then it's Adrian Roberts, Chris Fursch, and Trappist van Tonder. As he losing power there, Van Tonder, then Arendse, Becker, Van der Merwe. Here comes the other Van der Merwe and de Toy. That's the Chrysler and the Ford Falcon. And then Wayne Rosser in that fight as well.
Yep, and I'm watching on the screen Shane Justice just making up the ground as there's Zach Groenewald, right and rightfully so, leading out at the front end of the field ahead of Shane de Toy. Clint Dreddard up into that 3rd spot for the number 3, and Michael Lesieur in 4th overall. A-Class is in the top 3, that being 2nd, 3rd and 4th, with a Class B car, that being of Zach Groenewald, currently leading out as they head down towards the final corner.
Yeah, Trappist is losing lots of ground out there. He was saying to me earlier on WhatsApp that the car needs more power. He cannot keep up with the BMWs, he was saying, as the field just rolls through. There goes Dylan Joubert as they start their 3rd last lap. 3 more laps to go. Zach Groenewald in Class B, leading the field out of Block Coin corner.
Zach Groenewald with a 1:22.759 as his fastest lap. I wonder when and if he's going to break into Class A during this round, as Shane de Toy has Clint Renard on his tail, as well as Michael Lesieur. The 2 turbo cars of Lesieur and Bruce, not that far between the 2 of them. As we look a little bit further back, and there is Rue from Munich. Just behind Munich is then Trappist van Tonder, who still is ailing ever so slightly. Just ahead of him, however, is Dylan Joubert. Then we have
Andre Fourie coming through.
Andre Fourie, yes, after just purchasing that Chiara Fanicek car ahead of Dave Vermaak.
Yes.
There is Adrian Roberts, and then still we saw the bright, it's not green, I've been told, it's highlighter yellow of Shane Justice.
Yeah, as we watch the leader coming through turn number 5 out of Cape Town corner. That BM is squirming underneath Zach Groenewald as he's got a couple of back markers that's just ahead of him as he comes around to start his penultimate lap. Sitting out there in P1, Shane du Toit in second. Welcome back, Shane. Followed there by Clint Renard, Michael Lesieur, Dexter Bruce, racing down towards turn number 1. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see the rest of the cars come through. This is Mario Roux, and right on his heels is Paul Munich.
Yep, and then we see Dylan Joubert in the background. They were quite close to 3 of them a couple of laps ago, but that gap has opened up quite dramatically in the closing stages of this race, and even more so, another close battle, however, between Andre Fourie and Trappist van Tonder, that unfortunately has that car just dropping down the field. Then it is Vermaak ahead of Roberts and Justice, and that front bodywork seems to be flapping around a little bit, as there comes Johnson just ahead of Becker. Arendse. There is the
Evert de
Toy in the Falcon ahead of the Chrysler of Van der Merwe and the Golf of Rossa.
And the Golf of Rossa now, they've got a lap and a bit to go now before we see the checkered flag. And Zak done at 122.759. He is the fastest man out there. As we pick up Dicers a bit further down the field, there's Dicers everywhere in this Clubman's. So we wait for the leaders to come through. They've gone ready into turn number 1. They are, here comes Michael Lesieur past us. He's also heading into turn number 1. There goes Dexter Bruce, who just picked Dex up, coming through into block point corner. So this is the final lap, and this is the man that sits in P1. That is Zak Groenewald working his way out of Castrol.
And I'm just looking now as they come in. Look at the white Golf of du Toit and the black Golf of Michael Lesieur, as Clint Renard has disappeared somewhere around the circuit.
Well, he's shown in 8th, unless he's going to drop down the leaderboard. But we've got a frozen frame here, as we're going to wait for the leader to come to the checkered flag. And that is Zak Groenewald. Way on his own, heading down towards Cape Town corner is Zak Groenewald, working his way through Cape Town corner. There he goes, Zak Groenewald. Only a few hundred meters left, Geordie, before he sees the checkered flag.
Yep, Zak Groenewald in the number 43 has been synonymous for sliding that car around many a time, but he's put the pedal to the metal and he's kept it right straight and center to take victory in race number 2 of the Thermo Fires Clubman Saloons. And look how close this battle was between du Toit and Lesieur to the line, coming right up to the end, as well as Dexter Bruce in that turbo BMW in 4th.
Yeah, Dexter Bruce coming towards the line. Then we should have, these are 2 back markers. There goes Paul Munich, just coming through your shot now is Paul Munich, and he's just behind Mario Roux. So it's Ruben Munich that finished in 5th and 6th across the line. Here comes Dylan Joubert, the reigning defending Clubman's regional saloon car champion, and he will finish in 7th. You're waiting for Andre Fourie to come through in the Golf in P8. Yeah, he comes, and right behind him is Shane Justice and David Vermaak.
Yep, on that last lap, Shane Justice was able to make up 2 positions to put him into 9th. Imagine at the back of the grid, 24th position all the way up into 9th. Now that is a real drive of the day, in my personal opinion, as Sandra Becker comes across the line, as well as Evert de Toy.
Yeah, and then Andre van der Merwe coming through as well in that Chrysler. And then we've got Te Blanche that's coming through in that 16th position. And Rossa also finishing, Wayne Rossa also finishing his race down in P17, as the rest of the cars just filter through to take the checkered flag.
What a brilliant race number 2 that was to end off the day for the Premier Saloon car category here at Killarney International Raceway and at the Power Series. And you know, it is the first race of the season, Frankie. We all know the story of some of the guys on holiday and cars aren't done, or they break in testing and whatever, but I've got a sneaky suspicion that come round number 2 at the beginning of March, we are going to have a good number of cars in every single class.
Yeah, I'm almost certain of that. That's Lee Fielding. That's on his slowdown lap in that blue, white and red BMW as he makes his way back to the pit area. A couple of replays. That is just the fight between Groenewald, Totoy and Renard early on in the opening laps of this race. Sponsored by Thermofires, Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. And that's the replay of Stephen Goos pulling the Jetta 3 off the circuit.
Very, very unfortunate because he was in such a good position from the start of the race. But something just not going so happy with that turbo Jetta. And even as well, Clint Renard. We saw that one frozen frame that we had, and it was in fact him that had parked on the outside of turn number 1 in the access road. So very, very unfortunate. Well, it was great to have him back, but unfortunate that his day had to end the way that it did.
Just replays of some of the battles and the fights and the overtaking that you saw out there on the circuit. But that rounds off Clubman's for the day. And we now move on to the Formula Libre single-seaters. Formula Libres. All right, here we go with the BJ Trustees Formula Libres, one Class S car of Race Driver SA. That is Jason Kutsia, and he lapped the entire field except for Damian White in race number 1. And Jordan will be joining me, Mike's side, for the second BJ Trustees Formula Libras over 8 laps. And Jason and Damon will occupy the front row of the grid. Josh Smith won the V's, and he will start in third. It was a lovely fight between himself and Edric Heisamen for the lead for the V category. Then we've got Ben-Jack Phillips, Courtney Steenveld, Nick van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey. Okay, and no Cyril Somerville. Well, he would be a 9th if he was there. So the top contenders so far for the competitor of the day is James Late in third, Ryan van Eerden in second, and Matthew Deucer so far is leading the competition.
Well, I must say, in my personal opinion, I'd also say Matthew Deucer's got an impeccable chance. An amputee racing at Killarney. And
fantastic.
Wins in race 1. Comes in the mid-pack in race 2 after some very hectically serious competition. But I think, if more than anything, he is the most stoked out of anyone to be back on a motorcycle and racing. I think I'm second place watching him, being so happy to see him back.
So that's Josh Smith and Edric Heisamen that you see of them. And there's a couple of V's out there. Right, so we watch them line up.
Yeah, and another person that we're missing now that I think about it, the second NW Logistics sister car, Aruba and GT Raps sponsored car of Ricky Anderson. We saw him perched up at the top side of turn at number 5. They had to pull that motor after race 1 because that motor quite literally said, "How's it?" And it went, it threw itself in. It's kaput, is the way I should put it.
Kaput, yeah. Right, so we are about to get going for 8 laps. BJ Trustees Formula Libras race number 2. They're all lined up already.
There's the paddleboard out of the way. Frankie, take them away.
The hammers get dropped and off they go for the start of their second race. And it's going to be an absolutely awesome start there by Jason Kutsia sitting out there in it. Look at Damon White's gone backwards. Damon White's gone from P2 to P4 at this stage of the game. And he's got the 2 Formula V's of Joshua Smith and Edric Heisamen that is just there ahead of him.
Heisamen around the outside of Joshua Smith at this point in time. Josh is not letting that happen in the slightest. But once Damien White starts to get back into the feel of things after a difficult start, I hope that everything's all right with the gears and launching off the line from a standing start is always very hard on the clutch. If you want to drop the clutch and just have a little bit of wheel spin or all the wheel spin, he's managed to get away, and now he needs to try and claw his way back up into that second spot overall. But it's still Smith from Heisamen. Then it's White. Just behind is Ben-Jack Phillips from Courtney Steenveld, Nick van der Westhuizen, and Donovan Ramsey.
Yeah, and there's only 8 of them out there, including that one Class S car of Jason Kutsia that's disappeared down the road already. As a matter of fact, he is so far down the highway, he's heading under the City of Cape Town Bridge. As we keep an eye on this one, Joshua Smith, Edric Heisamen, Damon White, Ben-Jack Phillips, and Courtney Steenveld as they work their way under the City of Cape Town Bridge. And Edric Heisamen wants to have a look up on the inside, and look at this 3 abreast as Damon White takes the wall. They might just touch. Edric Heisamen says, I'm not going to let you come through with this, a Formula GTI. And all of a sudden, poor Josh Smith finds himself behind both of them.
Yep, Edric Heisamen from Chile Racing said, I don't care what you've got under your bum, but you're not letting it get past me until the next corner at least, as Damon has the inside line and takes that position back. Now he can upduck and disappear away from the V battle and leave these 2 youngsters, Edric Heisamen as well as Joshua Smith, in the position to battle it out but the more they battle it out, it leaves Ben-Jack Phillips and Nick van der Westhuizen in that second or fourth and fifth spot overall currently, to try and catch up to the top two in the V class and maybe get a podium overall.
Yeah, we just saw them go through there. And here comes Ben-Jack Phillips and Nick van der Westhuizen coming through. Donovan Ramsey is the next one, and then Courtney Steenveld. And that is the last of the 8 cars that is out on track. We do have a leader out there, but we're not going to worry too much about Jason Coetzee right now. We're going to focus on these two guys that's working their way through turn 5, and that is Joshua Smith coming through. And Jason has slowed right down. The leader, Jason Coetzee, in Class S has slowed down. And did I see some smoke coming out the back of that car, or was it just my imagination?
Well, I've just seen some parts come off some car down into turn number 1. I don't know if it was just a piece of fiberglass. It looked more like the shape of a gear, but everyone seems to be still running mighty fine as we look down into Castro Corner, turn number 2. Joshua Smith trying to go around the outside on a corner that you can't always make stick around the outside, and a good exit they both have, very equal in pace out of that corner down towards Damps Dip, and they're going to fight it up through the rest of the circuit.
And I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but when last have we ever seen Damon White win a race? And right now, he's in a fantastic position to do just that. I know. I don't want this commentator's curse. I don't like it anymore.
He's going to come to you after this. I think an angry competitor is worse than a COC.
I'll tell you what, if you've ever been in his company for an evening, he is a laugh a minute. He is a great guy. He's Damon White in that Formula GTI of his. As we watch them go down the back straight, that's Smith, Haysalmon, and Phillips in that fight. This is the battle for the V category. They're lying first and second in class and second and third overall. That is the combination of Josh Smith and behind him, Edrich Haysalmon.
Absolutely in the gap now as they all cross the line, with Damien White included 3.5 seconds between the GTI Ray and the first of the Rima Vs. Joshua Smith currently leading out ahead of Haysalmon by 7/10 of a second. Then it's just under 2 seconds between Haysalmon and Phillips in that third spot. Ben-Jack Phillips currently just sitting on his own in that third spot. I say on his own.
Not quite.
Not too far behind him. It said 1.1 seconds, but that gap is closed ridiculously quickly on this first 2 turns for Nick van der Westhuizen. That might get that man up into third position overall.
Yeah, that was 1.1 when they started this lap, so he might even be a lot closer now to Ben-Jack Phillips. But Damien White, there he goes, through saddle sweep. Josh Smith, Edrich Haysalmon, Ben-Jack Phillips, Nick van der Westhuizen. That is that first 5 cars, well, yeah, first 5 cars going through. Jason Coetzee will probably pull out of this one with the terminal problems as the Vs make their way down towards Cape Town.
He has disappeared off the chart, has Jason Coetzee. He's pulled into the pits, a matter of fact. And that will be it for last year's Gazoo Racing GR Cup champion. As Damien White currently still leads out. But not only that, he has the fastest lap of the race with a 1:24.105 for the Draken Racing number 29 GTI Ray.
Well, I'll tell you what, Smith, Haysalmon, and that man going through a shot there, Phillips, is keeping this car that you see going into turn 2 very honest indeed. Any mistake by Damon White, and these 3 Vs will gobble him up, Smith, Haysalmon, and Phillips. So he's got to keep it neat and tidy, must Damon White, to win overall and to be first in Class C.
As we watch the Vs now come into picture, and this is when they start splitting up. We've got 3.5 laps left to go as we speak. 3.5 laps left, and as the gaps start to grow, somebody's going to need a little mishap, a little error or mistake to really try and gain any time to any other competitor. The gaps are a little bit too large. Besides, if we look on our sheet, the gap between Donovan Ramsey and Courtney Steenveld.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, Damon White is the quickest man out there with a 1:24.105. He is the fastest man out there by car 29. That car you see at home on your screen there, working his way under the set of Cape Town Bridge. And I must say, this Formula GTI Swift is absolutely running on rails. Here comes Josh Smith, Edric Haysalman. Behind Edric Haysalman, Ben-Jack Phillips, as they work towards Blockpoint corner. The next man that should come into view is Ramsey.
Well, nice battle going on.
Between him and Steenveld, yes.
But I also just realized where has Nick van der Westhuizen disappeared to. He's also gone a lap down. So he is somewhere out on the circuit unless he's pulled in as well.
That's also possible.
That would mean catastrophe for the NW Logistics team of both cars today. But we look at this, Donovan Ramsey and Courtney Steenveld in the, I say X, Richard Carr Formula V. I was going to say car twice.
It's a car.
But it's still Richard's car. But he's planning on maybe racing something else throughout the year. So Courtney Steenveld is back down in Cape Town to race V's once again.
Right, that is your leader, racing towards Cape Town corner. The Formula GTI Swift, the race leader, Damon White, working his way out of Cape Town corner. What a pretty looking motor car that Formula GTI single seat is. And I'll say this, that Josh Smith is now getting away under Edric Haysalman. The gap between the two of them is getting a lot bigger. Here comes Josh towards us. Behind him is the red Formula V of Haysalman. And then Ben-Jack Phillips in the 17 car will cross the line now to start his penultimate lap.
Not much left to go as we watch them come through Blockcoin corner. That is already your top three. That will be top six.
Yep.
With Haysalman as well as Phillips, Ramsey and Steenveld that come on through into turn one now. As they make their way by us, there goes those two. But we look down towards turn number 4. We've lost out on 2 cars, Jason Goodseer and Nick van der Westhuizen. But there comes Damian White just doing his thing, a 1:24.057. Now he's gone 5/10 quicker throughout the remainder of this race. With just over a lap to go, I won't say anything more, but at this point in time, he's got it in the bag.
And you can see how much Smith pulled out from Haysalman, 4 seconds when they started this penultimate lap. So Josh decided to get the hammer down and disappear down the road. As there goes Haysalman through your shot, followed by Ben-Jack Phillips, as the leader works his way under the set of Cape Town Bridge to start his final lap. 1:23.778. He's the quickest man out there. In car 29 is Damon White as he works his way through Blockcoin for the final time for the Formula Libras today.
Oh, Edric Haysalman comes by us now looking for gears, and with that he slowed right down, and Ben-Jack Phillips is right on his case as we look to Damian White coming through the second of 5 corners left to go. There you see Edric Haysalman, and just next to him coming by is that of Ben-Jack Phillips. So the Chile Racing team, the youngster, is now in a terrible predicament.
Well, on the final lap, it's all going wrong for the man in car 44, Edric Haysalman, losing lots of ground. There goes your leader through saddle sweep, Damon White, all on his ace. 5.6 seconds at the start of this lap ahead of Josh Smith as he works his way towards Cape Town corner for the final time. And there will be celebrations in that garage tonight, that I can promise you, of Damon White.
Absolutely. And I think everyone in the Libras will definitely be giving this young man a round of applause after quite an extensive career over only the past couple of years. Damian White for Draken Racing has done it and brought it home. P1 overall ahead of Joshua Smith by only 5 seconds between Class C and Class V.
Right, then it will be Ben-Jack Phillips. Remember, he got his nose ahead of Haysalman. Here comes Ben-Jack Phillips to the line, and he will finish in that 3rd position. And it's an ailing Edric Haysalman that will finish third in class and 4th overall across the line. Oh, at number 44 car is limping across the line, and he's 13 seconds behind Ben-Jack Phillips.
And not too distant of a battle for 4th and 5th as Donovan Ramsey brings the Liqui Moly car home ahead of Courtney Steenveld on his first outing back in Cape Town in quite some time for the Richard Carr Racing team.
And that is the subtotal of the field, because Van der Westhuizen and Coetzee retired and Somerville did not start.
An unfortunate way to go about that race, losing a couple of cars. But once again, as I said a little bit earlier on about the Clubman's race, round 2 in a month, exactly a month from now. These guys and girls, the likes of Katie Fletcher, Byron Mitchell, Ricky Anderson needs to get that car sorted out. James Beaumont, a few more drivers that can come out in more than just the V's. We've got some Class C's hiding around, some more Class S's, the likes of Cohen Bam and Storm Lanfear and Byron Mitchell as well. There's cars that can, and DJ Boyson, there's cars that can come out and play. But
and I think we're going to see these guys on the 7th of March, hopefully.
Absolutely.
We'll see all those Class S cars and a few more others. Luan van Heerden as well, that didn't race today. Hopefully we'll see Luan at the following Power Series event, together with a few more other names. Well, as you said earlier on, Jordan, you don't need quantity, you need quality. And quality it certainly was for both the Beecher Trustees Formula Libre outings. your one. Yes, I got the feeling of this one already. I got the feeling. Yes, I got the feeling.
The storm of many storms make their way out. Obviously, we know the V8 caused the thunder and the earthquakes and whatever other storms there are. The 4 cylinders are more of an ear-piercing storm, but they all pack a punch and they all provide incredible racing. See Robin Forbes coming out in the V8 Stingray. Always nice to see that beautiful car out on the circuit.
And Vance. Does help if I put the mic on. And Vance Kearney, they've got a DNF in race 1. I see that Capri is out on the circuit again.
And wow, Frankie, when last, okay, we can't see it right now, we'll wait until it comes into shot a little bit later, but when last have you seen a Ford Ranchero racing with a gas?
Yeah, that's Fire One. That's chasing the Capri around.
It must feel like you're racing if you're a marshal driving Fire One at the tail end of the field.
And then, as a matter of fact, just to let the people know, behind Fire One, you've got the medical vehicles that come around at the tail end of the field. They go behind Fire One. You've got your medical staff that is in the bucky that is just behind that yellow bucky coming out there.
And I believe that bucky, if it's still the Nissan Navara, which I believe it is, that still holds, or not still, it always holds the jaws.
That's a Risto and Debbie.
Yes.
That you'll find in that Nissan Navara.
So you've got a couple of fire extinguishers in the Navara, but also the jaws of life.
Oh yes.
Luckily, as far as I know, we haven't had to use in quite some time, which has made Risto and Debbie quite sad.
Yep. As he was saying to me a while ago, if there's an incident, Frankie, watch the bucky. If I pull off to the just off the verge, and it isn't that bad. If I run the bucky right towards the accident scene, then you know that there's a possibility that it could be pretty severe. Not always, he says, but the possibility is there, and that's basically. And there they are, just behind Fire One.
Yep, and then of course our brand new safety cars provided by Apex Bets. The 2 matching, or yin and yang, black and white Maserati Gran Turismos, one being the main field safety car, and the one at the tail being the chase car, just also making sure with another medical personnel in the car with the driver, just ensuring that if anything does happen, there is a trained professional right there with the rest of the crew if need be.
And that's Vance Kearney that's pulling up. Hopefully he'll complete race 2. Lauda Classic Cars, race 2, 8 laps await us shortly. It's 10-4, and we've got a few more races to go before the end of the day. See the race officials just walking down the center of the circuit, making sure all the drivers are in their right grid box. Malcolm Pfeiffer just there in that yellow Alpha GT Junior. Nicholas Fourie is just ahead of him in the Golf 2. And Daniel Lotter Jr. just there on his outside in the Escort. But will it be Ford? Will it be Chev? Will it be the Ford of Putti van Zyl? Will it be the Chev Forenza Can-Am of Franco Donadio?
And as we let them go around the circuit for their formation lap before we get underway and racing for a rolling start, I just want to mention a big thank you from the Lauda Classic Cars for their one of their new sponsors for the for the class, that being Wilson Precision Engineering, based in Brackenfell Industrial in Cape Town. They provide all kinds of services from general and precision engineering and designs to manufacturing and maintenance for high tolerance components, tools and machinery. They cater for specific automotive engineering as well as specializing in all types of welding and fabricating as well as boiler making needs. It's a family business run by Mike and Sinclair Wilson.
Oh, Mike Wilson, yes, it's...
And we just thank them as well. The Louder Classics thanks them for coming on board as a sponsor for the class.
Now, Mike's dad, Keith Wilson, used to race oval track racing many, many years ago. Sadly, he's passed away, but he was one of our top midget oval track racers back in the day with a motorcycle-powered Graphtech Engineering. And, of course, Mike is the son of the late, great Keith Wilson. The silence before the storm. Chevy versus a lot of Fords. There's a Toyota, BMWs, Porsches. They're all in there for the second and last race for the Louder Classic cars. There's Aaron's Viljoen as well, just behind Dave Aladev. As they work their way out of turn 5, Cape Town corner, through the kink. Jordan, take them off the line.
It feels so quiet, like we're waiting for something to occur. And the storm will occur now as the red light goes out, and away they go down towards turn number 1, Blockcoin corner. We have 8 racing laps left to go for the second heat of the Louder Classic cars. And up the inside will go the Chev Forenza of Franco Donadio. Jared Evans very quickly gets in front of Boetie van Zyl. In race number 1, they had a right ding-dong battle between the two, chopping and changing positions for that second spot overall. And now Jared has got out in front of Boetie, and not too far behind Boetie van Zyl is Jared's dad, Brian Evans, also right on the case of that bright orange Ford Fairmont.
Going pretty wide there was Malcolm Pfeiffer, but it's all about Franco Donadio, Jared Evans, Boetie van Zyl, Brian Evans, Bruce Van Taplin coming through there, Robin Smith and Wayne Lotter as the field, sorry, Robin Forbes, I said, not Smith, and Wayne Lotter as the field works its way towards the double right-hander saddle sweep.
And wow, look at the different generations and the different styles as well as manufacturers of cars making their way down the Killarney Straight. Now, for those that don't know, there are 2 classes in this one class, being Louder Classic cars. You have pre-90s, everything from 1990 all the way down. Oh, sorry, no, I lie. 1989 all the way to 1980, and then pre-80s, which is 1979, all the way to prehistoric, if you will.
Yeah.
As they all exit down through Cape Town corner, past the City of Cape Town Bridge, and down into Blockcoin once again.
But Boetie van Zyl's having a look up on the inside of Jared Evans. Once again, the Capri versus the Fairmont as they work their way out of Blockcoin corner with the Mark 1 Escort of Brian Evans just behind them, and leading them all is Franco Donadio. Here comes Robin Forbes and the Chevy Corvette Stingray. Then behind him, Bruce Van Taplin, Wayne Lotter in there, Dave Aladev, Rob Rowe, Aaron's Viljoen coming through, Vance Kearney, and behind him there is Piet Mathieu.
We watched them come into Castro corner. Still, we saw Malcolm Pfeiffer as well as Daniel Lotter Jr. as they make their way around. We see within the top 5, Frankie, you've got quite a hefty sandwich. One slice of bread is the Chev Forenza, and the other slice is the Chev Stingray, Corvette Stingray of Robin Forbes, with a bunch of Ford filling in the middle.
Yeah.
But they are just too far away from the rest. It's only really Boetie van Zyl and Jared Evans that are throwing anything out on the table between themselves now. We're waiting for Brian Evans to just close that gap, and Robin Forbes is a little bit behind Brian Evans in the Escort, but the gap isn't quite closing up enough just yet.
Well, here he comes, not far behind him, and here comes the Toyota of Bruce Van Taplin and the Mark 1 Escort of Wayne Lotter. Then it is 3 BMWs, as a matter of fact. It's Dave Aladef, Aaron Sviljoen, and Rob Rowe, as the three of them work their way towards Blockcoin.
Down we go into Blockcoin once again. There you see the old American TRD colors on that Toyota Corolla, driven by Bruce Evan Taplin. Then you see the trio of BMW E30s, all different styles, different years, as they come out of turn number 1, Blockcoin corner. Dancing Dave Aladef in the bright red E30, just ahead of Ernst Viljoen in that beautiful all-white crisp two-door E30, and Rob Rowe, the chairman of the Lauda Classics, in the formidable BMW colors of red and blue, with the, I think there's a hint of purple in there, and the rest being white as they come down into Damsdip, and we follow through Sorrel's sweep now with the leaders.
Yeah, here comes Brian Evans towards us. Right behind him is Robin Forbes. Then it's Bruce Evan Taplin. Then it is Wayne Lotter. Then it's the trio of BMWs, Dave Aladef, Aaron Sviljoen, Robert Rowe, as they head down the Killarney back straight. Vance Kearney sits in P11, not too far behind this trio of Beamers. These three Beamers heading down into Cape Town corner, but the leader is heading back through turn number 1, through Blockcoin, Franco Donadio.
Yep, Franco leading a healthy lead at the moment in the red, white and green Chev Forenza. Just behind, there comes Brian Evans in the Ford Escort Mark II, ahead of the Chev Stingray. That's a C3, in fact, that he is racing at this point in time. Now diving up the inside, trying to make that position stick, trying to push or nudge that E30 boxy BM of Dancing David Aladef out of the way. Here's Ernst Viljoen, and now they're going door to door, door handle to door handle. They're getting so close, widening up between themselves, trying to choose a better line, are these two. And this is maybe just giving a chance for Rob Rowe not to lose too much ground if they keep fighting, and he can still be in the chance to get ahead of them.
You just saw there that Evan Taplin is very close to Forbes. Yeah, they come down towards us, and there we go. That is Forbes and Bruce Evan Taplin. Robin Forbes and Bruce Evan Taplin, they are right nose to tail as they work their way down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town corner, and that Stingray's got a problem. He was just blasted past there by the Toyota Sprinter of, yeah, and he's slowing right down. Robin Forbes is slowing right down. And the next man that is there in his gun sights is Warren Lotter, who's now already gone past him.
Yep, that Stingray has been stung, and he will be pulling himself into the pits. I saw that hand come out there. He moves over to the left-hand side into the New Jabert pits and gets himself off track. Hopefully not something terminal. It's very possible some of the guys forget to put in enough fuel for these very thirsty big V8s, and that leaves you in a bit of trouble. As we look down into Blockcoin corner once again, it is Wayne Lotter that sits out ahead of this group of 4 by quite a healthy margin, sitting in 6th overall, 7 seconds behind Bruce Evan Taplin in 5th, but then he's got the 3 BMWs just behind him.
Well, as the laps begin to unwind, Boetie van Zyl is still being kept honest here by the Capri of Jared Evans. And there was 9/10 of a second when they started this lap. They're heading towards the end of it now between Van Zyl and Evans. They're working their way down the Killarney Straight towards Cape Town corner. Have a look when they go through Cape Town corner. Yeah, that Capri is right on the case, but he went in very hot there, did Evans, but maybe he wanted to do more of a diamond line in Cape Town to get a bit of a better slingshot out of Cape Town corner to try and hunt down this thundering V8 heading into turn 1 of Boetie van Zyl, and there's now 8/10 of a second between the two of them.
And then a quite large gap from that top 3 to this man coming towards us now, that being Brian Evans, just behind him in the Corolla. That being a Bruce Evan Taplin, roaring his way by in that 4-cylinder 4AGE.
This is the leader coming through there. That is Franco Donadio. Well, he's 7 seconds ahead of Boetie van Zyl, and he's just power sliding that Chef Ferenzov. He's all over the place. Boetie van Zyl has got to go now into defensive mode and keep the Capri of young Jared Evans in there behind him, and he's right on his boot lid. Jared Evans has got that Capri right under the boot lid there of Boetie van Zyl.
He makes his way around now towards the final corner. Down into Cape Town corner he goes. Boetie van Zyl has opened up a gap of what looks to be 3 car lengths now as they exit out of turn number 5. Obviously we know the difference in size is quite extensive between these two cars, but that very number 4 Capri just needs to use those corners, and Jared Evans, for that fact, needs to use the corners to his advantage. But the power of that big V8 in that Ford Fairmont is incredibly helpful on the straights.
Well, they're on their penultimate lap now. That is Franco Donadio working his way along the Jabez Straight towards Castrol Corner. Here comes Boetie van Zyl and Jared Evans as they head into Castrol. We'll stick around with this shot so we can get the rest of the cars. There's quite a few more of them out here. Here comes Brian Evans towards us, working his way out of Blockwoyn. Then behind him we'll have Bruce Van Taplin coming through there in the Toyota. And then we will see Wayne Lotter, but Wayne Lotter is nearly 11 seconds behind Bruce Van Taplin. And here we go. This is going to be some fun and games, because here comes Dancing Dave Aladef. He's ahead of Lotter. And then we've got Viljoen and Rowe just in there behind them.
Yep, so that group is closing up quite hectically amongst themselves in the mid-pack. But we look as we see the leader going slowly, it seems. That's a very slow running Forenza moving
That's
over to
a problem.
the left. That's not good for your current leader. Now no longer current leader as he moves over to the grass. Does Franco Donadio. A bit of heartbreak now on the final lap. In fact, coming to the final lap, he'll have to pull that car off to the side of the circuit.
Ah, you cannot believe it. As he was about to start, he's got a gearbox full of neutrals by the sound of things. He's found a gear which will get him going again, but it sounded like a gearbox full of neutrals there, Jordan.
Absolutely, it was just revving and revving and revving. Boetie van Zyl in turn number 2 has a big slide and he loses out to Jared Evans. We just missed that. I looked up above the screen as we see them now going down towards Dam's Dip. There we see now that's the change for position and the change for the lead.
I thought here comes a maiden victory for Boetie van Zyl, and then he gets it all wrong in Castrol Corner, and he'll be kicking himself, that's for sure, because this is going to give the win to Jared Evans, and it's not going to be an easy task to get onto the bootlet of that Capri of Evans. So Van Zyl will have to settle for second unless something really weird happens in the last few 100 meters.
Absolutely, you can see the back markers also racing in their own race at the moment. Malcolm Pfeiffer and Daniel Lotter Jr. fighting it out at the tail end of the field. Boetie just getting in the middle of those two in the Alpha and the Escort. He just needs to get out of the way, but it's not enough. A mistake in turn 2 on the final lap has given Jared Evans the win ahead of Boetie van Zyl at the checkered flag. Malcolm Pfeiffer will beat Daniel Lotter Jr. at the line for 13th and 14th respectively, as the rest of the grid will slowly make their way through.
And looking out the window, you can see that Forenza is in a lot of trouble here, because here comes Brian Evans to the checkered flag, and he will then finish in 3rd position. Bruce Van Taplin in the Toyota Corolla Sprinter will finish his race as we wait for the rest, Jordan, to come to the line.
And I see Franco Donadio has pulled into Park Ferme, so he will not be completing this race. However, these 3 will, and it will be Dancing Dave Aladef in the E30 that beats out Wayne Lotter in the Escort ahead of the 2nd E30 BMW and 3rd E30 BMW of Anders Viljoen and Robert Rowe.
Yeah, and that's the first 8 cars to the checkered flag. Here comes Vance Kearney, got a DNF in race 1, and he's going to finish race 2, and he will finish his race in 9th position. Pete Mathieu and Nicholas Fourie working their way to the line.
Those being the last two out on circuit. Unfortunately, we had Robin Forbes drop out with an issue, as well as your what was first race winner and almost second race winner until the last lap of Franco Donadio.
And of course, Malcolm Pfeiffer and Lotte Jr. finished their race, but they were a lap down. So that will conclude Lauda Classic Cars race number 2. And the quickest man out there before the car broke down with a 123.002 was Franco Donadio. A couple of replays coming through. That is the side-by-side action between Boetie van Zyl and Jared Evans. As they, once again, van Zyl and Evans, they were at each other's heels in race 1 and in race 2 for Lauda Classic Cars. That is this is the whole trio of BMWs. Dave Aladef, Arends Viljoen and Rob Rowe. The 3 boxy Beamers working their way out of Castrol Corner. And once again, Van Zyl and Evans. This is when he was right under that boot lid of Boetie van Zyl. And this is where we believe Franco Donadio had a gearbox full of neutrals and then eventually found a gear and then cruised into Parc Fermé to retire the Chevy Forenza. But as I said, those two never left each other alone for the entire race. That concludes that. We move on now to the Pirelli Superbikes, Superbike Challenge, 600s and Masters category.
practice launches for the Pirelli Superbike Challenge 600s and Masters as they leave the pit lane down towards block coin corner, turn number 1. There was some good battling in the first race of the day. Now for the final race for the Superbikes, as well as for the two-wheeled motorcycles altogether. So they will close this class off. But I can only assume is going to be a fantastic, fantastic race to end off all the motorcycles. They'll get their warm-up lap, get heat into the tires, heat into the brakes, a little bit of confidence into themselves. As we watch them all go on through now, chopping and changing amongst each other. Some of them up into race pace already before they even get to the grid. But some guys also want to get there a little bit quicker than others as they race on down towards the final corner. Now, all the bikes start arriving. Tristan Pinar, who led an incredible first race of the day and brought himself home with a nice back wheel show, and by quite some margin as well. And I'm sure he's set to do it again. Once again, another big thank you to Pirelli for their sponsorship for all the bike classes this year. And I'm sure all the riders are quite stoked, for lack of a better word, on the performance of these Pirelli tires so far. And it's more than just new tires. In actual fact, Pirelli being one of the best performance tires for motor racing in cars and bikes around the world, not only does it help out having fresh tires every round, but also it lowers the costs. And it doesn't only provide a subsidiary, but it keeps the entry fees down for riders. And there's a massive, massive difference in cost between a rider's price from the club as well as a retail price if you're buying the same tires from a retail store. So this should be a big improvement throughout the year. And as I said earlier, 600 to 700 Pirelli racing slicks and cut slicks coming to Cape Town within the next 2 weeks.
Anything that helps keep those costs down over the course of the season is going to be absolutely appreciated, I can guarantee, because those mount up very, very quickly. But the riders getting impatient now, the light's starting to go on. We get the 5-second board waved. The engine notes rise, and we are ready to go and away for the final race of the Pirelli Superbike Challenge 600 as well, as they go heading down to turn 1, down to block coin corner for the first time of asking. Absolutely unsurprising to see Tristan Pinar away with it right now, but it is still Ronald Slamet in second place, Malcolm Rapson in third place, the first of the Masters as well, as again it's just a gaggle going into turn 2.
Yep, they can't help but bunch themselves up. But like we've said before, the faster you can get out ahead and away, the better you can get to the finish line up front. And that is what the top 3 is doing. However, the top 3 is really close-knit at this point in time, with Ronald Slamet as well as AJ Venter. And I can only see on the rest of the list will be Tristan Pinar, who, like we said before, won the first race by a country mile, and he wants to do it by 2 country miles this time around. And AJ Venter on that lacquer racing ZX10 currently leading out ahead of Pinar, then Slamet, just behind Eden Haynes and Malcolm Rapson as well, coming in to Cape Town corner.
Yeah, Pinar not getting it all his own way from the very get-go. He's going to have to work very hard for this, and also have a look. Malcolm Rapson still in there. AJ Venter still absolutely sending it to every degree that he possibly can, but they come into the Cape Town Bridge 3 wide across the start-finish line. It's AJ Venter in the lead from Tristan Pinar and Ronald Slamet as they go side by side, now into single file into turn number 1. But that was Tristan Pinar having a little bit of a look, a little bit of a nibble on the throttle. He's going to be side by side, straight round the outside into 2, but it's going to be AJ Venter in the inside.
And just like that, he gets his nose cut off once again, does Tristan Pinar. and Tristan will have to settle for second for the time being, but Tristan does not like being behind another rider. So Ronald Slamet tries to get his front tyre up close and personal with the 2 ahead, but AJ Venter, a multiple-time rider at the Isle of Man TT, he tries to do it as many years as he can, and he's been doing it for quite a few years. Some also may know him as being from Soweto as they race on down towards the final corner. And into Cape Town corner they go, and it is AJ Venter still leading out ahead of Pienaar and Slamet.
Pienaar is coming under real pressure here from Slamet as they come out of that final corner here. Slamet's going to get an amazing slipstream as they come down under the City of Cape Town Bridge as they go almost side by side, but again has to back out a little bit. But there we go, first place then for Tristan Pienaar, AJ Venter in second position, and then Ronald Slamet in third.
So in fact, as you say, the positions did change, and now we see Tristan Pienaar out in the lead. He's got clear air, and it's like he was struggling behind Ronald Slamet and AJ Venter. Now it's Ronald Slamet in that second position as we watch the rest of the field come through. There's Rapson, Talia, De Toy back on the motorcycle after having that bike go down in a race number 1 in turn number 2, as well as Dion Erbel, who's not out for race number 2 with excessive damage. As we watch the whole field come into frame now down the Tygerberg Straight, it's Pienaar from AJ Venter and Ronald Slamet. Then it is Haynes, Rapson, Talyard now in frame with De Toy and Vandenberg just behind, and then the rest of the field making their way through.
So we go back to your race leaders then as Tristan Pienaar coming down to the Cape Town corner. And for me, what I'm interested in with AJ Venter and Ronald Slamet in second and third position is I wonder if Pienaar's trying to ease that bike in, because we've seen that now 2 races in a row where, you know, on the second lap he absolutely sends it, that rocket lights up and he is just away. He's now got a gap of, what's that, 2.6 seconds, and now AJ Venter has lost another position, so I wonder as much as he's losing positions as well. But further down the field, Ian Haynes having a fantastic race as well, 4th position. Malcolm Rapson in 5th. You've got all the way down to 6th and 7th, that's Mark Vandenberg in 6th, Xander Talyard in 7th, Michael De Toy in 8th, and Daniel Frost in 9th position.
Yep, there you see, that is Mark Vandenberg on that GSX 1000, and for the longest time he's raced Suzuki in all bright blue. This time around he's racing in green for GFP Superbikes. His son Alex Vandenberg up in Joburg as well, running the business as they come out of turn number 3, Damps Dip, and up the Tygerberg Straight towards Sorrel Sweep. We jump back to the leader, Tristan Pienaar. Currently the last best lap of his was the fastest lap of this race, a 1:12.518, as he continues on his own race to try and set some more times here. I know he's been wanting to get back into the 11s in race pace, so we'll see what he can do. As here comes Ronald Slamet ahead of AJ Venter. Then these two are catching up to AJ Venter, that being Eden Haynes and the fastest accountant on 2 wheels, we like to say, Malcolm Rapson.
Yep, there we go then. So there's Mark Vandenberg and Michael Du Toit now, who takes 7th position from Xander Talyard. They come down into turn 1 then, with just 4 laps left to go here in the Pirelli Superbikes Superbike Challenge and the 600s here from Killarney International Raceway. Through turn 1 we see the battle for 6, 7 and 8 right now. Just in the background as well you can see Daniel Frost and Johan van Dijk 9th and 10th position as well there. So again, some really, really good, solid rides here.
Absolutely, and they keep coming through. We also can't forget Wayne Ardenser on the EVA, Eagle Vision Associates. ZX10 as well, Francois Kritzinger in 12th, and Connie Boertes in that 13th spot, a lap down, however, so I'm not sure he has come into the pits I've just seen. So that other Project 60 SA rider out of this second race of the day. As we look back towards the front end of the grid, this is the battle between Haynes and Rapson, between GSX 1000 and BMW S1000 RR as they come across the line to start another lap.
Absolutely sensational racing. This is exactly what we had in the first race of the day for the Superbikes, and great to see that it's just picking off as well. But as well, that battle for 6th, 7th and 8th, you know, 3 bikes within, what, 0.6 of a second of each other. Just excellent, excellent stuff here. Also, just a quick check-in with Tristan Pienaar. I'm positive that bike's been replaced by an Exocet missile because the speed of it is just incredible right now. That's the third lap in a row that he's done low 112s. I think he'll easily get into the 111s very, very shortly. But he can go and do his own thing. That gives us plenty of time to focus on the rest of the field here.
Absolutely, and it is a missile because it's been prepped by Missile Motorcycles and the Rocket Man Kurt Sneeman. So how funny is that? Because he's on for a ride of his life at the moment. In actual fact, if it is a missile, he's just sitting on it and it's doing all the work. But I know for a fact that Tristan is absolutely peddling that beast around the circuit. But we look back once again to Eden Haynes, a former motocross rider, now turned a track racer, and I know he's loving it. He's only been in this for less than a year, and he's absolutely flying ahead of a multi-championship veteran here at Killarney International Raceway, that being Malcolm Rapson.
And for people that aren't into bike racing, they'll think, oh, but they're just bikes anyway, so what's the difference? You know, it's easy to go from motocross to track racing. It's like racing a tank to going to racing a Lamborghini. It's absolutely worlds apart here. So an incredible, incredible transition here. And I've got no doubt that we're going to see some more big things in the very near future here. But we've just got 2 laps left to go here as you've got your race leader on lap 6, Tristan Pienaar. I mean, that bike is just on rails right now.
Absolutely, there's some more fighting going down into turn number 3, Damp Stip. But we look for the leader as well. There is this battle that I was speaking about. This is still Vandenberg, De Toy and Taljaard. They've been fighting out in this trio for how many laps, and they're still at it. They won't stop until whoever's at the front of that trio sees the checkered flag first, and they won't stop until they are at the front.
What I love as well is they're fighting on track for position, but they're 3 completely separate classes. Vandenberg is in the Superbikes, De Toy is in the Superbike Challenge, and then you've got Taljaard, which is in the 600s as well. And again, another example of the 600s absolutely punching above their weight here.
Absolutely, and that youngsters under Taljaard is putting on an absolute show for 888 Motorcycles and Tiny's pit box as he runs. All 3 of them run, in fact, out of the final corner. We look back to the lead on the final lap. Tristan Pienaar coming into view. Well, there's Daniel Frost, in fact. I think Tristan Pienaar is just behind him. That is Tristan Pienaar coming into the frame. Comes around the penultimate corner. Still a 1:12.454, a 10th faster than his previous best lap around the circuit. He's coming up to make it 2 for 2 for the day.
And it's been so impressive. He didn't have it his own way for the first 2 laps, but I think he was just bedding in the tyres, getting it to speed here. Eases himself round Cape Town corner, up on one wheel as well. Again, just an absolute exhibition ride there from Tristan Pienaar across the line in the number 50. And what a race, what an absolute performance there. It's going to be 2nd place for Ronald Slamet. It's going to be 3rd place for AJ Fenter. And across the line, Malcolm Rapson just from Eden Haynes. But it's back to the battle for P6. Michael De Toy, Mark Vandenberg and Xander Taljaard. It's going to be to the line, Jordan.
How close is this between 3 bikes coming to the line? It'll be side by side almost, but it is Mark Vandenberg that beats out just ahead of Michael De Toy at the line, ahead of the youngsters Xander Taljaard by 0.06 of a second, and then 0.2 of a second. Daniel Frost comes home in 9th place, and another battle to the line, and it will be Jean van Dijk that beats out Wayne Arendse by 0.02 of a second at the checkered flag. We have one more rider that needs to come around and take the checkered flag, that being Francois Kritzinger on his 750 as he comes around the final corner through turn 5A kink and coming to the line to finish off the Peretti Superbike Challenge, Masters and 600s for the day. And what a race that was. Tristan Pienaar, what we like to call him, Ronald Slamet, the Red Baron. And I know it's a bit of an inside joke, but AJ Fenter, the Sowetan Spitfire is what I'm going to call him, as he was on a flyer, but no match for the two Cape Town boys.
Listen, what's that? That's 6 bike races we've had today, and every single one of them has left us with hyper elevated heart rates on that one. It's not even funny. What a fantastic way to round out the day for the Pirelli Superbike Challenge and the 600s. That's race 2 in the belt. We'll get some replays up in a minute. We have just got a couple more races to go this afternoon. Shortly, we're going to have the API Property GTI Challenge, and then rounding out the day, the Pro Oils Supercars. Both of them are going to be 8-lap races. Here we go with the replays then, Jordan. And again, we said it before, didn't have it all his own way in the first couple of laps there for our race winner Tristan. But again, from what we've seen here, it looked like he was just getting the bike up to temperature, up to speed, wearing in the tyres, and then he just lit the fuse, and it was good night.
And the last thing he wants to do is do something silly while he's around other bikes, because he knows he can take gaps that no one else can see. This is a crazy young man, but crazy in the right sense of the word, because he is an absolute missile, in fact, to say the least himself, not just the bike. So what an impeccable ride in both races by young Tristan Pinot, as well as the entirety of the Superbike grid.
Yeah, and it's always actually nice, maybe not for the viewers at home, but when you don't have that much of the highlights to show on the replay package, because it's just been an awesome race, and thankfully drama-free. No incidents on that race there, so it's been a fairly tidy end to the day for the Superbikes. But again, a replay of out the final corner, and for the second time today, finishing the race on one wheel.
Yeah, and then just go.
Welcome to Lime Property Management, where the efficient management of your community scheme is at the heart of everything we do. Our dedicated team provides superior property management services, ensuring that your property is in good hands and that your investments grow. With Lime Property Management, experience vibrant solutions, transparent communication, and a squeeze of innovation in every interaction.
Oh shit.
Welcome to Lime Property Management.
I enjoyed driving it. It was a C2.
All right, here we go with the second race of the API Property VW GTI Challenge, race 2 over 8 laps. Sadly, only 2 Class A cars. If they're both out there, that would be Tate and Skulk. But a serious amount of Class B and C cars. And remember that it is inverted grids for Class B and C, well, and A as well. So just Skulk and Tate will just swap around, and Tate will be on pole and Skulk will be next to him. So not much difference there. But Adriano Ferrari, he will start in pole position in Class B with Sean Liebenberg on his outside. Then Donnie Sundenberg Jr., Brett Roach, Mohammed Kalfi, Zach Leyden, Donnie Sandenberg Sr., and Eugene Gelderblom, followed by Ijaz Majid. And then in pole position for Class C will be Ishmael Davids from Andre Rowe, Patrick Walton, John Smith, Devin Dreyer, and then look what comes behind them. Ryan van Heerden, Daniel Moona, Ross Schroeder, Tristan Joubert, that will start from pit lane. And those are the 20 cars that we see out there.
Daniel Moona must have missed the invert because remember he slowed down right at the end of the race. So he must have been just short of the split. But here we go. API Property Group GTI Challenge race number 2. Event number 1 for 2026, and what a lovely grid. The first race was a single light start given the number of cars per class, given the number of cars that is expected and planned for the second event of the year. It will probably then go to a 3-light start.
Well, let's have a look, see exactly how it's going to work out. We see the Class C cars busy moving themselves around. Ishmael Davids is there in pole position. Just behind him I can see Patrick Walton. That's the green car, and then the red car just behind him, that is Mr. Walton. Andre Rowe will be on the outside. Right, well, lights on and off, and away we go. All together, A, B, and C. It'll be Gelden Ace, and it makes his way down into turn number 1. Gelden Ace and Tate Bishop. It looks like it could be Mohammed Kalfi that's in the lead there of B. We'll get a much more closer view, but have a look at these two A-class cars. Tate Bishop on the outside, swings it out wide, and he has got Skalky Gelden Ace on his inside.
Yeah, that definitely looks like Mohammed Kalfi. That is the leading Class B car. Skalky Gelden Ace leading out from the only other Class A car that's out there. But look at this Class B battle. Tate Bishop that's holding on to that second position overall. But look, the Class A cars have got quite a bit more power than the rest. But it just shows you how quick the Class B front runners are.
I'll have a look now when they go down. It will be Ferrari, Liebenberg, and Sandenberg Jr. That's first, second, and third. Yep. And then the Class C cars are not too far behind them, and that's been led there by Ishmael Davids. That's that green Golf that is ahead there in Class C. Oh, somebody, that's Brett Roach. That is Brett Roach. He slid right in front of Zach Leyden. My goodness. And Zach Leyden had to have a climb on the brake pedal there to avoid contact with Roachy.
Well, let's go back down to turn number 1. Skalky Gelden Ace from Tate Bishop. It's Daniel Sandenberg ahead of Sean Liebenberg. Then it is Mohammed Kalfi. So Kalfi not having it all his own way this time around. The leading Class C car, Ryan van Heerden, Ishmael Davids, that started at the front of that group, has now dropped down to second in Class C.
I'll tell you what, Ryan van Heerden started about 6th, 7th in Class C, and he's gone to the lead, as you say there. And with David's Dreyer Rowe just behind him, as we look at this Class C group of cars working, there is the API cars. That will be Moona and Schroeder. They're lying P16 and 17. And Walton is in there behind them. There's the 2 Class C cars just behind that group of Class B cars that's working their way up the hill towards the saddle sweep.
Classic stuff. Gelden Ace has decided that's up, dust, and disappear. Those waved yellows, that will be for the
Brett
Roach car that is standing just on the exit road. If you go straight into turn 5, there you see the car right there, and that is the cause of the double waved yellows.
So Roach's car is out of this one as these guys work their way out of turn number 5 out of Cape Town corner. There's Majid coming through. Sorry, David's coming through as the leaders are working their way towards Castrol corner. As we see all these Class C cars coming through. The API property cars is in there. Patrick Walton's in there as well. As there goes Gelden Ace and Bishop. And it is Sandenberg, Donnie Sandenberg Jr. that leads this one. The Sean Liebenberg second. Zach Leyden is third. Then it's Mohammed Kalfi. Adriano Ferrolli is going side by side there with the Sandenberg Senior and Eugene Gelderblom.
Well, I tell you what, it's not just the front end of Class C that's tight. Look at the up. See, there we've got the 90. That's Tristan Joubert that loses out with that one. So he'll recover the back end of the pack. The two Class A cars is up, dusted and disappeared. But Sandenberg, I tell you what, Junior, he was underneath the bonnet this morning, but he had a big smile on his face. He was quite comfortable with going into today's racing. And I think right now he's smiling sweetly. He's got a decent gap, but Zach Leyden is on his way towards the front end.
Yeah, and Zayden will bring Mohammed Kalfi through with him as well as we watch the two A-class cars head towards us. They are the B-class cars, and that is Zach Leyden, and he has got that looks like Liebenberg in there behind him, because
it must be Liebenberg, yes.
Because it was Kalfi once upon a time. As they come through, Kalfi is in there. He's just dropped behind them. Kalfi has just dropped behind Leyden and Liebenberg. So no harm done. He just lost a position or two, but he's still in the fight as the Class C cars work their way towards turn number one. As we see, yeah, they come through. There is there's your Class C cars, and it's Van Eerden from Dreyer and from Davids. That's first, second, and third from Schroeder. That's there in that fourth position.
Well, as we said in race number one, there's times that Class A is the class to watch. Sometimes it's Class B. Most times it's Brat Pack Class C. I think the Class B battle has been classic so far, race number one and now race number two today. But don't forget about the big hitters up front as Gelderneys works his way down towards Cape Town corner.
Yeah, and we still got that double wave yellows there for the stricken Jetta 2 of Brett Roach.
Does Sandenberg still lead the Class Bs? Yes, he does. By an increasing margin, in fact, from Leyden and Liebenberg. It's giving one another a hard time.
Yeah, the two of them are side by side, Leyden and Liebenberg. There we go. And it's Liebenberg on the... No, that's not Zach Leyden, that is a Kalfi. That's Liebenberg and Kalfi, those two, of which Kalfi is just ahead of Liebenberg as they work their way out of Cape Town corner.
Right, we need to pick up that Class C battle just a little bit further back. Van Eerden and Dreyer, the two front protagonists in that class.
Yeah, that's Zach Leyden has pulled off, Gary. He's not in this race anymore.
Yeah, him and Majid are both out of this one, unfortunately. So after having a pretty decent race number one, it's all turned to Zorro.
Right, there goes Ishmael Davids through, which means that Schroeder is in there behind him. Then Daniel Muna, John Smith, Andre Rowe. That's those three Class C cars that are working their way out there. And the green one is Ishmael Davids. And just behind him is Schroeder, Muna, Smith, and Andre Rowe, followed by Patrick Walton.
I'll tell you what, getting it kind of squirmy there under the brakes. I think we need to have a look down the back main and let us pick up our lead Class B car, Sandenberg Jr. on a roll. This is his best I've seen in Class B ever. He is not being caught so far. I do believe Kalfei is the nearest in with an opportunity to get to him, but even Mohammed is not getting closer at this point at all. The gap there is remaining 2.2 seconds. We'll see what it is when they cross the line now.
Yeah, here comes towards us. It is Sandenberg that's coming through. There's Kalfi, there's Liebenberg, and then behind him is Ferrolli and Sandenberg Senior. That's crossing the line. That is how they cross the line. Here comes the leading Class C car. That is Ryan van Eerden. And then side by side, it is Dreyer that's going to get his nose ahead of David. David's on the outside, Dreyer on the inside, and Devin Dreyer gets his nose ahead there of Ishmael Davids.
So API Property Group entrance first and second right now in Class C on the way up towards turn number 2.
Ishmael Davids hasn't given up the fight yet. He wants to try and get his nose ahead there of Devin Dreyer, and Ryan van Eerden sits there ahead of them as we keep an eye on them as the Class B cars go through.
Well, let's have a look at the front end of Class B. Will be coming into sight. Sundenberg, Kulfi. That is the battle up front. The only man that could maybe catch up is in fact the man that's presently in second place, and he is getting away from the Liebenberg-Ferrolli battle. Ferrolli is now closing on the back end of Liebenberg.
Just to mention, as we watch them, it's still Skull Geldenhuis in P1, and he's 4.3 seconds ahead of Tate Bishop. That's in Class A. We will give them a mention, but they're the only two Class A cars. As we keep an eye on these other cars. Here comes Kulfi, Liebenberg, Ferrolli, and Sundenberg Senior. And then behind Sundenberg Senior, it's Gelderblom that's coming through as well. Here comes the Class C leader.
Yep.
That is Ryan van Heerden, Devin Dreyer, Ishmael Davids coming through. Daniel Muna also in that fight as well. And just behind him is John Smith and Andre Rowe. And it is Tristan Hubert that's just ahead of Patrick Walton, but they are side by side. That's Walton, and just behind Walton is Tristan Hubert.
The GTI Creed, thou shalt not give up whatsoever. Class B battle actually spread out more in race number 2 than what it was in race number 1. Sundenberg having the time of his life out there.
Yeah, Donnie Sundenberg Jr. sitting out there in P1 with Mohammed Kulfi and Liebenberg in there behind him. That's the tail end of Class B that you see on your screen. The leaders are right down into Cape Town corner already. That's the back end of B that you see heading down there, because here comes the Class C leaders. So the leader of Class B heading towards the City of Cape Town Bridge. Here he comes towards the City of Cape Town Bridge, and that is Donnie Sundenberg Jr. with Mohammed Kulfi right in there behind him. Then it's Sean Liebenberg, and Adriano Ferrolli has got a lot of cars for company there. He's got Sundenberg Senior right there with him. It's Liebenberg, Ferrolli, and Sundenberg Senior. That's the 3 cars that is heading up, and they've got all different racing lines. And look at Sundenberg Senior wants to go up on the inside of Ferrolli. Ferrolli locks up. They're right on the case of Liebenberg. Liebenberg goes wide. Ferrolli might just have a look up on the inside as we move now onto the back straight.
The final corner, the final lap for our leader. We hardly even had a chance to have a look at Skull Geldenhuis. All the action's been happening behind him, and he will come through to take the checkered flag for race number 2.
Yeah, we had to go there because it was the final lap, and the checkered flag comes out for Skull Geldenhuis. Tate Bishop finishes in that second position. Only 2 Class A cars, and nearly 7 seconds between Geldenhuis and Bishop.
No doubt that the gap has grown a lot smaller at the front end of Class A. Sundenberg being closed down by Kulfi, but too little, too late. It took him too long to come through the pack on the invert as they come up towards the line.
Right, it's going to be Donnie Sundenberg Jr. from Mohammed Kulfi across the line. Sean Liebenberg, right behind him is Adriano Ferrolli. Donnie Sundenberg Senior, and then the rest of the field come through. Ijas Majid, who's also moved up from Class C to B. Then it's Gelderblom, and then the winner of Class C, and they are right with each other there, is Ryan van Heerden, 1.7 seconds ahead of Devin Dreyer, who was 0.2 of a second ahead of Ross Schroeder.
And I must say, Davids was in the top 3 all along. It's only on the last lap and a half that he dropped further back. So well done to Ross for managing to get past Davids and then still pull a bit of a gap on him. I actually think that Davids was a little bit slower on that last lap and a half. He might have had a bit of contact because he was right up there, and then to have a 5-second gap between yourself and the car that passed you right on the last, within a lap and a half, I think he might have had a bit of damage there. So Class A, Geldenhuis from Bishop. Class B, Sundenberg Jr. from Kulfi and Liebenberg. And then Van Eerden, Dreyer and Schroeder, first, second and third in Class C.
And watching that, Daniel Muna was only 7/100ths of a second behind John Smith. And 2.3 behind him was Andre Rowe, and 6.5 seconds between Andre Rowe was Patrick Walton. So that was API Property GTI Challenge race number 2. A couple of replays here. That was Tristan Hubert that went off. A lot of cars putting wheels on the dirt there, going through Dam Stip, but everybody managing to stay on the tarmac. There's lots of sand and dust that went up there for that one. Guys using the track and a lot more to try and find their way around. That one could have ended ugly. If that had gripped, you would have gone straight across the track and had the same fate that Porsche had early on. But this was Sean Liebenberg, Adriano Ferrari, and it was in that fight. That was just 2 of the 3 of them that went through. Right. Top 3 contenders of the day. The competition says Sandra Becker and James Late tied for 3rd. Ryan van Eerden and Matthew Duser second, and Matthew leads it so far. Right, so here we go. The last race of the day, approaching 10 to 5. Pro Oil Supercars race number 2. Here's an inverted grid for you. Leon Chetty Leon Chetty is in P1. Carl Halleck is in second. Second row is Brad Finn and Glenn Phillips. Third row is Pierre Pinar and Craig Hume. Fourth row is Kirk Williams and Richard Lovett. And fifth row is Nashwin Schloss and Ryan Catt. Let's see if all 10 cars are out there for their second and final race. Also, the final race of the event.
Yep, top 6 getting reversed for the second race. And listen, the fight that we had with Leon Chetty and Kyle Halleck in race 1, that's going to be a fantastic effort. What I'm going to be watching for is the number 24 of Nashrin Schloss to try and make a recovery drive here.
Watching Brett Roach got that car fired up again, and he's bringing that Jetta 2 back to the pits under its own steam. So you'll be unhappy with that result. A DNF there for Rochi. So I can see the supercars are lined up in their pit area. The Pro Oil supercars, they're all standing on my right-hand side of the commentary box. I've looked out the window facing north, and they will be working their way out onto the circuit pretty soon.
Yeah, not too long before we get the final action of the day. And Frankie, what a day it's been. You know,
fantastic opener.
4 wheels, 2 wheels. We've really had everything that we could possibly want today.
A fantastic opener for 2026. And hopefully at the next event we'll have the fine cars join us, together with the V8 Masters.
Yeah, it's going to be a...
And then a week after that, sorry David, we have the big one. The opening round of the Extreme Festival, the National Extreme Festival, where we will have SA Touring cars, we'll have the Super Cup cars, the MSA 4s, the Astron Polo, what do you call them? The Polo Championship event, the Kawasaki ZX-10R Masters bikes, all going to happen out there. Toyota Gazoo Racing with their 3 categories. That's going to be a big one here on the 14th of March.
Yeah,
that's 2 weeks in a row, so you're going to have to save your money because you're going to come back to Killarney twice.
That's not a bad thing. Or
It's not a bad thing at all. It's a fantastic thing.
Actually, there's a point. Do we do a season ticket? Just get one of them instead.
Do you understand? That sorts out all your problems.
Value for money and all that. But the Extreme Festival's got a very special place in my heart, because when I first came over to visit South Africa about 4 years ago and came to Killarney, that was the event that I saw there, and it blew me away with just how incredible the machinery that was on show there was.
I said Polo Championship. It's actually Polo Cup. That's what it's actually called, the Ashton Polo Cup. And also the Masters as well. That's in the Polo Cup. It's going to be brilliant stuff. And, of course, we won't be going out live with that one. That gets covered by another production company. But we will be here doing the circuit commentary for all you folks around the track. So we would like Killarney International Raceway packed on the 14th, but not only just on the 14th, let's pack it a week prior to that as well, on the 7th.
The nice thing about Extreme Festival is that's the 1 week we actually get a break and we can go and enjoy with the spectators. We can kick up, maybe have a couple of drinks and one of the fantastic boomers. No,
you're commentating that event.
Oh, okay, right, okay.
You're just commentating to the spectator. We're not doing it live.
I was getting all excited thinking I had a week off there.
That gets done by another production company. Greg Maloney and those guys, they cover that one, Dave Peterson. But we will be in the box doing the commentary, the circuit commentary to the folks around the track.
Oh, well, you know, there's worse places to be on a Saturday afternoon, I've got to be honest with you. So we're just...
You could be mowing the lawn.
It could be mowing the lawn listening to all of this action out on there. I'd still rather be here, let's face it.
Definitely.
It's such a cool experience.
And then on the 21st, sorry Dave, I actually almost forgot about this. It's the rejuvenated KPL drivers. I actually almost forgot about that. And we will be hosting, the club was quiet for a while due to circumstances. But things have now picked up dramatically at the KPL Drivers Oval. And the 21st of March, we will be in action here with a full racing, including the V8 sprint cars that are coming down from Maham and from Ultimate Outlaws. Big thanks to people like Isak Spies that did what they needed to do, and Speed Spot Promotions SA for doing what they needed to do, because it's a rejuvenated KPL drivers. A lot of people thought that CHD had gone and disappeared off the map. Wrong, sir. Wrong, ma'am. We've gone nowhere. We're going to come back bigger, better, and stronger.
Well, back to the action at hand then. The final race of the day. The Pro Oil Supercars making their way round for race number 2. And on row 1 it is going to be Leon Chetty alongside Kyle Halleck. Row 2 is going to be Brad Fanner alongside Glenn Phillips. And then it's your race 1 winner, Pierre Pienaar, in 5th position alongside Craig Hume. It's then going to be on row 4, Kirk Williams in the number 40 alongside Richard Lovett. And then at the back is going to be the recovery driver, as we said, for Nasreen Schloss, who had the incident at the final corner alongside, but completely unrelated to, Ryan Katz. They're starting from row 5, P9 and P10 respectively.
But Chetty's going to have to go somewhat, because right behind him is Halleck, Fenner and Phillips, and they're not going to hang around there, that's for sure. So Mr. Leon Chetty is going to have to climb on that loud pedal and get him moving, but he will know that it's coming from behind, that's for sure. And it's called Kyle Halleck, Bradley Fenner and Glenn Phillips. And they're not going to make it easy for Mr. Chetty, that's for sure.
Listen, if ever you wanted inspiration, if ever you wanted motivation to get going, to do the best race of your life, it's right now. Because Leon Chetty has got so much power behind him, chasing him down. And listen, they've all got to get past him one way or another. And that's if they get past him.
Well, I believe they're going to. Because the only reason why I'm saying that is because they've got much more experience and they've been racing longer than Leon. Not that Leon is a bad driver, he's a fantastic driver, but I mean, these guys have been in supercars a lot longer and they've been racing a lot longer, so I'm almost certain they'll know all the little maneuvers to try and get through. So Leon, as you say, he's going to have to go a bit.
But the great thing about this is that it gives these drivers that might not finish in the podium positions that experience of being up front, because that is what develops you as a driver. That's what gives you the nerves of steel, having to deal with all that pressure. I know only from experience doing sim racing, when you get reverse grid races and you're thrown up front, I buckle like a cheap suit and I'm into the wall within 3 corners. It's just because the pressure is so unbelievable. You're trying to stay safe, you're trying to stay calm, but again, you've got all of this baying at you in your mirrors.
I don't see Ryan Cat out there. I don't see that car. I see up to Nash. She's at the back of the grid. I think Ryan's car obviously took too much damage. That's Nash coming through. Or is that Ryan? Difficult with the sun going through, looking at the TV screen, yeah? But Nash is at the tail end of the field, and yeah, that is Nash going through. So there is no Ryan Cat out there. I was right.
Yeah, so 9 cars, and it's our 3 circuit vehicles, 2 recovery, 1 medical, that always follow round at the end of the first lap. In case of any first lap incidents, they'll be the first responders. But we're not going to have that today. It's going to be a nice, clean start to the race. I'm touching the wooden desk here. But here we go then, down the Killarney straight then. And this is where the pace car starts to pull off. Leon Chetty has to put those voices in his head on mute. He has to think about the task at hand. He's got Kyle Halleck beside him to keep him company here. And these two become the de facto pace cars.
Well, let's have a look and see. Remember, Chetty is on pole position. He can set the pace. And the second pole has to be just behind him, next to him, but slightly behind him. He may not be ahead of him, otherwise it's a jump start. Here we go, 8 laps. Chetty, Kyle Halleck just hanging back slightly. The lights go off, and away we go for 8 laps of Pro Oil Supercars, race number 2. Chetty's got the inside line, already gets dive bombed there by Kyle Halleck. Halleck sits out there in P1. Here is Glenn Phillips coming through, and with him is Bradley Fenner. Fenner's on the inside of Phillips, and then you've got Pierre Pinar that's right there behind them as they race along the Joubert Straight towards Castrol.
Yeah, but here comes Kyle Halleck. He's going to have the inside line for turn number 2, and that is unfortunately Leon Chetty getting absolutely mugged by almost everyone in that top 6 right now. I think he's only gone down to P3 just now, but that also means that Brad Fenner has been able to get up into second place. So it's now Kyle Halleck and Brad Fenner first and second position.
Yep, quite right. As Chetty has dropped down into 3rd position. And here comes Bradley. Glenn Phillips wants to come through as well as they work their way through. They're all busy working their way through. As a matter of fact, it's Phillips that's already in there behind Kyle Halleck. Yeah, it is, because they Fenner just made the move there on Chetty. So it's all turned around within a half a lap. The trio that you would expect to be 1st, 2nd and 3rd is just that. There they go through, and that is Halleck. It sits out there in P1. That's Glenn Phillips that's just in there behind him in that 2nd position. And here comes the number 9, the blue car in P3. And that is Bradley Fenner just ahead there of Leon Chetty.
Yeah, keep an eye out for the number 7 of PRP&R. Obviously, your race 1 winner is going to look to make absolute moves up here. And there he is, up to P5 already. So unfortunately, Leon Chetty jumping down to 5th position. In fact, P&R up into 4th. 5th position then, Leon Chetty. Richard Lovett in 6th. 7th position is Nasrin Schloss, as that's his car spinning off into turn 1, just out of shot there. That is the number 21 of Craig Hume.
That's Craig Hume, yes.
So he had issues in race 1, got going again, but that was a big moment into turn 1.
We've got a challenge for the lead going into turn number 3, going into Dempsey. We have a new leader. It is Kyle Halleck that relinquishes the lead there to Glenn Phillips. Phillips in P1 now. Halleck has dropped down to P2. Fenner is still there in that 3rd position, and Pierre Pinar has got his nose ahead now of Leon Chetty.
Yeah, great move there, and you felt that he was just waiting for his opportunity, waiting for his time to do that. So Glenn Phillips taking the lead of the race here, and that puts down Kyle Halleck. But in all honesty, they're in a race of 2 right now. It's still 3 seconds all the way back to number 9 of Brad Fenner, and then you've got Pierre Pienaar in 4th position. But your 2 leaders still fighting it out down into Cape Town Corner. We've got 7 laps to go. It'll be 6 laps on the start of this next lap here. And is it just me? I think Brad Fenner might actually be starting to close in a little bit on those 2 there.
Well, we'll have a look and see. When they crossed the line, there was 3 seconds between Halleck and Fenner. It's now 2.5, so you're quite right. Fenner is slowly but surely closing on Halleck, but Pierre Pienaar is only 1.4 behind Halleck. Then it's Chetty, and he's only 7/10 of a second ahead there of Richard Lovett, followed 5/10 of a second behind him by lady racer Nazreen Schloss.
Fantastic shot as they come out of turn 1, then on the run down towards turn 2. So it is still all to play for all of these 9 drivers here. But it is going to be Kirk Williams at the back of the grid. So despite Craig Hume having that off into turn 1, in fact, Craig Williams not taken to the start of the race. We've lost him on lap 1 then. So we are down now to 8 cars then with Craig Hume at the back. So that puts Nasreen Sloss up to P7 as we watch them come through the Sarel sweep here.
Now we had 8 cars start. We are down to 7. Williams and Cat did not take the lights, and of course Hume has spun off the track, so he's out of this one. So we've gone down to 7 cars and working their way out of Cape Town Corner. That's your leader and your champion, Glenn Phillips, that sits out there in P1, and he's getting away now from Carl Halleck, but Halleck must be careful because Fenner and Pienaar are not far behind him. There comes Halleck. Right behind him is the 2 cars of Fenner and Pierre Pienaar, followed there by Leon Chetty, and Chetty's got Richard Lovett right on his case, and Nash is right in the fight as well.
At this point, Leon Chetty is just like, please don't punch me in the face. That's everything that's going through his mind right now. Trying his best just to keep the car in one piece, and that's an absolutely, respectable decision for Leon Chetty. Sometimes it's just about keeping it going, and that is a slow car going into turn number 2.
That's the leader. That's Phillips. That's slowing right down. Glenn Phillips slowing right down, going into Castell Corner, and he is... and Carl Halleck is also. What? Is Halleck slowing down, or has he just been overtaken there? Well, obviously he's been overtaken, but is there a problem or not? I don't know. The cars seem to be okay because even Phillips is back on pace again. But look what this has done, David. Pierre Pienaar is now right in the fight.
He absolutely is. And the fact is, they're back up to race pace already. Yes. I wonder if something happened between Phillips and Halleck, and Phillips or Halleck has slowed down to catch right back up and redress whatever happens.
Are we playing games out there for a reason? If there are, obviously we won't know. But look at these 4. Yeah, it's now Brad Fenner that sits out there in P1. Carl Halleck is in that 2nd position. Glenn Phillips is in 3rd. Pierre Pienaar is in that 4th position. Leon Chetty not too far behind them is in P5. But it's all about these 4. Followed there by Richard Lovett. And right on his case is Nazreen Schloss.
Side by side then going down into turn 1, and that's a beautiful move up the inside. Brad Fenner has to relinquish that to Kyle Halleck. We thought that was going to happen there with the pace that they've got, and Brad Fenner wants nothing to do with this. He'll happily have his position, but he's not going to risk anything with it. And with 4 laps to go, Frankie, I wouldn't blame him. Move on for 3rd position. That's going to be Pienaar up the inside, and Glenn Phillips somehow holds on to the outside.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know what's going on here. What I can tell you is it's fantastic racing, and that's all that's important. It's all what matters between the 4 of them, and Phillips did not give that 3rd position away to Pierre Pienaar at all. He's making Pienaar work for it with Chetty in a distant 5th position. Chetty was 4.1 behind the 4 of them when they started this lap.
I've got the feeling inside that car, Chetty is just like, you guys go, just go. I'm not in this. But here we go, another move for 2nd position. At this point, Frankie, I'm now convinced they're just having a laugh now for the final race of the day.
Well, no, remember, this is the race 1 for a championship of, 8, 9, 10 races for the year. They just, they are just on each other's pace. That's the bottom line. With Glenn back in the lead again. Glenn Phillips has got the number 1 car back in P1 with Halleck in 2nd. Fenner in third, and Pienaar in fourth, followed there by Chetty, and then a lovely fight here. Richard Lovett has been mugged here by Nasreen Schloss as they head into turn one.
Do you know what, Frank? You're absolutely spot on with that. They are not playing games at all, because the last times round are some of their fastest laps that they've done through the course of the race here. As we get side by side through the back of the field, then
that's Nash.
There's Nash taking the position from Richard Lovett, and they're side by side going into two here. So again, no matter where you are in the field, you're getting value for money.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is probably one of the best Pro Oil Formula Supercar races I've seen in quite some time, and they are leaving it all out on the track. You can see by their last lap times that they are basically doing virtually identical times, with 1:28.603 being the quickest by car number 1, Glenn Phillips, as we watch them go down the Killarney Straight. There's 2 and a bit laps left for them as they work their way down the Killarney Straight towards turn 5, Cape Town corner.
I was getting all excited at the dust getting kicked up there, and I realised it was just some drivers outside. But onto the racetrack themselves, it does say, and I'm afraid to say this too early, but it looks like Glenn Phillips getting a little bit of daylight here ahead of Kyle Halleck, Brad Fenner and Pierre Pienaar here. So again, we've got, just 2 laps left to go as they cross the line here. That gap was 0.4 of a second. I think it's going to come down. Yeah, it's 0.6 of a second now.
But I've just seen some excited pit crew up against the wall there that were waving the drivers through. So it's Phillips, it's Halleck, it's Fenner, and it is Pienaar, the 4 of them that are working out of Block 1 corner along the Joubert Straight towards turn 2, Castrol.
Here we go then. Again, just the way that this is built up is so awesome. I wonder if Pienaar is waiting for that opportunity to get that position back from Brad Fenner. He looks poised, but again, he's not pushing that car too hard right now. We've only got, another couple of corners left to go in this penultimate lap, and then I think we're going to see everything go. But it does look like Glenn Phillips now starting to check out. That gap's now over a second.
And as a matter of fact, Fenner is dropping off the pace as well. He's lost contact there with Carl Halleck, and he's been hassled heavily here by Pierre Pienaar. Here comes Leon Chetty out of a saddle sweep, and he sits in a lonely 5th position, does Leon Chetty, as Glenn Phillips has now broken the toe. He's broken the toe between himself, well, sort of broken the toe between himself and Halleck, and then Fenner is right on the case of Carl Halleck, and don't write Pierre Pienaar off. He's sitting right. Any one of them makes a mistake, it's a podium for him in race 2.
Here we go then, across the start-finish line for the final time for the drivers. As we go down into Blockcoin corner, it is Glenn Phillips from Kyle Halleck, Brad Fenner in 3rd position as it stands, with Pierre Pienaar rounding out that top 4. 5th position you can see going at turn 1 is Leon Chetty, and just in the background the recovery drive from Nash Schloss in that number 24. But back to this battle for P1, it is Glenn Phillips with the fastest lap that last time round, so he has lit the fuse, he has gone.
Yeah, 1:28.533 for Glenn. Through the kink they come towards Damstep, which will have a new sponsor by the time we get to the 7th of March. Out of Damps, up the hill they go, the Tygerberg Straight. When the sun shines bright, that becomes the Golden Highway. But there's a lot of cloud cover out there today, so it's not the Golden Highway today. As we see our leading 4 cars work their way down the Killarney Straight for the final time today, 4 supercars and for the event. Phillips, Halleck, Fenner and Pienaar.
So it's going to be Phillips leading them into Cape Town corner for the final time of asking, with Kyle Halleck over a second just behind. But it is going to be a win in race number 2 then for the number 1, your reigning champion. And it is going to be Glenn Phillips for Pro Oil Vision Fin Accounting Racing, who goes across the line to take the win. Kyle Halleck in 2nd position. Brad Fenner takes P3 and Pierre Pienaar in 4th position.
Leon Chetty will cross the line in 5th. And here comes Nasreen Schloss. What a great drive by her. Just ahead there of Richard Lovett for P5, 6 and 7.
Definitely, Frank, you got value for money with that Pro Oil supercar race there. It's a real friendly bunch that we've got over in the paddock there. A beautiful setup that they've got, as we say, 3 wide going into turn 2. It'd be nice if we can try and see that. But there we go. Here's straight into the replays then, Frankie. And listen,
yeah, it's a pity they're going to the replays because the supercars are doing a formation flying lap. We would love to have picked that up for you. There we go. Thanks to the IMUSAT people. By the way, Stephen, Nadia, Alicia, Jacques, Gideon, everybody downstairs in the production room. If I forgot your name, if I left your name out, please forgive me. It's you as well. What a fantastic job you guys and girls did there. And if you can hear me, I salute you. But this is beautiful stuff. As the supercars say thank you to everybody for being here today. And what a show they put up for us in both supercar races.
And from speaking to the drivers as well, Frankie, for as much as we enjoyed it in the tower and everybody watching at home and the spectators here enjoyed it, those drivers in the car, they had the time of their life. I can absolutely guarantee you of that, especially as things bunched up together with 4 or 5 laps to go and starting dicing about. This is what they live for. This is what they pay their money to build these cars for, so you get your tight, close racing.
Well, they can show replays now.
Oh, we've got plenty of time now. Oh, there we go. So, competitor of the day. And I'm going to presume that is
that's
final.
Probably the final result, yes.
And listen, our very own Jordan is going to be absolutely delighted with the winner of that one. In fact, actually, Jordan, let's bring you in just a second, because you were the one that was telling us the story of Matthew Juice and his bike and that incredible return to the grid.
I mean, I'm ecstatic, even for him, and I'm not even receiving an award, you know. I mean, he must feel so chuffed with himself. David Entercott from Motorwise also must be extremely ecstatic for what they've managed to do to get that car ready and to change all the things around on the bike. I mean, he shifts with his right leg and he rear brakes with a thumb button on the handlebars to obviously put pressure into the rear brakes. And I mean, you can't just do that as any given person. He's had to adapt and overcome more so than anyone else, and he put on an absolute spectacle of a return back to racing today.
Right, before I hand over to Gaza and the rest of the guys, I want to say thanks to everybody, the marshals out there, IMUSAT, the photographers, everybody out on circuit, the medical people. Thank you to you, the spectators around the track, and to you, the folks that watch the production. Look after yourselves, enjoy the weekend, and we'll see you soon. For me, Frankie Ennis, good night, God bless, goodbye.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Well, what an awesome day we have had of racing. And Jordan, I'll bring you back in just for a couple of minutes here, because obviously for me, this is my first event of 2026, my first Power Series with you guys on the mic. And listen, if this is what we can expect for every round of the championship, this is going to be an absolute sellout for this.
Absolutely, and mind you, we've got 8 more rounds to go of the Power Series. We've got 2 extreme festivals. We should have a 6-hour endurance at Killarney that comes around in the mid-year. But time attack as well. We've got the Ilamuna 9-hour of Lemons that also will be coming down in May. All-Tar Rally. We've got so many events that are coming to Killarney throughout the year, and this is only the beginning. Speaking of that, we've got Western Province Rallycross next weekend on Valentine's Day, as well as Short Circuit's first round of the season. And then, as Frankie said earlier on, CHD is back the following weekend, and then we're back early March to do this all again with all of you, and I myself cannot wait to be back once again. David, welcome to the team. We're glad to have you here. A different action throws us all around, and it was great to have your skill up in the booth with us today.
Well, thank you very much, Jordan. It's as I said, it's always a pleasure being with yourself, Jordan, with Frankie Hunis, and with the our fearless leader Gary, showing us how it's done. We'll hand things over to him in just a minute and sign off for the night. But yeah, I think from myself, David Christie, thank you very much for having me here at Killarney. It's been an absolute pleasure to be back on the microphone, and hopefully I didn't butcher too many names today. But yeah, looking forward to being back to it. And from myself, I'll hand over to Gary, and we can say goodbye properly.
And to me, from Jordan, JT Huben up in the commentary box, I just want to say a big thank you to those watching down on us that can't be here with us, and making sure everyone was safe and running for the first event of the year. We've got plenty more to go, and we are only up from here. For myself, signing out. See you soon.
On behalf of West Province Motor Club and everybody involved at this historic venue every single Saturday, every single day of the week, from all of us, thank you for joining us. Cheers and good night.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was round 1 of Power Series down at Killarney. And if today is anything to go by, it is going to be an absolutely incredible season. Thank you so much for spending your time with us. If you like this, remember to like and subscribe, and we'll see you next time.